that made him so beloved as a chief rabbi was his remarkable tolerance of diversity. Even though he has the whole kind of Elvis getup, he was really very, very relaxed around non-observant Jews. He was welcoming to them. He was warm to them. All kinds of things because he felt that they were part of one people, and he did not want to alienate them under any circumstances. So he was elected with the support of many Ashkenazi, the Rishon LeZion, that was the first in Zion, in 1973. And one of the first things he did was he defended the Sephardic practice of Yibum. So very clear, it's called levirate marriage. The law is if a man dies childless, then his brother is expected to marry the widow. And when you read the passage in Deuteronomy that talks about it, it's very clear that this is considered a duty to support a young woman who otherwise is alone in society. It was particularly written within the context of a Middle Eastern culture where women always are existing within the shadow of some male figure, a father, a husband, a son, an adult son, that kind of thing. To leave a woman alone in the cold would be considered in that society very, wrong and immoral. You can see by the fact that if the husband refuses to marry his brother's widow, then there's a whole nasty ritual where you spit on the ground and you call them names. It's clear from the context that the preferred thing to do, at least in that society at that time, is Yibum, that he should marry her and take her into his family, perhaps as a second wife. Ashkenazic culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so, we Ashkenazim, we lost the sort of cultural norm of polygamy, and so therefore in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian Rabbi Meir Hagolah said that's it. There's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men can only marry one wife, and therefore that meant that Yibum may no longer be performed. That is the levirate marriage. The alternative, chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is, in fact, the Ashkenazi norm. But Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted. And so therefore, if both parties are amenable to Yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what Rav Ovadia Yosef said. This was very controversial because it adopted the Ashkenazic standard, which was more European in nature, but nevertheless, exceptions were then made because Rav Ovadia Yosef said that ultimately this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was yearning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them, God willing, next semester in the fall. I hope to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating. It goes all the way back to the ancient kingdom of Aksum. It's amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of question in Israeli society, are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate? Because among other things, their divorce law was not the same. Well, a lot of kind of arguments. But Rav Ovadia Yosef was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as Jews. There's a lot more to say about the story. We'll have to leave it for next week, but he was definitely a very much in favor of it. He wrote. I'm gonna pause on that because it'll take us a long distance. He also argued that with regards to Sephardic Jews, there's kind of this stereotype, which is based in some rough reality, that it was perfectly consistent for a Sephardic Jew to go to shul in the morning and get a geschmack out of davening and listen to the drasha, and then go pick up a bag of garinim and drive to a soccer game, and that was all part of kind of like the traditional sense of what is normative among Sephardim. But as one Rav Yaakov Levi said, the traditional Jew desecrated Shabbat more than once, but never did he desecrate the name of God. I mean, these young Sephardic men in particular would feel that, well, you know, these things are just not as important. There's a much greater value of respecting God, respecting the rabbi, and so on. They're less orthopractic, perhaps, in the Ashkenazim. And so we see that he shows over and over again kindness and tolerance for non-observant Jews that really is remarkable for someone of such great learning. Dress codes, he even allowed non-normative dress for women that got him in a lot of trouble with Arabians. But let's just look at one last one that I find especially fascinating. This is a picture of Cardinal Lustiger, Jean-Marie Lustiger, who was a French Jew who, as a child, was taken into a monastery and saved thereby from the Holocaust. He ended up growing up in the church, and he was elevated to the post of cardinal. In fact, he was in the running for the position of the papacy at one point. An amazing thing. He never denied his Jewishness. In fact, he had it inscribed on his tombstone. He said he was born a Jew, and he never left it, just like the apostles. Very interesting kind of thing. But at any rate, he died in 2007, and some family members wanted to say Kaddish for him. And the Rabbi of France was asked to say Kaddish for Lustiger, who was a cardinal of the Catholic Church, and he didn't know what to do, so he went to Rabbi Yosef. And he said, what should I do? So Rabbi Yosef broke down into tears, and he said, of course you should say Kaddish for him. Absolutely. He is a Jew. Why would you not think you should say Kaddish for him? So in fact, they did. When he had the ceremony, the funeral in the church, they brought the church, the body outside, and they said Kaddish in the street. And that's just a sense of, Rabbi Yosef's sense that there's every Jew is part of the Jewish community. Even the cardinal of the Catholic Church is part of the community. He was known as a very popular teacher to the masses. He had a Saturday night radio show long after he had finished his term as chief rabbi. He was tremendously popular. And he would, again, bring in his stories, his lessons with a joke and with stories. He was very much in favor of teaching as a public demand for scholars. He wrote once on solitary scholars, meaning kind of like the Lithuanian ideal of a guy who sits in Shiva for 30 years and doesn't stick his head outside of the four walls of the study hall. He writes, "This is infuriating to me, for such teachers and students are closing their eyes so they see only themselves. They don't see the Jewish people and their distress and thirst for Torah. Yeshiva X issued an order that married students may not teach. This is wickedness without parallel." Very strong statement. Here's one of my favorites. "After 120 years, God will ask," he wrote, "what have you done for my honor? You have to be able to answer, I ceased my Torah study for your sake and went to teach others. And I closed my Gemara and taught." Now, we got to talk about his politics a little bit. Obviously, this was not his main area of activity, but drawn into politics, he was the figurehead of an extremely successful movement in Israel called Shas. Shas stands for Shomrei Sfaradim, the guardians of the Sephardim, or the guardians of the Sephardic tradition. It also, ironically, is the common acronym for the Talmud. Shas is Shasidrei, the 6 orders of the Talmud. So it has both an ethnic and a religious connotation simultaneously. Up until the late 1970s, Sephardim were definitely second class in Israel. There was a very strong Ashkenazi dominance to society because all of the early pioneering Zionists, particularly in the leadership, came from Russia, Austria, Germany, England, France, and they all came, let's say they all, the vast majority of them came with very Western European ideas of what Israel should be. Shortly after Israel was established, you had all of these Arab countries evicting their Jews, and you had a massive onslaught of Sephardim, but they were coming into a society that was already well entrenched in European ways of thought, European ways of doing things, and it took them a generation and a half to really begin to find their footing in Israeli society. And that was expressed primarily through the election of Menachem Begin and Likud in 1977. Labor, the more socialist-oriented, European-dominated party, was ousted for the first time since 1948 by a coalition of more right-wing parties, like Jabotinsky-oriented parties, and the Sephardim, who said enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party. And this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their political muscle. It was finally expressed in 1984 with this organization called Shas, and Ovadia Yosef was the natural person to be the spiritual leader of the movement. He was not the political director. He was the figurehead that stood at the top of all of it. Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into some of the political morass that involved in Israeli politics, specifically because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with the immediate threats, no majority party has ever ruled the country. It's always been a minority party horse trading with other small parties and forming a coalition, a very fragile coalition. So Shas, even though at one point they garnered 19 out of 120 seats, a very large chunk of the Knesset, they were the majority, and so they had to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Ovadia Yosef was especially pained when the Israel Power Company had to move a very large piece of equipment, and it could only travel 9 miles an hour down the highways, and they could better do it on Shabbat because that's when the roads are, police traffic. But he felt that was just intolerable to be in an Israeli country with a Jewish government and decide to do something specifically on Shabbat. They had non-Jewish drivers and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would nevertheless be involved, that's during the Sabbath. But that was the difficulty of being involved in politics when you're essentially a religious figure. So to turn to his legacy and conclusion, and at this point, one of the things that I have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with Ovadia Yosef. We're talking about a very holy person, and there are dozens of published, very authentic sounding stories about miraculous cures associated with him. I'd just like to share two of them just to give a sense of, it's beyond our purpose to speak about spooky things like this. But nevertheless, just to get a sense of how people regard Rav Ovadia Yosef. Nobody says these things happen for me, right? So that's for a reason, because Ovadia Yosef was someone who was so great. One spooky story, apparently when he was a little bit older and he was giving a public lecture, and there were like hundreds of people in the room, a couple of young ruffians came in and started loudly disturbing the lecture in a very chutzpahdik and inappropriate manner. And apparently Rav Ovadia Yosef said to them two words. He said, "You are in Shamta," which is we don't have an exact translation for it in English, but it means you're excommunicated. You're outside. And that's kind of weird. They did actually take those two guys outside of the hall. Many years later, like about a dozen years later, one of them came back to Rav Ovadia Yosef and begged his forgiveness because he and his friend had been married for many years and were childless. And he attributed it to those two words. So Rav Ovadia Yosef told them to get his friend, and they had to both come, and he sat them, he told them they had to sit on the ground, and then he ignored them for about 5 minutes, and then he said, "All is forgiven, all is released, all is forgiven." And then they left, and in fact, they both had children immediately afterwards. Spooky story. Okay. One more spooky story, which is one that affects me a lot. I have to say, I was reading this on the Q train, and I started blubbering. It was bad. I got too emotional. What's wrong with this guy? But it's a story about his Rebbitzin. You don't normally hear stories about the Rabbanit, as she's known, but it's an amazing one. In 2004, a man came to Rav Ovadia Yosef with a 6-year-old child and asked the Chacham to give him a blessing. And he told him that the 6-year-old child was here because of his wife, who had died many years prior to his birth. And the story went like this: that the man was a rabbi who was hired by the Misrat HaKlita, the corruption ministry, to run a seder for a large number of Soviet immigrants, 300 people. And the night of the seder, his wife went into labor. So they went to the nearby hospital, and the hospital, and I actually have experienced this myself in Israel, the hospital was basically vacated. Everybody was gone for the holidays. There was just one harried nurse who was running between a few people who were in the maternity ward there. And the nurse said, look, I'll do the best I can, but I can't possibly help you when I have another woman in labor just down the hall. But the Rebbetzin said, you know, you have 300 people who are new to Judaism who are waiting for you to run the Seder. It is so important that you go. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You go to take care of the Seder. An amazing thing that she would say. And then she went into, and then he was difficult, but he went to the Seder, on the Seder. And when he came back, his wife was holding this little boy, and she told him that she went into labor and she was suffering. It was difficult, and another woman came into the room, and the woman came into the room and said, "I am Rabbi Amit Yosef. I am the Rabbi Rashi's wife, and don't worry, I'll help you." And as the story goes, the woman says that the Rebbetzin actually delivered the baby. And then, of course, she was gone. So, you know, what are you going to do with these kind of stories? You can't exactly print them in standard scholarly work, but it's the kind of thing that I find very moving and powerful, that the Rebbetzin, who was not known for thousands of volumes of responsa, nevertheless such spiritual weight to affect such miracle. But anyway, back to the secular stuff. 800,000 people attended his funeral in 2013. It was an amazing thing. It was the largest funeral in Jewish history. 800,000 people came. You can see just the site. It took 4 hours to move the coffin just a few blocks from the yeshiva to the waiting car, and people simply would not allow it to move. So we come back to our initial statement. I apologize, I've gone over time. I'll cut it down on the internet. Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to you earlier that he was in many ways, I think, the most important Sfaradi of the 20th century. Not only because of his tremendous genius and his contribution to Jewish culture and Jewish thought, he won the Israel Prize among other things, but also because of his very early decision to define the concept of Sfaradi as associated with one particular approach to Torah. And in this way, he actually broadened the tent for who could sit within those boundaries and be considered Sfaradi, and at the same time he constricted the tent, because he said it has to do with these laws as expressed by this particular thinker, Maran Yosef Karo. And so in many ways he gave the Sephardi Jews borders around which to define their identity, and in such a way he guaranteed the legacy of the Sephardi tradition for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'll see you, God willing, in the fall.
What about Calvin wants to be a comedian? He says it's cute. I want to be like that. I want to be a comedian. He does jokes. He does jokes.
Today is the third in our series.
Jokes.
He's looking at the history of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and the shaping of the Jewish mind. And we spent quite a bit of time in the first lecture looking at Ashkenazim, and then in the second class we looked at the Sephardim. And in both of those classes, we spent time thinking about the kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shape a culture, like kind of massive geological level changes that really force the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way and forced the Sephardim to think in a slightly different way. And it may be somewhat crude to paint with such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, we argued in the first lecture that the Crusades were a scar on the Ashkenazic mind. That was such a brutal and sudden and unexpected attack. Not only God forbid what we experienced in October, it's too soon to say how that will shape the Israeli mind. But nevertheless, for the Ashkenazim, that created a kind of centripetal force where the culture began to look inwards and regard the outside world as dangerous, toxic, and so on. The Sephardim, on the other hand, they had a much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the forced conversion of 1391 gave the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula 100 years to prepare for living with a dual identity, for living as Christians outwardly, and missed 80, 90 years without any consequences whatsoever for returning back to their Jewish practices at home. But after the Inquisition was brought to the peninsula in the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so, and ultimately the Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and then under slightly different circumstances, forced to go underground or disappear in 1497 from Portugal, and that created a kind of different mindset and tropism of thought for the Sephardim, because they had developed for a century the ability to exist as Christians outwardly and as Jews inwardly. And that, did not lend itself to the idea that the outside world is toxic and dangerous and so on. In fact, the opposite. It allowed a lot of Jews to interact with outside society in very meaningful ways, sometimes very positive ways, which they then either brought back into the Jewish fold, or they simply assimilated out into non-Jewish existence. Both phenomena, of course, were marked with regards to the Sephardim. So tonight's topic is going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Judaism was expelled from the peninsula, and this created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other peoples, in particular the Evi community in Israel, the Eastern communities, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of tonight's lecture. So that's the goal for today, is to try to understand, once they were kind of loose from their regions, how did Ashkenazim and Sephardim affect each other? Of course, they had been in contact, largely literary contact, something you see primarily among learned scholars and so on. But what happened when Ashkenazim and Sephardim started living side by side in places like, for example, Amsterdam, where the Portuguese synagogue was so significant and large, much larger and more important than the Ashkenazi synagogue. So that's what we're going to do first. Now, I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk you through them. So here's a map of the Mediterranean basin, and I've tried to indicate with these yellow circles, not drawn to scale. It was a little bit too complicated for me to do that with my computer skills. But where were Jews living at the turn of the millennium, around year 1000? So if you look down towards the center right, you see, of course, there's still Jews living in Israel. In fact, Jews would be very much involved in attempting to defend Jerusalem from the Crusaders, fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although it's a very small minority by this point, especially after the 7th century invasion. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers as they empty into the Persian Gulf, significant Mesopotamian Jewish community in Babylon, which would later become Islamicized, the main center of gravity of that ancient Jewish community dating back to the 6th century of the Common Era. Meaning, in time we get up to the year 1000, they have been living there for 1,600 years, an incredibly old community. The center of gravity shifted to the north of Baghdad. That's where the great yeshivas of Surah and Tavita eventually migrated, and basically the high point of their they will begin to go in decline after the year 1000. They will get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jewish community, way on the other side of the Mediterranean, going all the way to the left now, that becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad begins to go into slow decline. One of the great examples of this sort of shift of cultural center of gravity is when poets like Dunash ibn Nabarat leaves Baghdad and he makes his way all the way over to Cordoba in Spain, where he brings his art with him, challenging the local Spanish poets and ultimately winning them over. One of my favorite periods in medieval Jewish history is the fact that when Dunash came to Spain, he was kind of like the Elvis of medieval poetry. His take on how to rhyme things and how to create meter was sort of from the traditional Hebrew modalities used that Jews had riots in streets, fist fights over which mode of poetry was superior. Dunash's specific mission was to take the Shva vowel. If you're familiar with Hebrew, it's the vowel that has sort of looks like a colon under a letter. And if you're familiar, of course, it has two different sounds, Shva na, very small with different sound. In linguistics, it would look like the letter E put upside down. You see it sometimes in dictionaries. And he suggested that you should take that Shva vowel and use it as a half beat in meter, just like the Arabs do with Arabic. And this just opened up Hebrew to a whole new realm of poetry, which of course is celebrated today with songs that are sung around this table even today, like Glory of God. So that's an example of like kind of the cultural weight moving from Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of Jews living in what would be Turkey today, in the Greek peninsula, a very large number in Rome, and in that sort of sideways oval, that's Provence. That's a fascinating community in the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a fairly small population of Jews. It was much smaller in the year 1000 than Spain or even Baghdad. And also the Ashkenazim living kind of way up there in the Rhineland. Smaller communities, a little further south. Rashi was around this time in Troy, but it really quite insignificant. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around the year 1000. Smaller communities that I can't note here, the Asian Jews, Central Asia, the Khazars that we spoke about briefly last week. Now, if we look at the next 500 years, we see a few different things. First of all, most important, the population of Ashkenaz just explodes. The Ashkenazi population grows at a remarkable rate from the year 1000 to about the year 1500. So a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly there's a significant amount of migration from the south, and this is part of a much larger general population explosion from northern Europe at the time. Many historians feel that the reason for the population explosion after the year 1000 is related to climatic factors, that the ground became much more arable as a result of temperature shifts. And there's a lot of interesting theories about why that may have happened. But nevertheless, for our purposes, you have a really big population of Jews growing in Ashkenaz, which, as the great medieval scholar Robert Chasen points out, sort of cuts against the grain of most Jewish historiography that says that, suffering in Western Europe at this time when Latin Christendom was so brutal and it was so hard to make a living. So in reality, we see that the Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsion. And that's what I tried to point out with these groups here. You have expulsions beginning in 1182 from Paris, from France. France at that time was actually a very small territory, but it expanded much larger expulsion in 1306. The smaller ones right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence to the south of France, who were not part of the French kingdom at the time, they also endure expulsions, and they find their way into the Italian peninsula in particular, and also the Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout Germany. So, overwhelming in the east. And the reason for that movement is twofold. There are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era when blood libel first appears in 1144, followed closely by the host desecration, this argument that the Jews needed, torture the communion wafers, and that's combined, probably much more importantly, with economic factors. Jews are, for a variety of reasons, one of the most important being the church ban on money lending between Christians. Jews are the only money lenders, the only people providing credit in Latin Europe at this time, and it's a dangerous profession. If they extend loans unwisely to larger populations, they risk popular uprisings, which they would have in the 17th century in particular. And if they loan money to some of the more powerful noblemen, the noblemen might feel at a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed for various international campaigns and things like that. So a lot of economic and social pressures driving Jews out of Western Europe, and at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, any knick-knacks. Anybody who knows how to handle precious metals and turn them into coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 12th, 13th century is still had barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with lots of currency and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which is much larger than it is in this map at the time. It was part of a large dynastic commonwealth formed with Lithuania that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. And so the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews make their way there in communities, in waves, all the way up through the 17th century. This is what will result in the massive population of Ashkenazi Jews, although originating in the Rhineland, really populating Eastern Europe, Russia, Poland, Lithuania. Now we get to the Great Expulsion from Spain. And I know the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded in the next slide, but hopefully we can stay. Now we're looking at the red lines. And this is the colossal experience the Jews had during the expulsion from Spain. As you recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed Baghdad as really the religious and literary center of the Jewish world. And to expel the Jews from Spain was like absolutely mind-boggling. It would be akin to expelling the Jews from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. It's unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, so central to the economy and culture and so on, but nevertheless, it happened. As you can see inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews went to Portugal, because that's was the most convenient land crossing. Many of them went in the northern region along the Douro River, where I'm going to go in in February for an advanced visit before we take a cruise there in May. And also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean into North Africa or over the Pyrenees Mountains into Bordeaux, France. And some of them made the much larger trek all the way out to the New World, which was discovered at precisely this time, hoping to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil in particular. But a lot of them made their way to the north to more accommodating, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation had allowed for some more liberal environments where the Jews could be free of the Catholic Church in particular. The Netherlands and Amsterdam was an especially welcoming place because this is a culture that depends heavily on a population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands, of course, were reclaimed land. If you've ever been to the Netherlands, it's incredibly flat, and that's because they developed these dikes and windmills and to pull water out of the soil that's soaked from the ocean, and dry it out enough that they can actually plant on it. And inch by inch, they actually expanded the territory. And what that society needs is everybody has to do their part. You can't ignore the dike or property, and the neighbors aren't going to be ticked off because it will eventually flood theirs as well. This kind of cooperative culture was exceptionally welcoming to the Jews because as long as they did their part, they were accepted. It was a society that had the luxury of dominating. So a lot of reasons why Jews have to. Then you've got these fanning out throughout the Mediterranean, some of them making their way to the Italian peninsula. But the most important for our purposes at the end of this class is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Catholic Europe, and out of Protestant Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which is under the Muslims, thinking that, they had actually done fairly well, comparatively speaking, under the Muslims compared to, so they went to places like Constantinople, in this map, of course, the modern Istanbul, and Asia Minor, and the South, in Israel, which I'd like to talk about in more detail. Okay, I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and then we'll be done with the discussion of the migrations. Now, this one, I know it's so confusing because I've left everything overlaid. If you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what happened to Jews in the last century and a half. The largest population of Jews by far is now in Eastern Europe. So Ashkenazi Jews, joined by a few Sephardim, European Jewry, and of course European Jewry is still dominant as the majority population as a whole. But after 1882, when in the Russian Empire there was a massive series of pogroms that lasted 3 years, and it was evident the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try and control this popular violence directed against Jews. The Jews as a whole opted to migrate in huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. About 100,000 made their way to Canada. A similar number made their way to South America. And about 1 million made their way into Western Europe, which by now, already in the 19th century, all of those areas which had previously banned the Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially France, which had emancipated all its Jews in 1791. So Jews are moving in very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa, and the same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Australia. So it's basically a huge 20-minute overview of major Jewish population movements, I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming into contact with each other in a very big way. Especially after the 14th expulsion, you have Sephardim penetrating deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews, not being converted, the so-called Sephardim proper, the Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended in those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews, who once they were freed, were generally adopting their Jewish identity. And this gives you an overview of like how Jews began to interact with each other. What happened when you had Jews discovering each other very differently? Okay. Hope I haven't overwhelmed you with the migration. Let's now at the impact of Sephardim, and I'm going to do a little bit of a case study with the Jews of Sfat in particular. So, as you will recall, the Sephardim and just working piece that we have been walking along with is this notion that the Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with Christian society. You also have to add the fact that the Sephardim are technologically far more advanced than the Ashkenazi at this time. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Ralband, or Gersonides, who was a 13th century Jew from the region of Provence. And among his many inventions was this thing that the figure on the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. And it was an ingenious device that used physics to determine the distance of everything from heavenly bodies, like the sun shown here, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device was extremely useful for people who were going to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. There are so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science. Spain in the first half of the second millennium, they're importing all kinds of big sciences because they are the culture brokers between Arabic North Africa and Christian. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated from Greek classics, to make it into Latin, they frequently had to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into a local vernacular, which would then be rendered into Latin. So Jews are playing a critically important role, Sephardim in particular, in being the brokers for the world. Also very important for the culture broker of Jews. They're bringing, for example, great Arabic classics like the Dive Perplex and the duties of the heart and these things, and making them available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi readers as well. And this can become extremely important. I'll just put a little tag in this or X for later. The printing press, which may have actually developed in a Jewish shop in Provence about a decade before Berg invented his. It's not impossible suggestions to prove this, but the printing press was certainly something that Jews, if they didn't invent it, they fell in love with it. And had a great influence in spreading subculture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day and tended to crowd out a lot of the other competitors. So let's just put a pin in that because I want to come back to it shortly. Another thing that Spartan really brought with them was an openness to the outside world, which could prove to be quite corrosive to traditional Judaism as well. Witness in Amsterdam, where people like Baruch Spinoza really had no problem engaging with non-Jewish ideas and ultimately bearing the brunt of an excommunication effort by the Jews of that community in trying to control the spread of his philosophy, which was, of course, deeply unsuccessful. But if you go to, for example, the city of Sfat, you see a very different phenomenon that the Sephardim brought with them as they went to Jerusalem. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire, right at its peak, really. Ultimately, this is extremely important map when I consider the formation of Israel, because this is basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like and what Israel looked like at the eve of the First World War and before the British took it over. And this was all Muslim territory, and it was quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially fleeing the Inquisition in Spain. Jews proceeded at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe under Catholic domination. For example, in Italy, there's a horrific example of persecution in the middle of the 16th century, when a group of crypto Jews, that is, Jews who had been converted to Catholicism and then made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And once they were there, because conditions seemed to be acceptable and the Pope at the time didn't seem to mind, they essentially went back and started observing Judaism. And it was just a known thing that there was a group of Jews living in Ancona who were actually, outwardly Christian, but inwardly they were Jews and they practiced Jewish rituals, married amongst each other, and so on. Unfortunately, as we see in the book of Exodus as well, a new pope arose who knew not the Jews, and he was infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the Italian peninsula, and so he arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake in 1555. This is an example of how it could still be dangerous as a Jew anywhere in Catholic Europe. And the Inquisition was active right up until the 19th century, so they were really not safe. But moving to the Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, it's a different thing, because the Islam has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews within Islamic territories, called Umar, which is some Christian doctrine of witness, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live as long as they submit to it. Largely, it's definitely a class status kind of thing. They're not allowed to carry weapons or horses. They would have to wear a particular color. I believe it was yellow to distinguish themselves from others. And a lot of these things were ignored in many places. They couldn't build their synagogues new. They had to just renovate the old ones. This is why some of the synagogues in the Ottoman Empire were actually built with several sub-basements, because they couldn't make them taller, but they could make them deeper in the ground. So many Jews said, forget about living in Christian Europe, it's a loss. And they went in particular to Istanbul or Constantinople and created a tremendous amount of culture there. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with his new Jewish subjects, because they brought with them a tremendous amount of economic activity, and he was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Spa, which you can see labeled here on this map in the blue letters. It's kind of in the north of Jerusalem, and it's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear in Tanakh at all. The word spot probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is about 5,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here with the Sea of Galilee, the Kinneret in the background. Very beautiful and picturesque area. And it was a backwards town. It was very little to say for it. But the Ottoman Empire extended tax breaks to textile merchants living in Spot. And textiles are a field that Jews have historically been very involved in. My own father, was a dealer, and so all of a sudden, Spot became a center of Chinese commerce, rivaling even Jerusalem in many ways. And that was joined with a national phenomenon of spiritual tourism. A certain number of very important Jews made from the Spanish exile to Spot. By the time you got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Holocaust now in terms of time, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Spot. A remarkable number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in this tiny little village and making tremendous creative efforts in Judaism, particularly in Lurianic Kabbalah, a type of mysticism that you can see here. It's very common to use this particular shade of blue as a way of warding off the evil eye, especially to different the kinds of people who lived in Sfat in the middle of the 16th century included, read some of these graves on the bottom left is the Holy Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was one of the greatest systematizers of Kabbalah, who took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex, cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made them accessible in a book called Pardes Rimonim, The Orchard of Pomegranates, which became an instant classic in his lifetime. And by the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of new printing. All of a sudden, books are in circulation. With printing, the price of a manuscript dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was following. The Ramak had a father-in-law, or I think it was his brother-in-law. You can see on the right, his name was Shlomo Alkabetz, who was also a great Kabbalist and the composer of the Chante D poem that we recite on Friday nights based on his thought experience. And then sort of in the center, you see the student of the Ramak, who was actually from Egypt. His name was Isaac Luria, right? So also known as an Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Tzvat in order to learn with the Ramak. He lived with him for less than a year, and then the Ramak died, and the Ali died a few years later. But these men created an absolutely phenomenal revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of Jewish culture. I'm sure in your story, you're seeing the Kabbalah is really universal and inspired so many Jewish movements. And this largely is a result of the, to forgive the comparison, the post-Holocaust experience of these Sephardic and Portuguese Jews. All of these figures, with the exception of the Ali, were from Spain or Portugal, and they were, uprooted. They were refugees. The greatest among them was Yosef Caro, who was himself a childhood refugee, who was a survivor, who used this comparison, who made his way through Constantinople. And then in his old age, he made his way to Tzfat as well. And they came with a dream and a vision of a completely changed world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the bringing of the Messiah. And so their Kabbalistic studies were infused with an urgency, a drama that really propelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially through the Hasidic movement. And this is largely from these Sephardic and Portuguese Jews who created this Kabbalah, later spun off into the Ashkenazim as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazim. This is in the first half of the 19th century, and you can see how Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. Once had a large community, it's now very small. Few cities have any Jews at all. And Germany a little bit more, but that's to Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Galicia, those regions are deeply sated with Jews. And there are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period of time. Up here. And I'm sort of in a Venn diagram, because more or less You have towards the east and the south, both of the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Ari, which was in turn heavily influenced by the Sephardic Portuguese refugees. You have the Mithnagdim. These are the so-called opponents, largely the north to Romania and Prussia, who are the traditionalists who oppose the invasion of the Hasidim. Both groups ended up, perpetuating themselves to them. There was, as they say in Quebec, a controversy for the sake of heaven, and as a result, it remained. And the third group, a little bit more to the west, German lands, were the followers of the Haskalah. Let's have a very brief look at all three of these and hope to understand how it was largely their encounter with the Sephardic that affected each of them. In case of the Hasidim, we have the research of my senior colleague, Moshe Rossman, Dr. Moshe Rossman from Bar Ilan, who pointed out that for much of the modern period, there were even doubts. Did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, even exist? Because all we had above his life was a collection of stories in a document called Shiftei Nefesh in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, and a lot of them are really quite amazing, a lot of miracle stories, and people didn't know what to make of them historically. But with the fall of the Soviet Union and the opening of the archives behind the Iron Curtain, Dr. Russell was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. As you can see here, it's enlarged where we can actually see where he lived, how much he paid taxes, and so on. And he was able to write an amazing book that talked about the founder of this movement. The name of the Baal Shem Tov was Israel Ben Eliezer, and he was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the region of Svat in particular. But the kind of movement that spread under the third generation in particular, that's the generation of the students of the Maggid of Mezrich. You can see here, Mezrich is towards the south, where Hasidism had its largest impact, spread throughout the entire region, and of course, spread to the Americas as well. I happen to work in a very conceited part of the world known as Brooklyn, New York. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by this man, Vilna Gaon, who felt that there was simply too much ecstatic and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by Lithuanian standards. They had actually quite significant fights that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious enemy in the Haskalah. Fascinating kind of movement. I know we're rushing along a little bit, but I want to leave at least some time for questions. The Haskalah was also an impact of the encounter between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim, because the Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up top, a tremendous amount of energy wound up in a very tightly coiled spring with very little access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, I mentioned Spinoza, but we could go through our list of a dozen Portuguese Jews who came to many of these regions saying, you know what, the Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera, and I'm fond of their science. They've got some great science now. And so Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to come to the outside world and to question that initial stance that was developed from the Crusades, and it lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with secular culture. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Mendel, was personally an observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. For example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be relying on the internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German and communicating in German and so on. And he figured, particularly among German liberals and among a sector of Jews as well, but at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, his books were actually burned by Jews. He considered too radical. There were others, like Solomon Maimon, who were his Christoph contemporary who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. He wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he was growing up in a Hasidic family, actually in a Lithuanian family, but he encounters Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he just discovers the outside culture is way too attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. But he writes, I jumped over the convent wall book to go on. Just take a moment to discuss this. In 1772, in northern Germany, in a region called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, there was a false burial scare where people suddenly developed this wide-ranging phobia that people were buried before they were actually dead. And this caused really quite an uproar, as you might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of interesting coffins where, there's a little bladder in the coffin, and if you suddenly discovered that, wait, people had buried me when I was not dead, you could just squeeze the bladder and a flag would pop up or a bell would ring and all kinds of things like that to let people know that no, you're not actually dead. And why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of the era was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 72 hours of declaration of death. Meaning the coroner, this is 1772, it's already quite late, we're talking about the colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and then they would wait 3 days just to make sure, and then they would bury him. The problem is, Jewish burials require rapid interment. Again, the impact of Kabbalistic thought, the notion that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of the sins of this world, and we want to accelerate that as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours. Not even to use a coffin to bury a person in a shroud alone to accelerate that decomposition. So that the Duke's decree would actually contravene Jewish practice. So people turn to Mendelssohn saying, hey, please, can you argue a way out of this so that we don't have to observe this decree because, it's against Jewish law. Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to oppose the decree. He felt it was a reasonable public health measure. After all, if people are being buried prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. And furthermore, he pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily bury in the ground. This, for example, is a crypt in Beit Shan, in northern Israel, where Jews were regularly buried in these kind of shells called kofi. And there's a lot of discussion in Talmud about how this is done. And in fact, there are even very bizarre rituals that we no longer practice today, where you would bury your loved one and let the body decompose, and then after a year, you would go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So it was like perfectly normal to do all kinds of things that are different to the burial system we do today. And he wanted to say, listen, this is a scientific advancement, we should follow this particular decree. But nevertheless, he respected of his co-religionists. He wrote a letter to the Duke, and in fact, was able to the problem. But himself felt it would probably be a good idea. Other Jews said, you know what, we should just go whole hog with all this. David Friedlander, one of the students of Mendelssohn, said, we can't possibly negotiate this narrow threading the needle between engagement with Jewish culture and blocking out non-Jewish and so on. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? He called it the July baptism proposal, 1799, and everything will be fine. It was not especially popular. But nevertheless, there were a lot of Mashkinim who argued for outright assimilation, and many were simply disagreed. Others, like Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here, also from Germany in the 19th century, argued for very careful parsing of what's actually required in Jewish law and what is merely customary, and then just following that law. Finally, we get to Eastern Europe. That's where you have the masses of Jews, and the Haskalah penetrates in that region as well. We have the oldest population of Ashkenazim. We're closer to that kind of set of the Crusades, but by the time the Haskalah gets over to Eastern Europe, it overwhelms them. They are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations of Jewish identity. Yiddish becomes a literary language at this time. Zionism becomes a new idea, political Zionism, so to speak, Jewish socialism, and there are critics of the old way of living, such as Joseph Pearl, who brutalized the Hasidic movement, for example. These are all kinds of things that are happening as these Sephardic ideas, a result of the conversion, make their way to Ashkenazism. Now, we should spend at least a few minutes talking about that big population that we have ignored largely until now, the so-called Eastern communities, or the Mizrahi. And they have been largely quiet for much of the period. They're not engaged, with a few very significant exceptions, like the Danish Sky and so on. They are not producing the same kind of scholars that you see coming out of the Sephardic diaspora or the Ashkenazic world as well. But there is a very significant influence because the Sephardim, bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire, overwhelmed a lot of the local cultures. It's kind of a sad element to all of this, because you'll recall I mentioned the popularity of printing. So one of the things that tends to happen in just the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most book tends to destroy all kinds of smaller things. Like they say, this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today, partly as a result of loss of our local book. That people browse for books anymore. They go and they buy, the dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for new authors to make their way into the field because there's just no exposure for them. And so when the Shulchan Aruch is written by a Sephardi rabbi, Yosef Karo, and it is published, it gets the imprimatur of the commentary of the Ashkenaz that shuts down all of the Siddur that we have. So many other local modifications to prayer that we see in local towns in France and Germany and in Italy. These different liturgies, these different, literary, gems, is simply become lost because of the overwhelming steamroller effect, in particular of the Sephardim. So most of the Odu and Israel, the eastern communities, some of the old, like in places like Aleppo, Damascus, and elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence, and they begin to adopt Sephardic ritual, so they are ironically called Sephardim, even though they have no sort of tribal or biological connection to Spain. They're really the Abraham Israel, but they have been overwhelmed by Spanish culture. They will, however, to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the state of Israel, because then you have the so-called Jewish Nakba, where many of the Muslim countries of North Africa and the Middle East expel their Jews as a kind of a revenge for this of the state of Israel. And the number, which is ironically pretty much the same as the number that Palestinians claim for their Nakba from the land of Israel, you have roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled or coerced or flee in fear from their countries to the land of Israel. And these are essentially the Mizrahi who make a huge impact in Israeli culture. You look at the demographic population of Israel today, you'll see that Ashkenazim constitute about a third, right? And the Ashkenazim were the pioneers in the early part of the story, from about the 1880s to the early 1950s. And by the way, that's not considering the recent, the old Jewish community that was kind of like the descendants of the centuries Jews who had lived there, along with smaller numbers of migrants from Ashkenaz and other ones. Mizrahi Jews constitute another third, but as you'll notice, no one here is Sephardic in this chart. It doesn't say Sephardic Jews, largely because Sephardic Jews, when they left Spain, they actually dropped in numbers significantly. And many of the Jews who call themselves Sephardic today are really coming from places like Turkey or Syria, or where they definitely have absorbed Sephardic culture. This becomes a political significance when Menachem Begin, shown here when he was in disguise because he was on the run from the British mandate authorities, and so he disguised himself very cleverly as a rabbi. He actually was quite learned. And this is Elisa, who was his political advisor and everything in this country never did. He was able to, even though he was himself Ashkenazi, to tap into the voice of the Mizrahi community and bring them to the political movements that resulted in 1977 elections over the traditional elite and really allowed Sephardim, aka Mizrach Jews, they had their own crew. Those two people like Rabbi Bundy was himself from Baghdad, but nevertheless was the chief Sephardi rabbi of his history and genius when it came to Torah and formulation of what is anyone who follows Lacha of the Shulchan, as opposed to Yad Ramah, which is an allusion to Rabbi Moshe Isserles and his commentary on the Sephardi Shulchan Aruch. To define that way, Sephardi is actually a very large tent that includes all kinds of people who may not necessarily be connected directly to the same, but have a share in its cultural. So that brings me to the conclusion of these three series of lectures, and I hope I've given you some insight into the factors that shape the Jewish mind, specifically the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, and also the Hebrew. Mizrach. There are many other smaller Jewish sub-ethnicities. God willing, maybe in another 2 series we'll have the opportunity to explore those as well. But until then, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention to these 3 lectures. And I think we have time for a few questions.
With cheese on the plate sometimes, and they don't smell great. It's okay to me. To me, if you have to understand, people need to eat on a 5-hour flight, so it's fine. You don't need to. You can't just bring pretzels and shit. I'm forgiving if people bring, but if you bring what? Curry? Well, no, forget it. No, forget it. That's what stinks. You know what stinks? I have them at some airports. Is when it's a teriyaki.
Again, right on time.
Oh, he just wanted it on my face.
By Mr. Bars, Mr. Rose.
No matter where you're sitting. Well, if I don't get upgraded, I'm sitting in there.
This is history of Sephardi food, right? Okay. Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Koshaya. And Mr. Ruda, it'll take me a while to learn your name. Let's experience the material. What I'd like to say, so today's class is the real material that actually taught We're also going to do it's going to be almost still it's going to be distributed this.
No, check this out. This is the thing that I bring my phone. Okay, clear your ID.
I'll choose myself. We have the opportunity.
They have a thing now called touchless ID.
There we go. There's a nice picture of me just taken in this hallway a little while ago. My name is Henry Livingston. I am great. So forth, we do this campus. I've been with First since 2000 and several different campuses. But this is definitely my new favorite course. My background is I have a PhD in history in Toronto. I specialized in history at that time, and my first book was called by Harvard on history of the Jews of Ukraine. I did afterwards got interested in a few other things, some art history, the history of the Talmud, and I wrote a few different books that I interested in spies and circle that was active there for a while. And right now, my big project, which I've been working on for about 5 years now, is a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. First volume is already with the publisher. I'm working on designing the master stuff, and I'm working on the second volume now. I had the good fortune to study at great universities while they still were great at Cornell or Oxford University. And in terms of my course study, I came to the university and adults. Around the same time that I was using this other thing, I studied history at Orson Math. This one was destroyed for a month, and the launch was on Canadian. I get it. Sorry, I am very sorry. I apologize in advance. Canadian, okay. I wrote a few books, and my friend Ben comes to my heard of my podcast on Jewish history. Don't be careful with the volume I get. Let's see that. It's probably true up the door. There's a volume right here. Let's try this volume. Jewish history film is called All Half, and it's kind of an audacious enterprise. 2,711 short videos on aspects of history on that particular topic. Sometimes they're make a lot of sense. They're like biographies or occasionally events, but sometimes they're just kind of wild, material, culture, ancient Roman plumbing. That's kind of like my academic background. I think we have time for a very quick go around the room. Tell us why you want to take this course, or at least why you're here for the first day of the event of the hydraulic area. This is what I was going to start.
I would like to say born, and but I like to say they're elsewhere in the house, in the way I identify myself. That's allowed me. So normal study every and so this guy is fascinated.
My answer is a little different. I'm just here for study reasons. Right now, I'm taking a class. Yeah, I think I wouldn't call it a chill class. I think
Not chill, but like not like
yeah, like you said, I like that better. I'll show you in the next slide how we're going to grade this course. So the workload, I think, emulating fun, interesting. Not too onerous though. You're not going to break yourself over this. Most other disciplines, I don't think anyone wants professional historian. So you're kind of so you may go that work harder at that. Okay, next one. Mr. Litch, Mr. Rubin. Litch. So that says all the yes, or the Street.
That makes no sense because they're
Or
except for Caitlin
and
Clark.
I heard that Custer advises. I think it's going to be another side. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Mr.
She's cool.
Oshaya. Please go ahead. Although I know.
Protect your house with ringing. You know what I mean? It's like, an endorsement.
Mr. Arosh.
She's Eric's type. She's
Very good. Thank you. She's just told me. Wait, let me get the IM.
Let's, okay. Simple. That's right. Alex stroke my ego. Very good.
Well, we're going to do some of the nasty stuff. We will expose airways, phenomenal surgery, but there are some problematic aspects that things will not follow.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking forward to I'm looking for also great development that poetry and history is so.
Each team.
Just look at the having that Oh, Ruben. The Kaplan.
I just think it's enough with it. They should stop talking about this. All the men keep talking about they don't care. This is an acceptable law.
So first of all, I already got out of the way and I corrected you in saying that is consideration to go further. And with that said, I've done some minor things for my history. For example, I've retained citizenship in at least one country where kind of comes during Holocaust, Austria. And the reason I mentioned it is because my family was from Austria before that they were from Spain, and some family, and therefore I'm debating getting Portuguese citizenship. So I have both Portuguese citizenship for both. Portuguese is easier and they're more lenient about it. So with that said, I figured I should do something to deserve it. You can look at Portugal. Very productive group of young intellectuals, and I hope that that clock is completely wrong. And it's close enough. We're going to go till 7:10. Dinner is served upstairs at 7. So if you're really starting, don't worry.
But we'd be singing a different tune, like the baby girl. If she started playing basketball, she was
Apparently that's the
baby.
baby.
I'd probably be like, yeah, babe. But for the
You can follow paper or on screen here. As we mentioned, it's 3 credits and experimental course, no prerequisite. The big deal in the experimental part is I am going to be finding some live streaming. This record and put them onto Canvas so you guys will watch the live stream audience is after. They're not going to be able to
all we're talking about, they might want to consult, and it might have other benefits. The really cool thing about this AI for the experimental grading. What I mean by the artificial intelligence is going to change remarkably already. And one of the big things I have to do as a team here is try and figure out how to navigate this shift into the world of AI. We're going to look at the whole gamut of supply chain history from the origin of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. First, basically Spain and Portugal today, they come down to Africa. At the support of diaspora, more than half and half, first half is going to be going from the population around the first century, up until the expulsion. And then we're going to look at both the crypto fee and cross-Iran. We'll also have the part of the Mediterranean basin, Turkey, Poland, Western Europe, and of course the Americas as well. Of course, China. And part of it it has some value, but it's probably better if we start from the beginning. We'll video at it today, and especially on Thursday, we're going to do that question. How does the bargain differ from nationality? Where do they come from? Why do they come from different places? So Thursday, right? We can. They're not really part of it. They're actually, when we talk about nationality, it's part of it, but it's not binary. Not either way. They're identified as partner, but they actually have some. Hold on to that first for Thursday. Don't drop the class after Thursday. Okay, so let's look at the grading. The text. There is a required textbook that basically a good one volume survey contained by James Gerber. It's graded based on the entirety of this course, and it's been around since '94, so you can get new copies, not too expensive, and it's one volume that you can always refer to. This is going to, a lot of these classes are going to be split, so I'm going to send you a video of a lecture that I probably gave a while before, and then you come to class, you'll be prepared to discuss it. A lot of my students watch me on 1.5 or 2 speed. I think come out with 20 so slowly. So you can watch them fast and and we're going to base the grading on some written material that and we can probably have the other before because of AI, and also one live presentation to the class where you will choose some figure in part of history that you want to use by part of genius, and then you will make a presentation in 15 minutes on that person. The point is that you used to have one volume easy reference. I personally like an actual paper copy of a book like this, but PDF is not enough. Here's the tricky part. We're going to do this with AI. Artificial intelligence, as I mentioned earlier, is a sort of experiment with AI tool. Very simple job. It's your job. Oh, your IT. Absolutely. And it's the kind of thing that it makes the organization look small, makes really scary. Exactly.
I'm basing on all those things. You know, I don't understand a lot about how AI works, but it's massive, and people say a sort of proverb now, you will likely not be replaced by AI, but you will be replaced by someone using AI. You know, whatever job you intend to do using AI, I can't think of any examples where that's not done. And you're right at that transition point where you're here for a couple of school, and then you're going to hit the workforce, you better know how to deal with this. I'm like kind of generation that you Egyptian servitude and wanted to just for years. So like you're one of those, or how do you know? I don't. I'm learning this myself. I'm more information, but really engaged experimental with this is you'll see this new document, but the most important thing is yeah, look how this expands when I do that. Well, go check out the paper. Green, yellow, red, right? These are the symbols. You can use AI for ideation assistance, like to brainstorm, figure out ideas, to plan topics. Also, it's kind of useful for, management. You might want to say, what was Maimonides? You can actually tell the AI, pretend you're Maimonides, the actual kid down. I was like, yo, right? And then you can ask the AI, I don't control it. What am I how Maimonides might be responding. It's all based on material that's called hypothesis. What you can also do in the yellow region is you can actually write stuff telling AI to write for you, but it has to be with attribution. You have to help it to reveal what is not your writing. A simple paragraph right based on this prompt. And this is show you in a second. Then this lies like you know, unless you're prepared to test it, you can get caught up in flies, so it's actually report that. Not acceptable is AI generated content where you just say, write me a 3,000 word paper that will make Dr. Richardson happy on history, then print it out and send it to me. That's not great. So we read this and we will experiment with different varieties of having used AI. Here's an example of it lying. Okay? This is ChatGPT 3.5. Know that the 3.0, by the way, is able to score high enough on the LSAT to accept the IQ colleges. You can pass the final AP exam on the first try. Serious part. So I'm going to Bordeaux a little later, Bordeaux in France, in late October, and so I go, okay, what do you know about Bordeaux? And I asked ChatGPT. What is this? Bordeaux, France. Kind of like Google. And he gave me this really nice answer, and I thought, well, that's actually pretty good. So you know what? I want to know more about the ancient period. I want to know what archaeological evidence demonstrated Jewish life in Bordeaux, France. And I had to do read some stuff on it, so I was sort of testing ChatGPT myself. So then I write, tell me examples of ancient, and ask it examples of ancient Jewish sites in Bordeaux. Listen to it, sir. One of the most notable examples is Talmud, a medieval manuscript that contains commentary on Talmud by Rabbi Meshulam ben Yaakov. This manuscript is considered an important example of I've read all these books. I know there are no more restrictions on this particular topic. Nobody mentions the Bordeaux Talmud. What are you talking about? Right? So I asked ChatGPT. I said, tell me more about the Bordeaux Talmud. It says, I made a mistake in my previous response. There is no historical evidence of a Bordeaux Talmud or a specific manuscript by Rabbi Meshulam ben Yaakov. And then something like the Talmud, and it says here, thank you for pointing out the error, and I appreciate it.
Sam Jackson, and now it's her.
Now,
Really?
what
And it's, I mean, it's
will really impress me
but like,
is just
but she's the number one
Huh?
I mean, I just saw
like,
it on
I guess,
Instagram about
I
like
mean, and if I hadn't read these books about Bordeaux and ancient presence, and I knew there's like half a dozen theological farms related. And all of a sudden, this BS about the Bordeaux. If I didn't know,
yeah, I get it.
so it's a dangerous tool because it's so powerful. Most of what it writes is really great, but it has enough of these so-called hallucinations that you have to do this. We'll spend lots of time looking at it. Okay, so here's actually how we're going to calculate a grade for this course. I think it should be fun and easy and interesting for all of us. First of all, September 11th, reason why I give you such an early date on this, so we can drop the class on my grading. This is where 10% of your grade. Choose an AI tool, and you have one that comes with your tool. This is a Microsoft one, but AI, right? There's many of them coming out of 10. Use question, who are the supporters in 500 words? And basically, copy and answer into a Word document, and then write a commentary on it. Accurate, false, misleading, tell me what you think of what the AI says. Because you can see it as one or no. You can answer the question several times before it learns so fast. I've asked it the same question several times, and it gives me it's weird. Someone else, and by the way, be very careful what you put in there because you are contributing to it as well. So don't put in there. Because it's very complicated. It depends on the program. Like the Copilot is kind of interesting because it will it'll give you an answer. And by the way, you can also make pictures. So I use it sometimes for creating images along with my whatever. It's fun like that. I have a video here on Shabbos on the Rambam Shabbos Tula, and I said, the last pair is all about being, sick with love for God. So I told ChatGPT, draw me a picture of my mom's love sick. It's a pretty funny example. So then it gives me a little suggestion. Put some Hebrew characters in the background. How about a tortoise scroll? They'll ask you for stuff. Sure. So that's one of the things. Yes, yeah. Well, I want you to make a critical approach to easy generate those steps. I guarantee you something like 90% of it is perfectly true. You're going to come back and say, wow, this is like astounding. And if you find flaws in it, you're not going to be graded on your flaws. The point is, we're exploring AI, we're trying to understand how we can use it effectively in our own research. And first easy assignment is how do we like the sound answer?
Rachel's potty training video has 48
Mr.
views.
You can do it any way you want. You can write a line by line, you can write a response afterwards. The main thing is the objective of this assignment is to get you to encounter AI and see its power, maybe see its limitations, then you have more content. And when you're uploaded to Canvas, there's a little spot in the assignment. Then we're going to do the same thing this for September 20th. Choose, unlike this where I give you one just to prompt you to choose a Wikipedia article that deals with any aspect of this article. Like, something about, because Wikipedia is different, right? Wikipedia is not written by AI. Wikipedia is crowdsourced. Everybody, including crazy people, can add to this. So Wikipedia occasionally has totally misinterpreted things, and sometimes there's
actually pretty research. It's very heavily. So, the article on anything you want to talk about, and use AI tools like Ask AI for Excel and things like that. See what the AI gives you to help you assess 500 words, assessing that's basically you're going to write the 500 words, you use AI to write that. Red, yellow, red, red. So yeah, you guys can go wild with AI. Just try to follow the stuff. Then we have a 20-minute presentation in class where we'll talk about then November 26th, a research proposal of 500 words plus bibliography, proposing research on a topic. What person inspired this? Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you pointed out, Mr. Gross. This is one of the time and energy saving devices here. You can do almost all of this on the single content. In other words, your research proposal, your research paper, your supporting presentations, and all be on the same topic. The idea is to come up here in this class, you will really have a good understanding of that topic. Final exam is going to be take home open book and open book. Hopefully by the time you get to the end of it, you'll have some experience in AI tools. Each of it, read of it, and you'll be able to use it. There's also a 10% bonus as you schedule and attend a library consultation session. Sit down with the librarian and just take a selfie with the librarian and upload it, or you can do it online. You have like tutorials and things like that. The idea of the bonus is designed to try and encourage you to make these conventional library users. So that's basically the range of well, it's going to flow from your research proposal, but I guarantee you, if you learn how to use AI, it will generate a 2,000 word.
I don't think Miss Rachel has kids, though, does she?
And you have to decide, okay, am I going to spend, 22 hours doing this research to write it and then maybe another 10 hours writing it? Or am I going to go to AI and test to write it take 20? And then I will teach it. The whole idea is you will not be replaced by AI, but you will be replaced by AI. Just look at it's scary, right? Yeah, but that's the world that's going into. No, I'm not going to use it. You're going to be like, I'll try it.
Hey kids, today we're going to learn about fucking
that.
Started over. Kids today we're going to learn about compartmentalization.
So what you will find, and I urge you to read this page of the show with some more detail, but what you will find is that you're not going to be satisfied with just turning out a good AI. You're going to, you have something you're curious about right now, and you will look at the AI product, and it will spur other questions. Maybe you'll use another AI, or use that AI to ask a question about something in that feature. And you say, okay, now it's going on some direction. I'm going to cut this part of it. But ultimately, AI is kind of like a massive encyclopedia of all world knowledge. And it is so fast and is able to zero in on the material that you want, that just working with it is the learning experience.
Kids, did you know that
very different from what you've ever done before. But it is going to take value. By the way, John, as I say, the one that has not generalized, I'm done next year, all your other courses. Because we are all trying to figure out how to use this technology and how to train you to use it effectively and effectively. So don't assume that the way we do it here is okay elsewhere. Like you can talk to your instructors and say, listen, I want to use that. I use AI like this. Okay, got it. Yeah, so set a question based on I could context. I would like to give text, I give it this is what I want in production, this is the body of itself. Essay, I would just like you to phrase structure that is acceptable. Is acceptable, it's called AI assisted, in the sense that you have to go back over it, review it, make it your own, edit it, make sure that you're comfortable with it.
Sometimes it often have you reaction.
Yeah.
But I usually do it as what I just mentioned. But also, once taking that and after, between the context and protecting other nuances. So we not actually do that much writing with our crazy construction situation, but at the end, I am finding it again and again.
Yes, absolutely.
That's it.
You can do that in this class, no problem. Again, attributed. What some AI tools offer, especially in primary and secondary levels, they have trackers that will log in to this particular AI tool, you use it, and then it will send a report to your instructor exactly what you did with it. So the instructor will be able to verify that you used it in the appropriate way. So that's okay to do it all. There's also one really amazing program that's called Goblin, that allows you to write something and you can adjust the tone. For example, a person wants to break up with his romantic partner and says to her, I've had it up to here with you, I never want to see you again. I never want to see you again. And then the whole scale where you say, more polite, more gentle, harsher, whatever. And it will take that text and really the most amazing way. So AI is just going to change everything, and we have to figure out. Mr. Arosha. When I go to the library, I want you to train me. I should have changed the way I phrased that. I should have stayed out of it. Nice. I'm actually probably going to last ever treated by but this means go to the librarian and one of their tutorial programs, working on a one-on-one meeting to explain library are. The goal of this bonus is to get to the library, onto the virtual library, and to get information. I would accept library, but why not use this one?
You just performed like 2 weeks ago. Is this last one?
Yeah, so that's assignment, that's the yeah.
The Prince of Darkness. That was the reality show king.
The goal of this assessment, what I want you to walk away with, is a sense of power. Also, if you can find this launch, that would be great. But if there's no word count on this, you tell it to write 500 words. Because usually the 500 words because I don't know. So that's pushing the rest of this year. So you read a statement in that, and there's a Bordeaux comment. You say, tell me about the Bordeaux comment. See what makes sense. Come back to something that may be firm, full of self. Things like that would be really good. Yes, it's Google. Use your tools. You want to tell it to your social community? Yeah, because you're right together. That's why I do this stuff.
doing this together. This is pretty neat. Okay, let's go forward though. I want to do some actual history stuff. Here's what we're going to cover. I'm not adding specific dates because one of the challenges of teaching a course when I have administrative duties is that I'm going to be traveling a bit. Usually from Toronto, I do have one personal travel, so you may not meet every single day. I will give you advance notice that we won't have a class meeting, and I'll probably send you a lecture, a recorded lecture that you should watch and do something like that. But so it may not be every Tuesday, Thursday.
I don't understand why people don't.
Through an email or Canvas. Yeah, so check your Canvas. Everyone here has some issues, and you've been on Canvas yet.
I've been on it, I don't really want to send it.
So there's a little inbox on the left, or you can use my regular email, which would be better. I hope I put my email on it. It is on my Canvas. It's not well, it's just Henry Dawson. But I just do it. Oh, no, I actually prefer to Canvas, but I'll respond to both. The assignments you will upload to Canvas. All your assignments go into that one place. All right, here's the topic, no dates, but we're going to go order. Today we'll talk a little bit about party, and on Thursday I hope to do a very broad overview of the next week we're going to go to a really bizarre period of Spain before Spain became Muslim. It had a kind of pagan and later Christian, but not the same Christian as the rest of Europe. There's not today, so-called the coexistence period that's much longer. We're going to spend 1 minute on my Maimonides because he was towering. Towering period. We really got to spend a lot of time on him. And we're specifically going to look at the controversy around him, his work. Then after my Maimonides, after my Maimonides, we'll go to the Reconquista. Basically what happens is Spain is pushed hated, then it's called Christianity called Arianism. Then it becomes Muslim, then it becomes Christian again. That's what the Reconquista means, the reconquest. It's Christian, that is followed by the Inquisition. That lasted for about 600 years, actually, and of course it culminates in the expulsion. That great moment of the Gate of Star where creating a sense of law. Good. 300,000 then we're going to look at Jews in hiding, the idea in Peninsula, and then afterwards, because they have the remain in hiding in there, so afterwards, in 3 different units on the planet, part of diaspora. Look at their existence in Europe, primarily in places like London and onward. We're going to go to North Africa and Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey, Constantinople. We're going to look at Senator, the Orif was there, the Carl, the Lamas, the Isal, things Kabbalah, Manoa. We're going to do about 10 minutes, a lot of time there. For about 50 years, incredible level of expression to his ideas, and then and then finally, we're going to come to start diaspora in the New World, not only in the Caribbean, South America, Central America, but also coming up here to New York. And what essentially will be a Holocaust, then we're going to look at the so-called Jewish snapshot, where the term, which is the Arabic term meaning catastrophe, is what Palestinians use to describe
the displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians. And it was a current time of displacement during the Arab-Israeli conflict that resulted in the creation of Israel. In subsequent years, roughly the same number of Jews were forced out of Arab countries, most of them were Spartans, making their way to that's what we're going to talk about here. And then finally, we're going to conclude by looking at Sparta in the 21st century. That's the overview, of course. Historically, it's going to be like a whirlwind of activity. Okay. Any questions about the story? Here, we are going to do 80 for this one, but it will be probably more like, let's say, 15%. So we're going to the roots, especially the electrical spiritual. Yes, definitely, especially with the 20 But again, this is a broad survey, so we'll probably just spend 2 minutes here looking at more larger trends rather than but that's what it could be topics.
Yeah, the one where he blamed the Coldplay staff for that was real.
The answer is no, but he really liked people thinking. Played it up quite a bit. Okay, so let's do a little bit of actual history of the last half hour or so of class. Okay? So we're going to ask questions introduce you to some stuff that I find especially fascinating. This is, of course, a map that shows the expulsion of Jews from Spain and Portugal. We're going to spend a lot more time talking about this over the course of our semester. But these arrows, which are not comprehensive, there are a lot more arrows really that we could put here. There's two really important migrations. There's an initial one. Well, actually, let me ask you a question. You've heard of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue? There's actually a few of those, Spanish and Portuguese. Why do you call it Spanish?
In both cases, they were started by immigrating.
Any other possibilities? Sure, okay. Saint Peninsula, why don't they call like Iberian? Or what, the term Portugal, not especially refer to both. I mean, it's Farad, it's like whole culture. Like, for example, I not a Spartan. I have one of my sons tomorrow is Spartan, but I am a Lithuanian. So Lithuania, the concept of Lithuania has nothing to do with the actual borders. So, Farad includes Portugal. Why do you have a big difference about it? An idea or even only very, very briefly, and actually only after. So here's the basic answer. And it's one of those things that's kind of like sub rosa for a lot of this stuff. 1492, Jews had basically two options. What were they? Convert or so those Jews who left, like the Abarbanel, for example, they're called Spanish. A lot of the Portugal are at least 50,000, but no problem with location. Right? Portugal is here on the edge of the peninsula. It's a similar kind of Romance culture. Those are Jews that have been there for a long time. So many of them fled to Portugal.
Yes, it was delayed. But what about the social aspect? There were lots of places. Lots of places, yeah, but he didn't necessarily pick it. Videos and videos, they love to do very true, but not the answer I'm looking for right here. The basic thing is that unlike Spain, which gave the convert or the lead option, 1496, Manuel the First said in Portugal, this is so valuable. I can't keep you here with personal reasons and political reasons that we'll talk about later. So everyone's converting to Christianity right now. So unlike the Jews of Spain, the Jews of Portugal did not have the choice, and they were immediately made into Christians. There's a lot of questions you'll ask, well, you know, the king said, well, what's the count? Go back. Well, basically, the second guy, then over the course of generations, many Portuguese tried to get towards. And when they set up their lives in London, Amsterdam, wherever, when it was safe for them, then they reclaimed it. Often after having lived as Christians, for centuries, the Portuguese Jews were very different from the Spartans, the Spanish Jews. Because the Spanish Jews retained their Jewish status with all its disabilities for hundreds of years, frequently living in ghettos and things like that. But the Portuguese Jews were kind of like the ultimate Dalai Lama, who returned to their land later on, and they had a remarkable impact on the rest of the people. We spent a lot of time talking about them, but the reason is Portuguese, the Spanish Portuguese Jews, two quite different populations that recognize their common roots, but all have very, very different attitudes how to deal with those people. And it was not always, so then that explains okay Spanish Jews. A lot of the blue lines represent Portuguese Jews. And there's two different centuries here as well. So it's not Portuguese because the 17th century where they kept on migrating. What about all of these Jews way out here in what about all the Jews who live in Damascus, Aleppo, that lived there before the Spartans and don't we call them Spartans? Do we call the Jews in Damascus not Spartans? So, Mizrahi, okay, very good. And what supposed to they call it? Because it's somehow related. We use the term Mizrahi now in particular, especially 21st century. But last, let's say in the 1900s, they themselves, right? Then China is so really now. I'm going to have to modify the question. What I want to say is, by the way, was one of these Spanish anecdotes, and they just wait two concepts and they down to the side. So it's really good because of the side was okay. But the influence of Sephardic thinkers on these populations was so huge that many of them simply adopted wholesale the side of the Shokanor. In fact, that's what Rabbi Yosef has to say about it. I want to take you into one specific issue to give you a sense of. Here's a chart that I think you will find very useful, especially for Brown. I think you asked this question earlier. What is this chart we're looking at? Everyone, guess what this is? So that's our excellent, very good. This is actually measuring besides the salt.
So were they done?
Pretty good odds. This is a DNA. This is a chart of a particular chromosome on people who identify as Korean. How do they get here? This is done by Doron Behar and a few other scholars. This is pretty amazing stuff. So this is basically Jewish history measured with DNA. You have purple lines. You have a huge mass of Jews expelled from Israel in the ancient period. Josephus, very important historian of the first century, says that maybe as many as 100,000 Jews were shipped away from Israel by the Romans at the end of the day. Most of them, of course, were shipped up here to Italy, the Roman Empire, and they were forced into servitude, and within generations they managed to become much well established there, and many of them went around the 9th century up to have lots of good DNA evidence. That's basically the roots of Ashkenazi Jewry. Primarily ancient Israelites making their way through Italy, joining with Aryan from northern Italy in particular, and then establishing themselves around the year 850 in the Rhine. You do DNA studies of Ashkenazim from the 15th century on. How do we have DNA from Jews in the 15th century, by the way? So their descendants test. Yeah, but how do you test 15th century people? So there's a few major discoveries of bones, like for example in Norwich, they're digging up a shopping center, they're digging up the land for the shops there, and they found about 20 bodies buried in an ancient well, probably from the second crusade. And when they dug them up and they started doing all the DNA analysis on the bones, they discovered that they were all identical to modern Ashkenazi Jews. So we have a pretty good idea from finds like that of what Jewish DNA is like. Then a lot of them moved in the 16th century, they began to move to Eastern Europe. That's where the vast majority of American Jews, about 70% of Americans, come from these Eastern European mass. Sephardic Jews, on the other hand, a lot of them made their way, also expelled, but also migrated across the coast of North Africa, and then making their way into the so there's a admixture, but they have a different path taking them to Spain. So this is based on scientific evidence, as it is combined with DNA evidence. When you look at Sephardim today, they have comparatively little Italian DNA, whereas Ashkenazi Jews have between 35 and 70% Italian DNA, which explains a lot. Very valuable people who like.
So when they migrated to Europe,
Killing it in the looks department.
This is basically France. Like Germany is right next to it. The Rhineland is Ashkenazi.
so a lot of them
That's excellent. There's a lot more stable than you can learn, but it's basically what's called genetic modeling, where you have, for instance, a very small number of people who survive through the catastrophes, and they are responsible for much larger transmission. One of the weird things about Ashkenazi European is they are 6% of them are descended from just 4 women. for Italian.
At some point, it's all people who have Italian. They must have had to pass this.
Yeah, yeah. And we know about them from literature as well. The describes this specific a name that made a way out to places like literary evidence correspond to I don't want to get too far away from parties. We only got this is the root of migration. This sort of thing from about a year. Yeah. Well, again, Israel is not completely emptied out, but there's this massive, horrible destruction of population. Jews fought huge, unsuccessful wars against the Romans, right? 66, 70, that's like Bishop House, that's the destruction of the temple, and again, they fought in 160 to keep those wars, and again, they fought up to those in 135. There's a massive dispersion of Jews through those wars, and we're assuming that the Sephardi Jews probably made their way based on DNA, with strong availability, made their way from North Africa. From, well, the first born was the first century, and Titus and Bar Kokhba in the second century. I don't know why. But anyway, so the question I'm asking you is about but let's go to Trancoso, which is one of my favorite things. A map, all that I mentioned that you have something like 60,000 maybe more Jews when they're forced to this choice of flight or conversion, they made their way across very permeable border into Portugal. There's a river that runs here from Salamanca down to Portugal that is called the Douro River. It's the most easily navigable rivers, and a lot of Jews made their way that way to Portugal. And there's this little town here called Trancoso, which has the whole thing. There are, for example, a couple of times so you'll find like these so-called Jesus stars. So regular homes, but there are
what is it? The East Coast.
but you see, like when Jesus is saying point here, walls are actually
That's the number one choice.
It's actually a double bill. You guys choose the one here. This is the star. I have already but this is what I think is especially fascinating about the let's remember that Emmanuel first converts all the Jews of Portugal in December. So all of a sudden, overnight, all these Jews are now Christians. Manuel says, listen, don't worry, I'm not going to bring in the shredded Inquisition right away. Relax, I'm not going to really force you to stop stuff like that, but it comes in 2 decades later. And when it comes in, the Portuguese fiercer, more onerous than the Spanish Inquisition. It's terrifying. So, we'll talk about it. What it meant to each party in the Jews have to go underground. And little villages like Trancoso have like a population of 5,000. Spotted around in known neighborhoods, about 250 bizarre inscriptions. I'm going to ask you what you think. There's a lot of theories, and no one has really come up, I think, to convince them. But these are all inscriptions primarily in the old Jewish order. Some are outside the walls, and they look like This is like where the mezuzah would be.
You're talking about sand.
There's like cross, sort of a cross on the bottom of it.
That's
And
what I
here
count
is
as
another one that has another cross in the bottom. Or cross, anchor. Nowhere else. Built now a large Jewish population. And they lived there for 100 years. The large cross. Yeah, well, when they just put cross. Very valid. Mr. Lipschitz is on to one theory that says that this actually you see on this is better here. One of the trees were used for marking their houses as Christian cross. But the other two, they're kind of thinking a little way. Possible. But it's hard to believe, I think, in a small town like 5,000 people. Don't know who's Chris. So it's not cool. By the way, you don't say it's actual church station and
that's crazy. That's insane.
another theory is that when you see this in other cryptocurrency towns like Belmonte, that Christians may have just gone and face the doors of Jewish homes and put a really huge cross on them. Several examples of this. It looks like, like planting a cross and setting it on fire outside of the door, right? And these are actually very soft stones, and you can make these strips without too much, but it's hard to repair it. Exactly. So one theory is that the Christians want to mark these people to be now Christians. They have a habit of this themselves, kind of like a mark of shame. These players never fired it up. Some of them are really Possibly. So it could be a little bit like a prophylactic measure, like maybe the Jews themselves put up with something. I know we were Jewish and like one generation ago we didn't eat pork, but now we love pork. Look at us. We put this on our wall. That could be too. A lot of questions don't answer this story. But there are so many of these, it's hard to dismiss. I like to think of them a little bit like, let's say you are visiting a MAGA neighborhood, all your friends are MAGA, or hats and stuff like that, and you like houses. So if you put a kind poster out front of your house, and you're asking, oh, you don't want to like make yourself that. So maybe you'll choose a different kind of sign. It doesn't say capital, but maybe it says, maybe we should all have like national health. Maybe you'll choose something that you would calm down. We know the people that are not MAGA, but they're not willing to like hold yourself to the That's my favorite theory, but it's not entirely. By the way, one thing where AI is trying to figure out what the conflict is. I spoke to experts in Portugal about it. Some say it's very hard to date. I don't believe that theory myself. But especially because of the wide variety of networks. But I will say one last point I find really powerful. You have to look carefully here if you want to see this. On one wall, someone has written here, Summit,
Sound like this. I actually saw it in person. I didn't see it. Yeah, the guy showed me around my first summit. And if these are recently dated to, let's say, the 1700s, we're talking about someone who has been really great they've had 4 or 5 generations living as Christians, but they still hold here the idea of one example. I'm a 3rd generation Canadian. My Sadie and my buddy immigrated from Lithuania, both sides of the family, beginning of the 20th century, and they spoke Yiddish. That was their native language, that's what they spoke with each other. My parents can understand Yiddish very well, and they can answer into like kitchen Yiddish, but they're not, they're not like reading books in Yiddish, and they're not like if I try to speak Yiddish, because I studied German, I sound like I'm nuts. I can sort of read it, but I don't speak it. And that's only 3 generations living with no person. My parents were Canadian, I was Canadian, in America, and I forgot to like that. 3 generations of gone. This is like at least 5 generations of tremendous persecution, where writing in Hebrew could get you and your family and your friends all perfect. Still doing
She's crazy how sweet she is and very beautiful. And she likes to get kisses.
It's written in cursive Hebrew. But this is after Russia anyway, but they definitely should. I didn't plan on it, but we can go in that area.
She's so little, like this one big hug.
Were there any other neighbors or family? This is symbol that everyone needs to be part of that. She's 4.5 pounds in the veterinarian lady. This is the only inscription I found in San Jose. Yeah, and there's also literature, especially when those Jews, it doesn't sound like a lot, but Jews that live in the ghetto, for example, then they publish their memoirs and because how dating is based on guesswork and so it's not really not that well. I'm showing you kind of like cutting edge stuff. The only thing written about San Jose is maybe 4 or 5 articles in Portuguese. And this is like the national drawing. Like Peru, a lot of
That's crazy. Are we live?
Wait, why didn't you tell us? We wouldn't have been talking about that.
Okay, so bottom line though, you ask the question, who is inspired we? And Rabbi Yosef was asked this question, he of course is coming back to that. So clearly the issue that I'm talking about, but he was, really of the scholar. He's showing Theon, right, the chief part of Rabbi Israel. Well, really fine. His answer on the top was, anyone follows
Yeah, because you get 2 of them.
2 of them in a package. Hunter's kind of decadent. I don't
they
need
have
all of that.
further breakdowns, they have,
Did you
they
ever?
have, and so on.
all these
I watched it, but not just most
who
people.
are
Mentally ill cousins used to watch it a lot, and every time I went over there, it just reminded me
my
of them.
daughter
And they had a lot of animals in their
married
house.
recently, so maybe my
They had
grandchildren will
multiple
be
exotic
about
birds. Was it like animal
But,
hoarding?
that's
Yeah,
basically
like-
what I wanted to bring us
Like
to
about
tonight.
it.
We have
Yeah,
four
my
minutes left.
uncle's wife.
Questions
She
of
likes
the course or
animals.
of
She's
the
nuts.
material.
And she would.
Gross.
She's still with us.
That's fun.
She's still those the crazy ones that are still with us. But yeah, she's hoarding all kinds of exotic birds in her house. We had to stop going there for the holidays because she was feeding the macaws stuffing off of her
So
fork.
nearly all
And my dad was like, that's fucking disgusting. Back there, those people are not
Yeah,
hygienic at
Ashkenazi
all.
Jews also have
Interesting.
Middle Eastern
They're
DNA.
very mentally ill. They have exotic animals.
Yeah, you be so careful of that as
But
well.
I mean, it's a
Listen,
proportion.
thinking about
When,
maybe getting into
when we study to kind of where we have the best information, like when you look at
Don't
Y
you bring home
chromosome,
multiple exotic birds?
and
that's
those
the
skin
known
diseases, I think.
patrilineal progression, right? Everyone
They
thinks
they like in their
Not
crate.
everyone,
They like
but
rock back and forth and like pluck out their
the
feathers
theory
because they're
is
for
that
the
people
sky.
who are
No
hunting
fucking Calabasas, bitch.
have claimed tunnel
In a
descent
little
from a
cave.
single ancestor to the 3,000 years. And that has been proved scientifically. Vast majority of data science and point to DNA that says they're related to someone who lived 2,000 years ago. Makes sense if you
Here's my dollar.
doesn't necessarily mean that they are so honest, right? There are lots of ways that you can know it yourself. That's really the genetics.
No, but I've never
And here's one to answer your question. Studies in places like
looks like it has an eye infection.
walk along the beach, ask guys, are you a Cohen lady? Yeah, Cohen.
They all look stinky.
They test that. However, a Sephardi Ashkenazi, they're much more closely related to each other. They are to a tremendous amount.
It is giving grandma.
So answering questions, even though Ashkenazi Jews have much more Italian DNA, you can see it in our skin tone and our hair color. We have a tremendous degree of relationship to Swahili, more so than we do with other.
And they're weird if I had like a place where they could be outside a lot. I
Skin
think
color
I'd do
is very
that. But yeah, I
different.
mean, in like an apartment or something, I mean, it's gonna end up stinking.
Okay, last question, Mr. Kaplan.
Like a whole playground, like a whole gym set up in his house for the cat. Like the activity center was like stretching posts, and I was like, this is way too much.
Yeah, yeah.
The living room is a gym, is gymnasium. It's like shelving
They're
around
kind of
the
their
top
own
of the wall for
They
it to
have,
warm.
unfortunately, when printing was invented and expanded in the 17th century, a lot of smaller like, for example, the money or the golden child, they just disappeared because they crowded on the art school. Art school becomes the dominant theater. So anything that might be historian or art theater, this was especially true in the early days of printing. You know,
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like
working ashore, everyone's working with a few manuscripts and memory, and the keyboard has a big handwritten codex of prayers. And then Amsterdam published a sitter, everyone discussed.
Christmas
So
time,
it is.
great.
It's
We
not
had
exactly what we
love
got
it.
with.
Orange,
But close enough.
just don't
So
get
that you
it.
see everyone's
He
family.
also wanted to rain over his head. Yeah, it's horrible.
Okay, well, it's 7:10. Thank you very much for learning with me.
Zoot,
Finally,
hey.
It's a joyous time of the year.
with the history, quick overview.
Zoot, Zoot, can you hear me? How you living, Pim? You know you have 3 days until you do stand-up comedy?
Sunday, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah. 24, less than 72 hours. Yeah,
Are you really?
yeah. I'll come here.
Oh, you don't have to record it in here, but just record it on your phone and then play it for us.
I'll put my phone on black.
No, because nobody's gonna. I'm like the sound quality is not always that good. Just your recording on your phone. Record yourself like any real comic does.
Hang on.
It's okay. But we're gonna want to hear it.
I'll put it in my pocket. I'll put it in my jacket pocket at the phone.
Okay, but what you want to do is record it and not just live stream it. If I'm talking with people, it's not going to record. You want to record it for yourself so that you can improve.
What if I got NATO improvement for that killer?
Then you want to live through what you did because you want to be able to replicate it. All the big comics, nowadays record their set.
You know my step cousin's name is. You know my step cousin's successful comedian.
Right, they have a Netflix special.
Yeah.
Do you think they're funny?
Not really.
Do you think their special was funny?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen your own cousin's comedy special and you're a comedian?
No.
All right. You know what we haven't played in a long time?
I'm not a comedian.
You even said to me that you're a comedian.
I've done stand-up twice, 3 times before. It doesn't mean I'm a comedian.
You've done stand-up before?
Yeah.
All right, Riser. I'm sending you an invitation. I mean, I shouldn't say. I know you're not. Zoot. Zoot, you have so many different accounts. Zoot 11? I know you're not Riser. I just played with Riser for like 11 hours today.
Just came out today.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
No.
Why not? Do you miss Blitz League?
Yeah. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Should I feel bad that? Well.
What are you saying, Big Dog? Use your words.
Should I feel bad that the girl I've been talking to for 5 years, best friend, wants to make me out?
Yeah, dude, it makes you a scumbag.
How does it make me a scumbag?
You should at least tell your Armenian friend, look, girl, I like you, but your friend likes me or whatever, and I like her too, and I want to see her, and so we don't have to see each other, but I want to see her.
Why can't I say both of them?
You can. I'm not saying you can't, but you've got to make sure that it's cool with the original chick, or else you look like you were basically two-timing that chick. Dude, Zoo, what the fuck, man?
I mean, she's okay with it. She was a little bit jealous, but she said it was her fault. She was a little bit jealous, but she said it was her fault because she wasn't talking to me.
Did you talk to this girl again since you last talked to her?
No.
Okay, so no, she didn't. She's mad at you.
Not mad at me.
You said that she's like pissed off and that she's not talking with you.
No, she's not mad at me. She just doesn't want to talk to me.
Okay, what do you think that means, dog?
That she has her own personal issues going on.
Okay, cool. We're playing Carom. This one, you can get anything you want in. The red one's worth 50, the white one's worth 20, the black one's worth 10. But in order to get the 50, you have to hit it in and then hit in anything afterward. All right, you're up. Go, babe. It's Zoot's turn to play. So I'm going to show you how it... Just like this.
If she didn't like me, she would be like, you'd probably tell her friend, please don't talk to him, you know?
Not necessarily. You, especially if you're going to travel 4,000 miles and you don't want to be... How many?
8,000.
Okay, 8,000 miles. If you're going to travel, especially that far, you need to check with this chick who you originally liked, and you need to be like, hey, you don't want to see me, and that's cool, but your friend wants to see me, and I'm just making you aware that I want to see her. Is that cool? And if she's like, what? I mean, you can do what you want, but you at least have to make her aware, or else you're going to cause all kinds of drama between her and her friend. Like, you've been in this relationship with this girl for 5 years, or whatever you want to consider it. You've seen her naked. You're not going to travel 8,000 miles to go see her friend, perhaps. And if you choose to do that, you got to give her a heads up. If not, it's basically like you're, like, it's a scummy move. A cool move would to be at least contact the girl, send her a text message or whatever, and just be like, hey, I'm just making you aware that I'm going to be in California and I want to see your friend. I'd like to see you as well. If you want to see me, cool. If you don't want to see me, that's cool too. But I'm going to be in the neighborhood, basically.
I don't want to just travel for them, and I actually want to see California.
Well, that's fine, but you have to tell her, you have to tell your friend, or else it looks like you're basically cheating. It's good to communicate these things.
I don't know, it's just strange because I just got really close with this one. Like, I'm closer with her now. Like, we talk every day and I'm closer with her now.
Okay, that's cool.
And the other one just doesn't want to talk to me for whatever reason.
Okay, but at least make her aware. Hey, I want you to know that I'm interested in your friend.
I mean, she'll. This is probably what's going to happen. Is that I'll tell her friend that I'll go over there, and then she'll tell her friend, and if she wants to meet me, then she can meet me. If she doesn't, then it's fine. Then it's fine.
Yeah, well, no, you should tell the original girl. That's the nice thing to do. Even if you just send her a text message. How would you like it if it happened to you, where the original chick came to visit Australia and didn't tell you about it? You would be pissed off. You'd be like, you came all this way and you didn't even tell me you were going to be here? And then you go and see my friend? That would piss anybody off. So the nice thing to do, you can still have your little tryst or whatever, But what you want to do is just tell the girl, the original chick, hey, I'm just making you aware that I'm coming to California. I'm coming to see your friend. And if you want to hang out, that if you don't want to hang out, I understand. You're not talking with me, but I'm just making you aware what my plans are. It's really easy to do. You be straight up with people, and it's a good way to communicate. If you don't do that, then you're going to look like an absolute scumbag because basically you're going to be like traveling 8,000 miles to go see someone who, or to not see someone who you really like and who you anticipated, being in a relationship with or whatever.
I didn't anticipate being in a relationship.
That doesn't matter. Whatever. You were serious with this girl. And even more so, you're going to cause issues with, like, these two aren't going to be friends anymore if you don't tell the original chick what your intentions are. All you have to do is just send a text message. It's not like you have to do anything hard. Do you have a passport?
Yeah.
Okay.
The second option is I just wait for them to come here.
Why don't you just do that? If this girl likes you, she'll love to see Australia. So just make arrangements with the girl, the friend. Now that you can do, and you don't have to tell anybody that. I mean, it would be nice to, but like if you just start dating the friend, just say, hey, here's where I am.
Dating anyone.
I know, but just whatever intentions. You have intentions of at least being physical with these people. So tell
Yeah, I'll be in a relationship, but like
the two tell the two chicks.
It's gonna be difficult.
Tell the two chicks, hey, come visit me in Australia.
Yeah, because I prefer that because if they don't like me, which I doubt, I think we thought they like me a lot. I want them to have an experience where I don't want them to just come to Australia for me. I want them to come to Australia and enjoy that experience.
Exactly. So just talk to these chicks about visiting you in Australia. And it's way cheaper for you to do that. You don't have the money to just be traveling internationally for months on end. How did you?
6 months ago, I looked at on the fucking retail.
I know, and you'll have that money again soon. Good job, Zoot. But it's not good for your financially. So just have them come to you.
It's not good for them financially, though. So,
It's not really your concern. If they like you enough, they'll come visit you.
yeah.
Do they know that you're a stand-up comedian?
Yep.
Now, but I think I would tell them about at least your interest in neurodivergency and such.
Oh, they know.
Oh, they do?
She has ADHD as well.
Okay.
Well, the one that I talk to more often.
you speak to her on the phone?
Speak to her on the phone.
Yeah, do you speak to her on the phone?
Yeah, we called about 3 days ago.
Okay, good. So then just say to this girl, hey, I want to see you. Let's make plans for you to come visit me and I'll show you.
Yeah. They both want to come here. I just, don't know when.
Okay. Well, then keep masturbating to them on the internet like you have been. Good shot, Zoo. Now you have to get something else in. Nope, then the red one moves well.
Oh, you have to get the red one in and then get something in.
Yes, I said that twice actually, but that's okay. Sometimes things don't click until you experience them.
Ready? Yes.
Zoo, you're getting good.
Climb up.
Maybe you're a savant at Karen.
No, that's a long term.
You never know. You've never played it in real life.
You're going to be a savant on whatever you are that might be interested in.
Not always. There are people who are like extremely fast, but don't necessarily want to be professional runners. There are people who are really good at cooking, but don't necessarily want to be professional cooks or even cook at all. I bet you a lot of people who are really good at cooking can like memorize recipes and have like a really diverse palate and all that other stuff. A lot of them don't like to cook at all. They just like go out to eat.
Isn't that most people?
I think if you have really good restaurants around you, then maybe. But if it's like,
Let me ask you this: Is there any famous chefs with private chefs?
are there any private chefs with private?
Any like super famous chefs that have private chefs?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like does Gordon Ramsay have a private chef?
It's a good question. I don't know, but he has chefs in his restaurants.
Like, would you be surprised if Gordon Ramsay had a private chef?
It's a really good question, Zoot. Probably sometimes I bet he does. I bet he does. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's say he's shooting something on location and doesn't have the time or all of the, yeah, he does have the time to buy all the quality he needs. So he'll have somebody probably go out and at least buy that stuff and maybe even make the food for him too. And then he'd compliment them on their cooking. That's a really good question. Probably at times. He's not as big.
Jamie Oliver's bigger than Gordon.
Not even close. Not in the United States, at least.
Oh, in Australia, it's fucking huge. There's like 70 Jamie Oliver restaurants.
I bet you one in 100 Americans know who Jamie Oliver is. Is he British or is he Australian?
British.
Yeah. Now Gordon Ramsay, because he has so many shows in the United States, he's much popular.
But Gordon Ramsay's bigger than the United States.
Gordon Ramsay's an icon in the United States.
Probably because he's a TV show and everything.
Exactly. He has MasterChef, Kids MasterChef, Kitchen Nightmares. He had Hotel Hell. Like, those are all a bunch of shows that people in the United States really like. And they were on Fox. They weren't even on, like, cooking networks. They were on Fox. And then on top of that, he yells at people. And Americans find that very entertaining. He's like Simon Cowell.
Simon Cowell's big guy?
Yeah, definitely. He was on American Idol for
He's a director.
like I don't know, 15 years, and it was like the biggest show in the United States every year for like each of those 15 years. Then he was on the X Factor, and then he was on, I think, America's Got Talent. So he's been on television so much that Americans just are used to him. But
And then you discovered One Direction.
yeah, that was on the X Factor, right?
Yeah, X Factor UK.
Yeah, and didn't he put that band together? It's not like they were it's not like they were five friends who were like, hey, we have a band.
So I can't remember her name, but there was another judge that put them together, and there was a boy band. They split up One Direction into a boy band, and there was also a girl band the same season, but the girl band wasn't a popular One Direction.
Right, I do remember that. What's your favorite One Direction song?
Story of my life.
That's a good one. My favorite is Best Song Ever.
Okay.
You guys generally listen to
Do we what?
listen to One Direction.
I mean, I honestly only know like those two songs.
I think One Direction's pretty good.
All right. Well, you're allowed to have that type of opinion.
I listen to Justin Bieber, man.
You like Justin Bieber?
I rather listen to Justin Bieber than One Direction.
All right. Well, cool. What's your favorite Justin Bieber song?
Probably the one with Hodge.
What's it called?
Fuck, I gotta search it up. I'll ask the Chicks Go Crazy when they play us.
Okay.
Beauty and the if the girls love Justin Bieber, man.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
What?
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, how did you get good at Carom? Zoot.
How about you going to the
I asked you a question, Zoot.
How did I get to go to Karen?
Yeah, dog.
I just did.
Apparently. The way you really pronounce a game is "come." It means to move. It means to move in Arabic.
What's your favorite, man?
What's my favorite movie?
Abuga. Abuga is my favorite movie.
Yo, Tanya, what's your favorite movie?
Probably Scar Dogs. Okay, not terrible. Not terrible choice. The Scarface is a terrible choice, but War Dogs is a bit weird.
What is War Dogs?
Dude, War Dogs is freaking awesome. Big Birmingham movie.
What is it?
It's based on a true story.
Okay, what is
about
it?
These guys. You want to know what's it about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about these two guys from Miami who fucking like 20 years old, and they start brokering government contracts for weapons for the military, and they end up selling. They get the biggest deal of the year, and they end up selling a bunch of Chinese guns and ammo to the U.S. and they almost got away with it. I don't want to spoil the rest of it, but it's pretty good.
Is Justin Bieber in it?
No, but Dan Bilzerian is like one scene.
Who else is in it?
Jonah Hill and this other kid, Miles Teller.
Oh, Zoot. That was fucking amazing.
Yeah. I don't know why this guy doesn't like it, man. It's freaking awesome. Everyone I didn't like it. I'm just saying it's just such a high ranking for such your favorite film. Well, I mean, yeah, it's my personal opinion. Yeah, I'm from Miami. I don't know, I'm from Miami, so I kind of relate to it.
Are you
from Miami? So is it filmed in Miami? Yeah, it's all filmed in Miami.
Are you a Dolphins fan?
No, I don't really support any. I like I watch the Heat a little bit, but I don't really care to watch it. I mean, I watched the movie that was filmed in my area that I relate to, and like a lot of people don't like it. It's called Bring It Back.
What's it about, Zoot?
What's it about?
Yeah.
It's a horror movie where this like woman is trying to bring back her daughter and adopts a child, and like it becomes she does a ritual and it becomes a demon, and then she kidnaps a child, does a ritual, makes the child become a demon, and tries to bring up the daughter by doing this demonic rituals.
That sounds freaky.
Yep. It's not terrible. It's a good movie, but it's not like a classic. It's just a good movie. Like in the future, people are gonna be like, oh, the directors did another movie called Talk to Me a couple of years ago, which is their first movie. This is their second movie. I haven't seen the first one.
Do you want to see Naked Gun? Do you want to see Naked Gun? Yes? Yes or no? Yeah, it comes out August 1st.
Oh, it's not out yet.
No.
Nice. What, were you right, but you already have access to the movie?
No. So you have an invitation.
Oh, no.
What'd you say, Zoo? Zoo, what did you say? All right, let's see you. This is hard. Let's see how you do. You always say that, and I love it, but you never do. This game, playing the hard version, is very difficult. Oh, Zoo making a comeback. Zoo, you have a big lead. Dude, this part is so hard.
Yeah, especially the fact that you're right next to me right now.
Making you nervous. Riser and I spent the whole game last time we played just in these little rings.
Well, it's just annoying that you're fucking next to me.
I know, it's distracting.
Fuck! I think I know how to do it. I think I know. I swear to God, if you weren't right, I'm not gonna.
You had a huge lead on me. That lead is now gone.
Did you go for it?
Yes, sir.
Fuck. You're not that far from me.
No, I'm not.
And you're struggling.
A little.
So you go for the difficult part. Okay. Bye-bye. I think I know how to do this. You're gonna be like really quick. On the first one, you have to be really quick.
Did you make it through yet, Zoo? You're still there, dog? Zoo, did you make it through yet? I'll take your silence as a no. You still struggling? You want to play it again?
Yeah, cool. Yep.
All right, here we go, big dog. We're right next to each other. Did you know that?
Zoo.
Yo.
Zoo here?
He was. Like,
Oh, duh.
Zoo, you made it through.
I just heard about like putting in fucking documentary rabbi
About
secret mall. It's called Secret Mall Apartment, and it's about 8 Rhode Islanders that created a secret apartment building inside of a busy mall and lived there for 4 years.
that's amazing.
Everything.
Are we gonna watch it?
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch it.
That's my dog. We should do that and watch a new documentary. We'll become super smart. You can.
It's not so funny though. I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, okay, so where is it?
New Providence Mall.
No. Where do you stream it?
Good question.
I'll find it.
I'll find it.
Oh, you're gonna find it?
I'll find it. I'm pretty good at finding stuff, but
I'm the greatest person on earth.
it came out in 2024, so I don't think it'll be an issue.
Yeah. Zoo, do you know who? What was his name? Martin. Street is Martin Street. Straight. Strell.
You're the one that went to crowds playing such right?
No, that's Martin Shkreli. I've spoken with him before.
I'm so up. Where?
Twitter Spaces. Is that where you did it?
Yep.
He's a nice guy.
I told him I was going to conversation with Martin Shkreli, and maybe I can't confirm, and I don't know if he was trolling me, but like, I'm pretty sure I'm not predicting the Telegram chat.
You think Donald Trump? You think Donald Trump was in the Telegram chat?
No, Aaron Trump. I've been talking with Martin Shkreli for very long. It's very weird.
He's very weird.
Baron Trump would know. Or keep his control. He said things about only Baron Trump. He also was just a massive fucking troll.
Like, what's information that only Baron Trump would know? That only you and Baron Trump would know.
I don't even think Baron Trump would know.
Dude, this one's so hard. Yeah. How'd you know? Oh,
It was just a lot of bad finances and a lot of, yeah.
but all that stuff is publicly known. Oh man, I made it through. All right, now we got to get Riser in this game.
It's more about just Melania Trump, his mom not wanting him to have a public profile.
That's very known, and it has been known for like a decade. Riser, you have an invitation, and we're all waiting on you. Are you just J-ignoring it? Hey, Zoot, did you know Hulk Hogan died? Zoot.
Yeah.
Did you know Ozzy Osbourne died? Zoot.
Who?
Riser, are you going to accept?
Tom Hanks didn't die.
Zoot, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
I don't even think Reno is dead.
Zoot, what character did Malcolm Jamal Warner play most famously?
Most famously?
Most famously, son.
He played Theodore Theodore Huxtable in The Cosby Show.
100% right, dog. Good job. All right, here we go, boys. I know it does. I know. Boys, why are you so far behind? Boys, why are you so far behind? Oh, I've had like the greatest start I've ever had. Oh no. And one of you is like right behind me.
If you don't play a celebrity that's will die in the next 2 years.
I really don't have enough levels in this bounce game. It's like the same thing over and over again.
Right, so who do you think is just celebrity that's been done?
That Chinese guy? Dick Van Dyke.
Probably Ken Charles.
No, Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke's 100 years old. Yeah. Almost. He's like 99. He still drives. He got in a car accident in Malibu not too long ago. Fuck you, Riser.
Do you think when you get to 100 that you think that age is still
depends. I love this one with the pills that go up. Yeah, no shit, dog.
And then agree.
Like as you live, yeah. Fuck. That was so sick.
Are you serious? Oh.
Dude's pretty close to us. No. Riser, do you know who was on the William Montgomery show this week? Sarah Weinshank.
Yeah, I saw that. I have no idea who that is.
She's a comedian. She started on Kill Tony. She's from like La Palma. This one is so hard. Dog, this one is so hard.
I'm still stuck.
Did you really just do the last one?
Stop.
Dude, you did better than I thought you were gonna do.
If you guys get, you guys get hurt.
It's like impossible.
No, let's go again.
Basketball.
No.
Not basketball?
No, let's go down to them.
No.
Basketball?
Yeah, but
Rise up. What's your favorite movie?
called Big River Man.
I think you are a funny person, Riser. You're welcome.
What's that about?
About this alcoholic Slovenian guy that goes insane and decides to swim the entire length of the Amazon River.
Who's a roommate?
You got one.
Who's a roommate?
That's fake. Movie.
It's a documentary.
Magnus Carlsen, maybe.
Are you gonna play Magnus Carlsen, or at least Magnus Carlsen's body double, stunt double?
How do I do in a Norwegian accent?
They just need your body.
No,
Dog. You just need to do like stunts. If he did anything like cool cartwheels or anything.
There's no Norwegian, right?
Meow, bitch, get out the way. Meow, meow, bitch, get out the way.
There's Norwegian. It's Norwegian, right?
I don't know. You're his body double. He has a very prominent brow. He looks like, and I know you look like him, but like you don't look as much like this Neanderthalic.
I don't look like him at all.
I know.
From
Does anybody else think he looks like a caveman?
I don't know.
Did you know I got 11 in my first round?
But he is Norwegian. Damn, why couldn't he be Australian? It would be so easy to play.
He speaks English. Wow. I might set some kind of world record here. Come on, Zoot. I bet Magnus Carlsen could beat 6. Go, baby. Zoot, go. Zoot. Zoot, did you disconnect?
The Zoot tried to block out his green bars there.
Right. What happened,
Why is
Zoot?
your internet so low, dude?
Shit. How long did it take to learn Norwegian?
You don't need to know Norwegian. He speaks English.
Yeah, but I want to do justice to the role.
It was longer to speak Norwegian than it would be to make the whole movie.
I don't think so.
Okay. It's a great opinion to have.
I could do learn Norwegian in 2 months.
33. I just smoked everybody.
I could learn Norwegian in 2 months.
Okay.
Oh. No, you couldn't.
Yeah, but
You speak any other language other than English?
I speak Norwegian.
Norwegian.
What?
Tell me a joke in Norwegian.
Give me a sec.
Zoot, do you know you have an invitation? Zoot. Zoot.
Just give me a second.
All right, so we're going to watch a documentary about people in a mall. I'm down.
Aber för la specklefest istället komma för det.
That's hilarious. That's a hilarious joke. I love it. Dog, you know you have an invitation, Zoot? Zoot. Zoot.
I don't even know what that joke means.
No one does.
Here we go. I don't think so.
Riser, did you know that we are approximately 72 hours away from Zoot's comedy debut?
Why is Monday like the only night where they allow like anyone to go up?
I can speak Russian.
Okay, you can speak Russian. Cool.
Yellow blue to
Oh, how did you fuck up so bad?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Yellow blue to
No one cares, Zoot.
That means I love
Zoot, go.
Don't put it in the water like that. What the fuck? You're giving him points. Just make a conservative shot. Water again. Oh my lord, Zoo. Wow.
I just put it right around the game.
Oh my god. You don't even deserve a point on that. Been playing this game for how long?
On this account, 2 days.
That wasn't the question.
If someone looks at my golf history record, then I've only been playing for 2 days, okay?
Why start a new account on Twitter?
Why would you start a new account?
Exactly. Come on. I hate this bull.
Look how sick that shot was.
Dude, fuck off your next like 6 shots like me.
Fuck!
Zoot, you had such an opportunity to win a point.
Fuck!
Well, that's what happened last hole when I was screaming at him to not give you a point.
I think I just have like a kill of fucking monkey.
That's an insult to monkeys, dog. That is an insult to monkeys.
What's an IQ? What IQ do monkeys have?
Probably like 15.
Really?
I don't know. I don't judge monkeys by their IQ. I judge them by how cute they are.
Well, that's kind of predatory.
It's not predatory. Monkeys are cute.
If you taking advantage of a monkey with a low IQ because you thought it was cute.
Why is your mind connected to having a monkey?
Ding dong for the question.
That was a sick shot. Riser. Beautiful shot, Riser.
Almost fucked up.
Riser, you had a beautiful shot.
The wall saved me.
Look how sick this shot was. Hit my ball. That sucks. You fucked me.
No, I think you're fine.
Zoot's gonna bail me out here.
You're fine, but you're not gonna. There's no way of you getting it up in two. But if I hit the perfect tempo,
Are you going at the tree? No way. That's gonna hit my ball. Hit my ball.
oh, Zoot.
Zoot has the perfect shot.
At 44 million bucks.
You mean you have 44 million fat girl tokens?
Worth $44 million.
Look at Zoot's shot. That was almost amazing.
Tell you, if that trade I would have gone in. Rabbi, Rise up. If you intimidate me, if you can, like, intimidate me, like, so, if you copy my first shot, you can get it in.
I didn't see it. You bank it off a tree or something?
Well, I just won this round.
One
Is
of
that
the
the record for you?
no,
What's the record? 3 shots?
4 shots.
It's
So,
two balls, 3 though. If the ball's in the right place, you can do it in 3.
Yeah,
I think we can do it too.
impossible. Maybe if
If you do this one, can you do this one too?
yeah.
You get it for the first one, like, Riley Busby, yeah?
Oh, boy.
Why has it got it for the first?
They need to widen that gap.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Is that what you're trying to do right there?
I actually got it like close though.
Look at this shot, though.
I'll give it a 7.
You know, it's one of the best shots you've ever seen.
Well, this one's good advisor shot right here.
They're just not getting it through. There's no way. Impossible.
Raz is in a better position than you. Actually, you know who's in a better position than both of you? Me.
Knocking into the black lagoon. Right by the kind of you're gonna
Raz, knocking into the black hole. Raz, this is your shot. You have to knock him into the black lagoon. Without knocking.
Are you happy now, dude?
I mean, I would prefer it if you didn't knock yourself. Like, blocking my field. Just. Riley, what's your birthday?
My first name?
Yep.
What's your first name?
Bucky?
Bucky?
Bucky? Bucky.
What?
What are you saying? Spell it.
L-I-C-H-I. Bucky.
Isn't that some? Isn't that somebody from like the Marvel movies?
No, that's Cleg's not Clegg. Yeah, my name is Bucky.
What does that mean?
It's a Scottish name.
You're being serious.
It's a Scottish name.
Are you Scottish?
Irish, German, Scottish, Welsh, all those.
So it's like low key.
Lucky.
It's lucky.
Yeah, it's short for Lachlan.
So is your first name Lachlan?
My first name's Lachlan.
Lachlan?
Yeah.
I've known you for like a year and I had no idea.
I know your birth name is Michael.
All right,
John.
calm down. John? No.
Michael.
Yeah,
Michael Rothschild.
correct.
I can't remember his middle name.
Israel.
Michael Israel Rothschild.
Word.
Your middle name's Israel?
Yisrael.
That is the most Jewish middle name I've ever heard.
Cool, man. It's word box
No, you
time.
are Jewish.
It's word box time.
Rabbi, you might be the most Jewish person I've ever met.
You may be the most Jewish person on earth, baby.
Do you think Kanye would like you?
Yeah, dog.
Would you allow Kanye West in this chat?
For sure.
I might make it viral very quick. "42, dog. Rabbi, what was that?"
I can't believe I was. I'm not in it. This is the first time this has happened.
Oh, how did I? How did I beat you?
Zoot's winning.
How did? Just.
Zoot's gonna win.
Maybe.
Zoot won. Zoot has 25. Visor has 8. Zoot has 27. Visor has 14. Zoot has 33. Zoot destroyed.
Wow.
That's
Look up to-
that's incredible, Zoot. Good job, dude. All right. What's that game? Is it block? You want to play?
That worked. Yeah, block goes, dude.
Zoot, what did you want to play? Zoot doesn't know how to play. Zoo, what do you want to play?
Possible. No, not yet. I don't know possible. Games, Monopoly.
Okay.
Bankroll.
Riser hates bankroll.
We're gonna play till we get good. Raza, when was the last time you got a haircut?
A long time ago. I'm probably gonna get one very soon. Oh, what the hell? Facebook is showing me full front nude woman.
There you go.
Hey, Rabbi, do you cut your own hair, Rabbi?
Word, dog.
Okay. Person?
No.
Don't buy that, dude.
The brown way. But I don't see.
No way.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of money. No way. That's such bullshit.
I need a one. Give me a one. Give me a one.
Dude, this always happens to me.
Okay, let's hold.
Oh no! I just walked the foot. Remember that place, yeah?
Fuck off, dude.
No, you want money from. No. I just gave collect the money and you stole back from me. I feel like this is gonna be a really I have a feeling it's gonna be a really long game.
News form. Well, should I do this so I don't get a monopoly?
Yeah. Of course.
I mean,
If you can afford it.
the rider is.
Can you afford it?
I'm gonna gamble.
Why would you do such a thing? You fucked up.
Shit, everything seems. Why would you not do an auction? You get $100 for doing it.
Give me like a six.
Alright.
I need a two.
Why would you
Give me a two.
Why would you chance for an auction? You get an extra $100 auction. You need an extra auction. But that's. I don't need
Yeah, I guess I could have traded. Two.
Dude, that's bullshit.
Just one.
How you doing?
No way. That's why you should have bought that. Now you fucked us. Why didn't he buy
Didn't
it?
have any money because buying all these virtual trucks. Actually, not those ground.
Oh, fuck! That guy just gave me $20. No, I buy for one color. Oh, I have to buy for one color. Brother. For Toronto. What would you give me for Toronto?
Riyadh.
Oh, that's a good deal.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm cool. Guys, you got money?
All my money's gonna get stolen from me.
I need to roll a freight.
Do it, baby.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's do it. Put up Toronto. Press Riyadh and press trade. Cairo sucks. Oh, but you got $100 for it.
You have this right now.
Give me a fucking Hong Kong here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 6, please, game. 6. 6. Yes. Careful.
That's not good.
That is not good at all.
We need, Barbara, we need New York. I'm gonna fuck, bro. I'm gonna
what is this shit?
Fuck.
I'm not feeling very cool. How did you went like halfway around the door? The London community. Oh, wow. 30. I gave you $95 for us in the community. Of the community. Holy shit. If either of us went on stage at the same time, we could go bankrupt and so arrested for this.
I know, I see.
Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna be bankrupt like I want to place rent that. Oh, fuck it, you get it. The corner of the death trap. What do you want, Bill?
No. I got you.
Can you adjust the fucking debt so it's not like $500 and you're
No,
fucking exit up to $600 for
I wish I could, but I can't.
I think your best option is to buy that. Oh, fuck. I'm not sure that's Sydney. That one row is like orange squares are just death. You're fucked too. You better not roll 2 or 3. After that, we can get. How much do like the red ones go up like fully upgraded?
You've never seen it.
Wow. You know us to everything still lost for those.
Zurich and Riyadh. Champion.
Yeah.
Dots and boxes. Dots and boxes.
It's a 2-person game, but if you want to have a tournament.
Fuck your tournament, dog. I wouldn't say it if you can't say it. Zoot, get your shit together. Zoot, are you gonna go? Okay, we'll play this game with us and then go to bed. And then we're gonna watch a documentary together.
Robert, do you believe in capital punishment?
Me personally, no, because everybody could be exonerated by DNA evidence. Fuck, where can I go?
There's 10 squares on edge. Dude, your next turn? Oh, shit. Dude, you want a gift? Take it. Pick the middle. All in the middle. Keep going. Yeah, okay.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. Glad to hear your beautiful voice. You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
Okay, God willing. Well, so, yeah, have a good day.
You as well. Do I have anywhere to go?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Any ball that doesn't have like 3. That was
Zoot 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bullshit. All right, Zoot. Are you going to go to bed?
It's probably one of the most of those one. Miss Aquarius came and distracted everyone. I feel like a little distracted from Miss Aquarius. She's calling in.
It happens.
I think that was a bad day.
All right.
Yeah.
He's thinking.
There's nowhere to go. Let's go Bill.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Verses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Are you done?
Yeah, going back.
Sweet dreams, big dog. Rice, ready for a documentary?
Yeah, find it.
Well, can I find it? What's it called?
Secret mall apartment. Oh, it's a, what? Jesse Eisenberg's film? Okay. Makes sense.
YouTube?
No. I'm looking on a free site.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
Apparently, there's a Tom Hanks film called The Terminal where he gets like
Yeah, you haven't seen it?
to stay. No.
It's a story of a real guy who lived in like the Charles de Gaulle airport for like 20 years.
What? Is it a good movie?
I don't really remember the movie being that great, but the guy's story is pretty wild.
Living in JFK for 20 years.
Oh yeah, it was JFK. No, it wasn't it Charles de Gaulle Airport?
The movie says that a place at JFK.
It's hard to find. I'm sure we'll find it though. I'm
Oh,
positive.
Happy Gilmore too today.
That's right. You know who's in it? John fucking Daly.
Is he really?
Yep. Same with Scotty Schefter and like all the big golfers are in it.
Think it's gonna be good or not?
Yeah. Are you sure it's called? Yeah, it's called the Mo Apartment. Found it.
Really?
Yeah. Go to soulmovie.com, but soul like the city. SEOULMOVIE.com.
Sorry, can you send me the link or repeat that?
Sure. Soul Movie, SEOULMOVIE.com.
Okay.
And then type in the search Secret Mall Apartment.
Nice. Oh. Saying I need like a VPN, but I'll turn on my VPN. Have you used this site before?
No, I have no idea what it is. You don't need a VPN. That's just an ad. Do you have an ad blocker? Is it working?
No. Took me from website.
Stop. Download uBlock Origin Lite on Chrome.
I
Yeah, but you have U-Block Origin Lite or just U-Block Origin?
I think the light one on Chrome.
Yeah, because U-Block Origin stopped working on Chrome.
Like extensions. Or light one.
Yeah, download U-Block Origin Lite. Lite. And then make sure to refresh the page.
Oh, there you go.
Were you able to install it?
Yeah, I have the extension on Chrome.
Okay, now go to Secret Mall Apartment. Now go to Secret Mall Apartment.
Have you actually watched the movie on this way?
Never. But you can.
Like, look at
And what happens?
it just takes me to like a bland like title or like the description, the cast, but like there's no payoff.
Can you share your screen?
Or I'd have to sign in from Discord on Chrome, but it's the same for every movie that I click. There's no. It says like a play button in green, but it's not actually.
Okay, let me try it. So you're saying it's just generic?
Yeah.
All right. We'll find
Is it
another.
possible for you using them before, right?
I don't because it's copyright protected. The moon one?
Yeah.
It is not, but Bart allows that to be watched for free on YouTube. Okay. We'll get it. You just need a different website. What's it called again? Secret Apartment?
It keeps roaming in Secret Mall Apartment.
What is it? What did you say? It keeps what?
Strip mall apartment.
No, I know. I know. What else did you say though?
I don't know.
It's okay.
But there's a lot of trees. Is it on Amazon Prime? Oh,
I found it.
I found it.
I found it.
Today. I found it too.
All right.
Where did you find it?
Yeah, it works. Okay.
I found it for you.
I'm watching it right now, dude. It starts. It's a Lionsgate film. Or no, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM.
I have it.
Okay.
I'll start streaming it.
Tight, baby.
What site did you find it on though?
Sure. It's Footlocker HD movie.site.
On that website.
Wheelhouse Creative and Athens Films.
And is it Jesse Eisenberg? Guy from the show.
Right.
Didn't know he was a director.
He's doing everything. Can you hit that full screen button? Tight. I'm gonna mute myself so that you don't get feedback. I'm here though if you want to talk.
Feel free to mute yourself.
Yo, Pim, can you hear me? Yo.
Yo. Oh, good.
That's how I watch
How I
it,
watch it
so that
so that
I don't get a
I
copyright
don't get
strike.
copyright strike. Oh, the voice sounds super different, but yeah, okay.
How you living, Pim?
I'm living in.
Hey, well,
Just living in love these days.
that's great to hear. We're watching a documentary called Secret Mall Apartment. It's about 4 people who lived in a mall for 4 years without being caught. So feel free to press the watch stream and enjoy.
Yeah, no. I'll rest a little bit. Go hang out with the lady again. Yeah. I'll probably pop back in. You guys aren't watching the documentary, but love you, Rabbi. Love you, Riser.
Sounds good. Take care, Pim.
Let me know when watch. Yes, just let me know when you guys want to hang out. With you guys, I've just been dick.
Okay, just like in an hour.
In an hour.
It's amazing how they're moving all this stuff, like upstairs.
I think I like you.
Extra.
Excellent question. Probably have like
And heat.
heat. Yeah. And there's no windows up there. Because you're going in and out.
Oh, and the big one for me. The bathroom.
Well, you have the mall for
What do you do when it's closed?
What the hell is this? Yeah, no running water up there.
Right.
Right.
Is there like building a secret like secret block wall before they disable the sound?
It's a great question. Doesn't this mall have security?
Not very interesting. Also, the emergency alarm. No, because nothing.
Welcome, Presley. We're just watching a documentary. Feel free to watch.
Kind of the slack 9/11 memes. If you meme it enough, I don't know. Like actual travesty and stuff. I mean, it's on overload.
It looks really
It
great.
looks really great.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Did you guys live in a mall together?
All together?
Why the fuck did they tell that guy? The first rule of mall apartment is you don't talk about mall apartment.
They got it as well.
What'd you think, Big Dog? Are you more? Yeah, so let's talk about that. Did you know it had to do with muraling?
I thought it was gonna be on taking a while. I didn't know I didn't know anything about the backstory and like the main guy. He had did a wild job with like mirrorless, but like with tape, which I've never heard of.
I like it. It looks nice. I've never heard of tape art.
I mean, have you?
No. Trying to think if I've ever seen it or done it. No, not really. I would think that. Right. I would think that that's not a good idea for a hospital that needs to be like have its walls clean. But they weren't as concerned with that like 15 years did that. I don't think you could do it now. Even I'm almost certain you wouldn't be able to do it now. Walls need to be able to be cleaned. I don't understand how they made money.
I mean, he was getting paid something for taking murals.
They said that like most of their work was voluntary. Well, I could be recalling incorrectly, but it seemed like a lot of what they were doing with
The New York project was voluntary.
exactly. And
They never really explained that.
wasn't the Oklahoma City one voluntary as well? Oh no, he was commissioned for that one.
Which one?
The Oklahoma City one?
Oh, yeah, that one. Was probably paid.
Yeah, but I mean, how much does a muralist make? It's not like you can live off 4 years on one mural of tape.
Yeah, I mean, they left I mean, they said that they were all artists, not their primary job, so somehow they paid to survive. And he wasn't rich because he said he was like laughing at the screenshots of 41 cents to make.
Right.
I don't think he was saving a lot of money with the free apparatus.
Well, I mean, they needed food.
Well, he's getting like free food from the hospital.
Yeah, but that's. Oh, they said they ate from the food court. But it's like. It's kind of ridiculous to me that their security wasn't better. Like, I don't know. I've never worked security, so I have to go to my security expert, Zoo. But don't you think he would, or he, don't you think they would be like, I've seen this motherfucker around here, like, every single shift. I'm just going to make a mental note. Yeah, I'm going to make a mental note of who they are. And then once the place got broken in, you never.
Yeah. Yeah. That was not good.
And
When he said that they were going to go back that night.
they had a married couple there. I mean, how did they have sex?
I was actually thinking that too. I mean, I don't think the other 8 people were living there full time. I think that they had keys. The Michael guy was like the one guy that was there full time, and the other probably would choose to live any other place that they could with like actual amenities and stuff.
Right.
I don't think they live there, by the way.
Hey, and I'm glad that other people didn't get in trouble.
They also
That's true, but like, there's a list of questions that I think they should have just answered. Like, here's what we did with our trash. Here's where we ate. Here's how we went to the bathroom. Here they did do the like. Here's how we slept. Here's how we had sex. Here's how. Okay. Here's my biggest issue. They made this fucking wood cutout model of it, and I still have no idea where the place was. Should have done is just have like a 3D breakdown of this fucking mall and been like, okay, here's where the entrance was. I mean, just like a blueprint. The like most obvious thing that I would have done. Jesse Eisenberg, if you're watching this now, you need to fucking up your production game on these fucking documentaries that you're doing, because it's kind of horseshit that I watched an hour and a half worth of a cool story, but I don't know where it took place in the mall. It was like, to me, it would have been.
They described it, I think, pretty well.
They described it, but they could have shown me. They could have shown me with an overhead of the mall with blueprints, and they just would have been like, okay, here's where the room was. Here was our exit. Here was our secret tunnel. Here's where how we got into it, and like they showed that fucking china cabinet like 1,000 times, but they didn't show just a basic breakdown. Like I would have been like, all right, I'm gonna just do a drawing for you if I needed to, but they with 3D rendering and like CAD modeling, you could have done that very easily and made it be like, oh, okay, so that's really cool. So this is where they like would park their car, and this is where they would slide through, and this is where they would go to the bathroom, and this is where they were in relation to the whole rest of the mall. Like I have no idea where they were in relation to the mall, except I know that they were like kind of by the food court or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Jesse Ives deserves little IMDb critics for that choice. Also, I mean, the wood, I was like, oh wow, like that guy's really talented in carpentry. I mean, like the outside of the mall looks great, but then he like kicks off the roof and it just does not give you like a good picture of the space. And yeah, like as a Blender modeler myself, like the amount of fucking like hours and hours that must have taken to like pick up that like real life like blend the fucking 400 scale model of the wall could have easily just made a 3D render. Like they do an any show or a building show or building rock show, airplane mayday show, whatever fucking
100.
Much better job than actually show. Because when he took off the top of that wooden sculpture, it literally just shows like 8 little people just floating in like the middle of the giant space.
I couldn't.
It's just like, this is kind of where they were floating, but it's not a good visualization at all.
Not at all. And I wondered if the mall was like, I mean, they're like in financial difficulties, so they don't really care at this point. And I find it hilarious that this guy was banned from there, and yet like he's gonna survive it. You know, it's lasting. He only got like 1 day behind bars and like 6 months probation. That wasn't that bad. None of the other people got in trouble. I think that was utterly stupid though. Once you got broken into, you never return to that place again. You just say it was cool while it lasted. I'm gonna live on the street. I'm gonna live with a friend. I'm gonna live with family or whatever. I'm never to that place. And I know he wanted to show some chick, but it's like you're just you're they could what they probably did, and they didn't interview anybody from the place, but they probably put up a camera in by that door, and they were okay. If he ever goes through here, let us know, and we're gonna catch the people. They're not stupid, and I don't know. I just the
I mean, the court documents probably public if someone I'm curious. They left that part out. So I'm how not exactly.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't that big a deal. It probably was just like a minor crime, and the other people didn't get in trouble. I think they went too much into the muraling. Frankly, the the documentary isn't about murals, and that took too long. I liked it. I liked the art, but it's like, okay, so we're interviewing this lady at Hasbro Hospital, and it's the same location. Like, I would have liked them to be like, hey, we interviewed the security guards who busted the place down. Like, I'm surprised they didn't like search out those people. I'm sure they probably did, but like, I'd want to hear their and they'd be like older. This is like 15 years later. I'm sure they could probably talk about it a little bit more. Maybe I don't know, but especially with being like no longer um longer like in good financial well, being solvent basically. um I think that I would have want to heard from like the executives at the Providence place, and just them being like, we never suspected anything, or like, I'm sure some of them would have been retired. They're nothing from Providence place back. I would have liked for them to go back and been like, look, this is a pretty famous case. Can we see what the room was like in real life? And if not, okay, that's cool. Then we'll just tell people that like we tried to the original location, but we're denied. Questions that I would say to a documentarian, and I see a lot of documentaries. I see some really great anime, and I would be like, you guys spent, I don't know, a lot of money on this wood carving that you showed in one scene, and for five, literally, like you literally could have taken like a Rubbermaid container. It was just so like amorphous. Just pulled out Lego, like in Legos, basically. No, I don't understand why you wouldn't just have a Blender rendering. Um, the they went a lot into the furniture and stuff, and that was cool how they got it. I would have maybe I don't know. I would wanted like, all right, so we bought the furniture at the Salvation. Here's where we parked our car, and here's how we brought it in, and like use that Blender modeling for everything that they brought in. That would have given me a much better idea of like the how difficult this would have been, and they were just kind of like, well, we had this apartment, and it had a door that we built, and then it had like a secret way that was all these I beams and stuff, and it's like, okay, they have I beam, like you don't ever show. I don't know. And then they rebuilt the whole room, like as some kind of massive art project, and it's like if you had the money.
That was really unnecessary.
Exactly.
They spent all this money, and that's like we recreated the apartment, but they literally showed us like actual footage of the apartment.
Right.
They used it for like some like terrible reaction thing of like different scenarios of like the person coming in.
That was terrible.
They spent like days of working.
Right.
To make that thing.
That was terrible. When they were like, when he was like, I could have been like, let's run, or I could have been like, hey, welcome, or like, here's a friend with walkie talkies. Like, I don't need all those scenarios. Didn't really appreciate that. You could have spent, frankly, they should have not redid the room. They could have literally just put up like wall or whatever they were doing. I know they wanted it to look like cinder blocks or whatever, but even that could have been like 3D. Like, I don't know what the budget. Sure, it wasn't giant, but you could have just made a 3D model of this. I don't know why they didn't do that. Where it is in the mall, and then like, wow, they had to climb up the stairs to get here and do this and that, and they're just well.
They also do a really like terrible job of like actually accounting for these like people's experiences and like what it was actually like to live in. Like explain your personal experiences that happen in the space, like how difficult it was. Like
100%.
There wasn't any like crazy stories of things that happened.
Exactly.
I was waiting for like I was hoping because this is like I don't know how living in a mall for like 4 years. Like every single person's like dream is to explore the mall at a time when no one's around and stuff.
Right.
And they never did that.
Well, they said that they went to the food court and got the old food at night when it closed or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're getting free food from it?
Yeah, they said they would go through the trash of the food court, but they said it right at the beginning of the documentary, and it was. But
they weren't like breaking into like the kitchen of New York fries. That would be hilarious if they're like deep frying it in the kitchen that night.
Well, it's like, who did the security? And then they went into this one part where they were like, I'm sure it was white privilege that we got away with thing, and it was like, all right, it could have just been literally this security guard did not give a flying fuck about his job and was just like, whatever. I don't care if you're red, blue, green, black, gray. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing my job. Like, I don't know. They like.
Their alibi was that they were coming from Home Depot and like we're going into the mall, but like in that footage, there's cinder blocks like that like sketchy like ladder going vertically that they're like loading them up through.
Yes.
That security guard did time give a crap at all.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I don't understand why they. That was their only interaction with security in 4 years. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I think that they. I would have wanted to know, like, you guys, eight of you.
Especially it makes it more like impossible that that's their only interaction every time they go. The door buzzes, right? Or they have to crawl under the gate. Like, that's a lot. That's like thousands of times getting caught by an alarm if someone sees you crawling under the gate.
Right, and don't you think you would try to take out that alarm or like muffle it? I recognize that. Don't you think that they would have tried to muffle that alarm? Like, we're going to put a cloth around it, or we're going to try to disconnect it, or whatever. There's a lot of stuff that could have been done. And it's interesting to me that, like, in 2007, when they did this, they were like, this was seen as like like an artist and things like that. But then you had the Great Recession, and then you had, basically like all this homelessness now, and these people would have just been seen as homeless. Like they would not have been seen artists. It's just like there's this whole, I mean, like Skid Row in downtown LA. It's just like filled with homeless people, live like everywhere. And Las Vegas has the same thing. They don't consider these people artists. They just consider them to be homeless people.
I think at the end where they're like interviewing those people on like thoughts of the space, oh, it's like a blend of performance art and art installation. And, oh, it's like, they're just like assigning all these profound meanings to it. It's like a statement against gentrification and capitalism and stuff. It's like, I mean, yes, you can see it like that, but like, I was seeing it as like a guy that wanted a free place to live and was crazy enough to become a squatter.
Right.
And I don't think many people, I don't think the judge was seeing it as an art display.
I don't either.
I don't think the guy would believe that it was an art display either.
I agree. He just said that to, because I mean, it did have some art elements to it, but so does squatting. I didn't understand why they didn't talk about having a PlayStation there more. Like, I would have wanted to know what their day was like. Yeah, we'd awake, we'd be like head to toe. We were always hungry when we had to shower and stuff, and they were still getting mail there. It's like, who gives a flying fuck about mail? You don't have bills. It's like you could have your shit sent to a friend or family or something. Like, they were really worried about, to the point where they like confided in somebody at Pottery. Like, they're really fortunate that guy like, yo, you can't do that, and then just like told his boss or whatever, hey, we had some people in here who were looking at shadow boxes to live in if they're living in the mall, like maybe you should tell somebody about this who's like working management here. I mean, that guy was cool for not telling them, but they were stupid. And I totally get what they were talking about.
Why did they? What the hell is the shadow box? And why did they think that the retail employee would have access to giving them showers?
Right. I don't know. And
they wanted more real estate. They're like, how to get like power. They're trying to get like more space. It's like, dude, work in the store, like
Pottery bar.
I don't know.
I know. And not just that, let's have this guy on camera. They didn't talk about any of that. Like, yeah, we had laptops so that we could.
By the way, I'm filming you also with my hand camera.
Yeah, they didn't have like yeah, we had, because like, look, of any person who understands trying to record all this shit, I do. And you need to be able to take that SD card, or probably at that time it was a hard drive on the phone, on the camera, and connect it to a computer and upload that. They didn't talk about any of that. That's video footage. And back then it would be time consuming. So it'd be like, okay, well, we're going to have this random conversation in the food court, and then we're going to take that data and we're going to plug it into our computer and upload it. They didn't talk about that at all. Like, I didn't understand why they didn't talk about their daily activities, like what their jobs were. Did they have it where all 8 of them slept there? Or was it just like sometimes a few people or whatever? How they showered. They never answered that question, how they showered. They just were trying to find a shower.
That bothered me.
Yeah. They
were looking for showers. They must have smelled like shit.
Right. And
they must have gone into the children's hospital every day, reeking like fuck, doing their cases.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the children's hospital didn't pay them. just in food.
I think they did. They said that they had a limited budget, but and it was like free meals probably in exchange for like lower pay. But I feel like that had to be a paid.
I don't know about that. They didn't say that. When I heard they had a limited budget, I thought that meant like they couldn't spend all types of money on like real art or like more tape and stuff. I don't know. It's vague. But still, there are 8 of them there. Like they need more than just one person's salary from tape art, and I feel like they did all this work to describe like they had those models where they were like, all right, this is where the Eagle place was where he used to live, and it was less than a half mile from the mall, and there was a river and like a freeway. They did those kind of models, like, but they weren't ever like, okay, here's the mall, where all the food court was, here's where the stores were, here's the entrance that we would go through, and we had like an entrance that we would go through here. Another thing I understand, um, people have to go to the bathroom at night, so wasn't there a certain point where they were like, oh yeah, we had to like break into this like locked area of the mall? I mean, they just it's almost like I don't believe that they did it. I know they did. I get that they did, but it's just they left so many questions that I'm still like, it just wasn't that easy. And
there's another question that I have is that I believe like they showed him on his laptop in the room. Maybe he just got very fortunate or something, but I'm assuming he was uploading that camera footage to like that laptop. And they either brought the laptop when he left or something, or if that got seized, then I don't know, he might have never gotten that footage back, or his laptop or his property.
Right, excellent point. Right, excellent point.
And why wouldn't they didn't have enough evidence to just charge them immediately based on their? I mean, maybe they didn't have a criminal record or something.
They didn't know who they were. They just had pictures and the PlayStation. I would have questions as to. I would have wanted to know, like, okay, where is the plug where they got all this massive amount of power? Like, that's an important question.
Oh, they said that it was like down another flight. It was like one story below.
I get it, and they had an extension cord, but they weren't ever like. No one ever saw this random plug with a giant extension cord and just followed it. Like, that's a good question. Wouldn't they think that somebody would be like, "Hey, what's this?" You know, just follow.
I think it was like hidden away somewhere. Must have been like hidden away somewhere.
But they don't they don't explain that, and so it just made.
Jesse Eisenberg can explain it.
I mean,
we're blaming Jesse for this.
You can tell it's this motherfucker's first real documentary of which I know, because I'm unimpressed with. It's a cool story. It's one of those things that is kind of on the borderline between being a 20-minute Vice like episode and a full hour and a half documentary. I feel like
I think that's why they decided they could easily be called an employment story. I think people probably on YouTube or get paid money for making videos that just summarize it quick and neat up. Like half the movie was like filler tape art stuff. And I was like we're halfway through this movie and they have not talked about mall at all. They mentioned it in the beginning and now it's just they're doing tape stuff.
Exactly. And I recognize
I do think that added like a good I think that the tape stuff was kind of like some relevant background on the guy's life and like how he was living. I don't think it was like thing to talk about, but I thought the whole movie was gonna be like like crazy mall situation.
it didn't need to be any longer than perhaps the tape art part didn't need to be more than 5 minutes. He could have been like, hey, I developed this really interesting type of art and I was commissioned for a hospital, and I was also I had the ability to go to Oklahoma City and New York City and do this, and it's really important and all that. But they wanted to do it for like 10 to 15 minutes, and it was just like, all right, and kind of just saw that like this isn't a good type of art for a hospital because dust and dirt and stuff in that it's not easy to clean. Then you have bacterial, it's adhesive, and I just didn't think that that was like a good place to have art now. And then you have it on the ceiling, and it's gonna get like like they're gonna have to do maintenance, and then it's gonna mess it up. And I understand. One cool thing he said was like it's temporary. Like you just understand that it's temporary, and I get that. That's cool that it's temporary. But are you guys really like going into this deep on his art? And they didn't go into anybody else's shit. They weren't, or like their marriage. Like, I mean, a big question I would have had is, yo, you guys were married for 4 years in here, or something like that, right? Yeah. Where did you have sex? And wouldn't you have been like? I guess the girl was like at some point, and I think this was relevant. She was like, I wanted a house, a real house, not in the mall, with stuff from the mall, but not in the mall. They didn't talk about like, yeah, like 3 years into it, we got a divorce or whatever. That I get. Could the,
I mean, they didn't explicitly say that, but I think that they did. Like, they had that conversation on footage where they want to live in a mall and basically was driving that between their relationship.
well, yeah, don't you think the other 6 people would have driven a wedge between them as well? And I would have.
Yeah, I mean, again, another unspecified frequently the other people living there.
Right? And I would have wanted to know, like, did any of the other people hook up? That's an excellent question. There were other girls there. Like, I mean, you would just think that if you're in these close quarters for a long enough period of time, somebody else is going to hook up there. And is that going to cause drama amongst your little group? Or are you guys going to be comfortable? I didn't understand that. I didn't understand. They were so worried about, like, getting flooring in there, which was like, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's better than being homeless to live in that situation, but you would have been scared all the time. And I don't know if building a whole cinder block wall would have been my choice necessarily. I mean, I guess that's what they had to do, but I would.
I think they should have built the wall, but they should have made it so that it's like a secret entrance.
Exactly. Exactly.
Flip around thing.
No,
Put the door there, then obviously. But
that was dumb.
you had some like full lever thing, then
A secret door. Exactly. And then they could have been still living there, perhaps.
yeah, that would have been a new choice.
I would have been there, or I would have had something where
Still be living in that mall. We could help you.
I think so. I thought the same thing when they were like, and we had our own door, and they were excited about that, and I'm like, I don't know if that's a good play because I thought to myself, isn't somebody going to be like this door, like looking at the blueprints of maintenance person, like this door's not supposed to be here, but instead they were just like, let's. I don't know. I wouldn't have built a door there.
It didn't touch the ceiling. There's like a flip and a gap between the top and like the ceiling.
Yeah, that was weird.
It's just so out of place. Like you look at it, it's like, okay, clearly like someone made this. But no person just leaves the fucking like a giant gap over these cinder blocks.
Well, and wouldn't that
why would they even make them out of guess the other walls were made.
I get that. But if they're gonna make the other walls cinder blocks, if they're gonna make the walls cinder blocks, don't put a door, because it's inviting someone to test out that door. What is it? It tells you that there's something on the other side of that wall. Instead, they should have done what you suggested, which is either make a false door, something that looked like cinder blocks or felt like cinder blocks on the outside, but just you wouldn't necessarily know it. Or I think that they could have perhaps had like a
We could have blocked the entrance themselves too, with the door there.
definitely. I don't know how. See, they don't talk about how often we're in and out. So I was thinking if they.
It must have been very frequently, right? Like they had to be going out in and out all the time.
Well, isn't somebody going to hear talk? Like they're.
It was talking with some random, like it's in like the interior. I think it's on first floor anyway.
Well, they didn't put a ceiling on it. They.
In the room?
Well,
It came with the ceiling.
I get that. I get that. Did they, when they put the cinder blocks down? They didn't really show the original one, so I don't know. Was it flush with the ceiling? Like, did it go all the way to the ceiling? Was there a gap?
In the wall that they built, that's what I was saying earlier. There's like a foot and a half gap between the top and the ceiling.
Right. Okay. Exactly. Aren't you going to hear voices that are just through that foot and a half gap, or the sound of a PlayStation?
No, because to get into like that room itself is like a challenge, I guess. You have to either go through like some emergency exit or go through like that toilet spot or go through like the cracks in the wall. So it's pretty like a hidden entrance. So there shouldn't really be any people.
I understand, but I would have thought, okay, this place has security. And if they ever come through here and I'm just randomly talking, I don't want them catching me because they can hear me through that foot and a half crack. Let's complete the wall so that it's flush. And I would have, well, I would have, if they had enough money for all those cinder blocks and stuff, I understand creating a false wall would have been difficult, but I would have probably tried it. Or I would have thought of something like that wasn't a door. The fact that they put a door there was confusing. I get why they did it because they just wanted it to be really convenient, but it basically was a red flag. When the security guys tried it, it didn't work. I don't know. To me, that's a
They said that the purpose of the door was so that no one could get in. They thought that would be okay.
yeah. I mean, they had that foot and a half crack. I would have made it. I mean, I think that I don't know exactly the dimensions of the room and everything, but couldn't you have just made instead of having a door, have a completely flush wall, and then just used a ladder to get up and over the wall through the foot and a half crack? Maybe you take one cinder block away at one point and then just put it back up whenever you need it.
Yeah, that would work too. I mean, if someone used the ladder and then peered over the wall.
No. So basically, you have the ladder not always there. You take the ladder and like put it up when you aren't using it. You put it over the wall. And then when you need it, you could like pull it a rope and to get the ladder.
So you have to bring the ladder back over the wall behind you.
Yeah, I mean it would work and they probably could still be there.
Yeah, I mean it would work, but hauling the ladder, like
No, you don't have to.
It was there.
Yeah, I mean it's just like a fiberglass ladder. It's not like more than 25 pounds or so. Um, and I understand it would probably do some, like you might have to get multiple ladders at a certain point because you might destroy that ladder. But I don't know. They did all that work. I figured, well, I wish they would have talked about this too. Like this incident raised alarms in the security world, in the commercial management world, to check all the nooks and of your buildings because somebody else could be doing this.
Right. That's how many other people are living in random buildings.
Right?
Here's like a whistleblower for like all the other crap.
Right. And then why didn't they talk about they barely talked about it, like the heating situation.
They said it was just hot in the summer and cold in the winter.
Right, but I mean they didn't talk about like we had extra blankets or we had a space heater. They didn't talk about any of that. And
they just said they had sleeping bags.
Okay, there you go. Maybe okay. But I would have thought they would add a space heater or something. I was confused why they didn't just give us a 3D diagram of it. Just an overhead. Here's the mall. Here's where the room was. Here's how we used to get in and out. Another question, the car parking situation. Like you would think that, like they had cars. You would think that the mall cops would have, or mall security would have noticed, like, we see this car here all the time. Like it's always moved around or whatever, but we see it here all the time. Whose car is this? Like,
They're overnight. Too. It's the only car in the mall parking lot overnight. Every night.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I've been to malls at night, like, and there's no one in the parking lot except the people who work there. Like, if you go to, I don't know, like the Irvine Spectrum. I mean, I have some footage, like of me there, and it was late at night, and I mean, Irvine Spectrum is like really to be like really strict security, but I got recognized right away. They were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm filming with a GoPro. Just I film my life, and this is just I'm just talking about that I'm about to go on the merry-go-round, or that I went on the merry-go-round here, and I'm about to go home." And they're like, "Okay, we're just curious what you were doing with the camera," and but like they were like on it like immediately, and my car was the only car in the parking lot, so they knew like what was, what I was doing. I shouldn't have said merry-go-round. I meant Ferris wheel. Anyway, I think that they would be like, yeah, it's a really big outdoor mall, and they have a Ferris wheel. Um, it's like one of the highlights or whatever tourist attractions of Irvine. It doesn't have a lot of them, but so from what I recall, what they told me was you were supposed to have permission if you were filming something commercial, but if you were just taking pictures or whatever, you didn't. And I told them, they were like, "Is this a commercial project?" And it was like, "No, it's just like I'm just filming my life." And they're like, "Okay." They questioned me on it, but another questioned me on it. I think I went there twice or a few times, but I got questioned again. I was right outside like a Sephora, like the makeup store, I remember, and I was trying to get this. Let's see here. There are 3 times I remember shooting there. And I had my camera like far away, and I just wanted to get myself like walking towards the camera in like a long walk, and all of a sudden the security guy. Now again, like the whole city of Irvine is basically a city that was started by a company called the Irvine Company, and so their security is just really, really good. But I got questioned there. They were like, "What? Why do you have a camera so far away?" And I explained to them I was filming my life and I wanted some shots of me like away from the camera. And they were suspicious of that. And then I got questioned again. I went on the Ferris wheel and they were fine with that. But there was no one else on the Ferris wheel at the time. It was at like 9 o'clock at night. And then I did another version of it and I was filming myself outside the Ferris wheel with the Ferris wheel behind me. It's a really cool video that I have. And they questioned me there. So I just thought to myself, like, I got questioned like just off the top of my head, like 3 or 4 times. And especially when I do IRL streaming, I get questioned all the time about why I'm taking like cameras. Like I have one a lot. Just people are, I guess that was 15 years ago and people weren't as curious, but they're just always like very suspicious of what's going on with just random strangers because that's their job. That's what they're supposed to. And them to be like, oh yeah, we've got Cinderbox, and then to like, okay, I get that one, but you're telling me they didn't have their interactions. That security wasn't like, we see these 8 cars here every night, or these 3 cars here every night, but we don't know whose they are. We're gonna tell our boss and tell them like, hey, we just keep an eye on them and see whose they are. And then next time we see them, we're going to follow the person of where they go. There was none of that. It's like a complete joke.
I mean, good to Jesse Eisenberg for not answering any of these key questions. They may not have cars at the mall, like right outside their entrance every day. Like, they could like walk, like maybe. But they didn't mention any of this.
Right.
You assume that they would just be parking in the mall every night, which would be a huge red flag. That's like the default option, but maybe they didn't do that and they're shuffling around.
And if they didn't, don't you think they would have included that in the documentary? Yeah, we didn't want to get our cars caught, so we parked across the street or whatever. They never addressed that. And they also didn't address the trash problem. So you have 8 people there, obviously like eating like normal amounts of food. You're gonna out of trash. So now you've like, where do you get rid of that trash? You mean to tell me over 4 years, no one just caught you like putting like a huge bag of trash or walking around with the trash? Like, I didn't understand. They had a waffle maker. Do you know how messy waffles are?
How are you gonna wash that?
Exactly.
You're gonna have to throw the waffle sludge. You're gonna have to throw that.
Like, it almost, I know it happened, but the fact that they didn't answer a lot of these questions makes me have a lot of doubts. Like, was it really 4 years? And did they really have 8 people there? And or why wouldn't you address these things?
I don't think they. I mean, it's really ridiculous that they didn't actually say that. Like, how long? Like, there's no way that 8 of them were living there.
Right.
One guy's name has. Who knows how the hell many other people were around?
They kept saying we have when they were doing like the shooting of it, they were like they were showing the mall and they were like, this is 4 years after it was built. But they never said like we started living there in July of 2004 and we got, or July of 2003, and we got caught in May of 2008 or 2007. They don't talk about the timeline. I would have wanted a timeline. Like, it's very easy to just make a graphic that shows when you moved in and when you moved out, and or when you were caught. And they did a lot of like, they cared a lot about. I guess they had a lot of footage of them buying their whatever. Like, a question that I had: why do you need this china cabinet? I would have been like, absolutely not. We don't need that. That's like the last thing we need in this fucking. And then they were like, oh,
They were going for and you need storage.
yeah, but you and I both know that shelving, like shelving, would be much more efficient than like, was it a plastic
Oh,
china cabinet?
yeah. So it seemed like getting that thing up that stair case.
Right now,
Yeah, it's like or just buying like scrap wood.
yeah, exactly. Look, they're
I
using
can still find a lot cheaper, better.
cinder blocks. Just make shelves out of cinder blocks. Or the place is so big, you could literally just put stuff on the ground. I get that. Um, One thing I like that they addressed was just the cinder blocks were always emitting dust, and because I thought to myself like, you would get awfully dusty, and that's another question. Weren't these security guards ever like, who are these dusty people who are always in our fucking mall? It's literally like, you know what would be hilarious to see this in as a movie, but not from the lame people in the fucking apartment, but to see it by like the security guard's point of view, where they're just like, fucking sleeping on the job, not doing not their checks or whatever, and just
It's old stuff.
now I don't understand why they told the guy and they didn't tell anybody else. Like, what is it about this guy at Pottery Barn that made you feel like, hey, let's trust this guy? Let's.
Got an art degree from, but you did her at like Brown, so I still trust them enough.
Right, and he didn't, which was cool. I didn't understand.
Here's one thing I don't understand. Before we get back to that, is like they import the huge china cabinets there. They're sleeping like sardines on a couch. They
Exactly.
don't just bring mattresses.
Exactly. Like,
that would be way more of a priority than being like squished and falling off a cramped couch with like 6 people.
right. I don't think that they had access or like they were allowed to shoot in the mall. So it doesn't seem like they did because they didn't ever do a walkthrough. Hey, this is how we did it. It was always like stock footage of like cramped spaces. And so I don't think that ladder stairway thing with the actual one they used, it could have been. But the last thing in the world I would ever.
So that was real footage. When you see them calling up the things, the ladder, that was real footage.
I don't. Oh, yeah. You're right. It was. But that was their footage from like 2007 or whatever. It wasn't recent footage, is what I meant to say. You're right. That was their footage. Okay, so that's how they got that footage. Okay, wouldn't you be like exactly what you said? Let's have mattresses there, or like cushions and pillows and stuff, as opposed to this china. I don't understand. I don't understand what they did with their days. Like, all right, cool. Like, you got a fucking apartment here. They didn't talk about, and then we got really into Grand Theft Auto, or we got really into movies, or we watched TV 16 hours a day, or whatever. They didn't talk about that. They didn't talk about like cell phones. People had cell phones then, and then talk about like we would call each other with cell phones. They just, they didn't have iPhones necessarily, but they had cell phones. So, like, would you bring pizza, or they're gonna bring dinner for us? There was none of that. I don't know. I'd just be like, Jesse Eisner, I know you tried to make a good documentary, but Reiser and I picking it apart, and it could have been a lot better. Like, you guys spent your money on two of the dumbest things that we could have. The first is this fucking wooden model. Second is this art installation. I guess. So here's what I think they did, and I could be wrong, but it seems like that art installation was like gonna be, or that not art installation, that model, not model, but the recreation of, yeah, exactly, was gonna be some art installation somewhere. I could be wrong though. And I really thought the door that they chose was not, I don't know, it didn't seem like security. I would have the same questions that the security guards probably had, which would be like, why isn't this the same door that of all of the other doors that we've seen? And they just didn't ever address that. I really would want them to.
Total bonehead decision, non-newfie decision to put in that door there.
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. What up, Caspian C? How are you?
No, I'm doing all right, man.
Excellent. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Very good, actually. I think I'm getting married, dude. I'm gonna marry this girl. That's hilarious. I'm gonna be a Mizrahi Jew. How about that?
Okay, when's your conversion?
Yep. Yep.
Okay,
It's funny. Start chatting a bunch of stuff, and
when's your conversion?
who knows? I'm not sure yet. All new plans.
Okay. Well, very well. What?
I can be your
A lot to learn.
samurai.
Got a lot to learn, though. I know. She's a warrior.
Learning the best of the best.
That's right. Yeah, dude, this was weird.
So-
Weird period of time, but
So how'd you meet her?
she's around this side of the internet. You know what I mean? We VC all the time, and things just developed, and now we're moving at breakneck speeds, and it's insane as hell. But whatever.
Have you met in real life?
Finally, no, we talk crazy things to each other. It's insane, but whatever.
Okay,
No,
where
I'm not bugging about it.
where is she from?
Let's do that. She's from the Pacific Northwest.
Okay,
She's in Texas at the moment.
okay. Very well. How did you meet her?
We've been chatting on and off, saying hi, and little exchanges for about 2 years plus now. So here and the troll side of the internet, but she always goes around being nice to everybody, trying to make sure it's really funny. If people are having a bad day, she tries to help people have a good day.
Meet your wife on Discord.
I didn't think it was gonna happen. Who knows, man? Who knows? You never know. But I also got her on the VC and over here, and she's pretty as hell. There are actual pretty girls on Discord, if nothing else. Even if you don't figure out a way to make it work, the way at least there are beautiful women here.
When did you confess your each other?
Week and a half ago? No. Something like that. Weird shit. You want to see how our star charts completely align, basically?
I want you to read the conversation between you and her from start to finish. Every single message. You're just roasting Jesse Eisenberg's crappy documentary that he made on this.
Which one?
These pack rats that fucking illegally trespassed into a mall for 4 years and set up shop. And
Jesse Eisenberg put that up?
yeah, he was like the Rabbi, what I don't understand is what prompted the security guards after 4 years to just go around and start checking all the doors for no reason.
To me,
This is our quarterly fucking 4 year fucking almost not be check all the door guys.
Right. To me, it seemed like they had security guards who absolutely didn't give a shit about their jobs, and then they fired them and hired two competent people, or somewhat more competent, at least curious people, and those guys were like, let's figure out what our keys do.
At least curious. Yeah.
But they didn't.
At least curious.
They didn't interview those people, and I would have loved to hear it from their side. I doubt that they're still working at the same place. They didn't like. They made it seem like everybody knew about this case. Like, oh yeah, do you want to help work on this full scale replica of the people who lived in the mall? And everybody was like, yeah, I'd love to do that. But like, I guess you have to be from Rhode Island to know about this because nobody else really knows about it. It never, to my knowledge, any national news. I'd never heard of this before you had said it. So it's not like a famous case, but they could have interviewed other people. Instead, we had to learn about tape murals.
About what?
Tape murals.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I saw like when I was in Austin, I saw board ape murals. I don't know. They're like all over the walls. That's what popped in my head. Sorry.
You're good. Did you know that Reiser's a muralist?
Yeah, I know. He was showing me some work. Some of his work.
But I find it interesting, Reiser, that you did not know that a significant part of this movie was about muraling and about a muralist, right? You didn't know that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the description's nothing about that. It says it's about creating a secret apartment and everything along the way.
Caspian Sea, do you know those people? They have names for them. The people who live in like the Sioux Vegas.
Yeah, the people underground, absolutely.
Yeah, they call them like the underground people or something like that. And if you've ever seen, they have like huge murals down there. Like, basically, if these guys were doing that in the mall now, they would be seen like those homeless people. They would be less seen as artists and more seen as homeless people.
Yeah, they're almost building a whole new world under there.
Word.
But when they do that, I mean, they live in a place where when the water comes, the water flushes them out.
Exactly.
So a lot of them don't make it. It's a very dangerous place for them.
Exactly. But it's so hot on the surface that like that's the only place they have to go.
I remember seeing that documentary from Las Vegas.
Is that what they call the town? But I've seen it as well.
You know where that is, Caspian Sea?
There's a couple entrances, but some of them are over by the strip.
Oh, they're not by town. They're kind of in the town.
I mean, yeah, they gotta rise up out of the ground and find a way to do what they do around town. They sure don't make a commute.
They big tunnels,
guys.
Wouldn't that be like dangerous to go there? Like live there? With balls or anything? Big tunnel or they're like small culverts? Where do you know?
So, I took my headphones off a second. It's hot in here. And say that again, sorry?
I mean, I think when I watched that tunnel documentary, they don't seem like they're like, it wasn't like a giant tunnel, right?
No, it's like an underground labyrinth almost. Like it goes different directions, and you know, like if you get to a certain point, it's just like, hey, this is our area. And then, you know, you have to walk through that area to get to like the other people who are like, no, this is our area. And then, yeah, the water comes, flushes people out, and kills them, and they got to reset their worlds and everything.
So like dead bodies and shit under there.
I'm sure that they get washed out.
Okay. How often does the big flash?
It doesn't rain very often. So when we have flash floods, they're dangerous here, but it isn't common. You know what I mean? It's always out of the blue. You never know when it's going to happen, really. I mean, been having weird barometric pressure all over the world the last few years, I think.
Have you seen the movie Terminal with Tom Hanks?
I did see that one. Yeah, I saw that one. That's based on a true story, too. It's based on a true story. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it's got that romantic comedy quality to it from the 2000s that's kind of
So that
campy.
man's name was Mehran Karimi Nasseri. He went by,
That's the real guy.
yeah, also known as Sir Alfred Mehran. Was an Iranian refugee who lived in the departure lounge of Terminal 1 in Charles de Gaulle Airport from August 26, 1988 and July 2006 when he was hospitalized.
Right.
I don't know why they didn't have
I remember seeing that.
why they didn't have Tom Hanks be at Charles de Gaulle instead of John F. Kennedy Airport. I guess it's not like
Yeah, why?
because it's just inspired by his story. It's not like his exact story.
Yeah. In the movie, what's Tom Hanks' excuse for living in the airport?
He's unable to return to his native country due to a military coup.
There was like a military coup. Then when the coup was over, that country was a different country. Like they changed. So then now there's new laws. Now there's new international regulations. And it's like, well, the country you came from doesn't exist. Technically, that land doesn't recognize your passport. You don't recognize your passport because that's not connected to a country anymore. So you're not allowed to step foot outside the passport. Right now, the airport is the only quote-unquote international territory that you are allowed to occupy. And so they tried to convince him to break the law so that they could arrest him. There's a horrible thing about the system.
Now you live in front of Baskin Robbins. What did this guy do in the airport to shower?
He would go to the bathroom and use the sink and just like Thor's bath, you know what I mean? Just splash himself.
A great question that they didn't answer in that documentary we just saw. How do they masturbate?
I don't know if they did.
No.
How did Iran Asari jack off?
Probably in a bathroom stall. I mean, at least you could do it.
I think you can get creative if you cover yourself with the right stuff. You can do it.
I mean, I think you could do it in a bathroom stall, but these people who lived in an apartment in a mall, they couldn't, at least they would be like, yeah, that got really awkward or whatever. There is.
People in the food court are like, do you hear that? And then you just, do you hear people talking right now? And then they're like silently broadcasting the whole food court.
So, there was one, this isn't for as long, but I remember heaing about somebody who was living in an IKEA Somebody did it for 2 days without being caught. He described his experience as a unique staycation. It was not a contest. It was not a contest. They have done contests though. I know. And then another instance, a 12-year-old boy named Peng Yin John was found living in an IKEA store in Shanghai while running away from home. He survived on food samples and reportedly on a display bed. Mark Malkoff. There was like a kid who did it in Shanghai, and then somebody did it in New Jersey, documenting their experience through a video blog.
I've seen people try to set up in Walmarts before.
Yeah, but they'll like hide in the clothes like overnight and they'll leave. I think it has to be like at least like a week is a good amount of time, but a month is where you start getting some. 18 years in an airport is crazy.
We're done.
What happened to him after? Did he finally
I think he died. He is hospitalized. Let's check that out though. He died. No. He died in 2022. What happened to him? Life in Terminal 1. So he's hospitalized in 2006. He was hospitalized and his sitting place was dismantled. Towards the end of January 2007, he left the hospital and was looked after by the airport's branch of the French Red Cross. He was lodged a few weeks in a hotel close to the airport. On the 6th of March 2007, he was transferred to a charity reception center in Paris's 20th arrondissement. From 2000 onwards, he lived in a Paris, though in the wake of his death, the Associated Press reported that he had recently returned to live at the airport. So basically, he was homeless after that. Isn't this awful that they made a whole fucking movie? They made a whole fucking movie about this guy's life, and he didn't even make enough money to be able to like stop being homeless.
There's a guy in Detroit living inside of a football stadium floorboard. And he had a bedroom.
That's baller.
A guy in Las Vegas had a hidden room on top of a grocery store.
Say that one more time. I'm fucking just still getting my brain organized. I'm so sorry, guys. What about that grocery store?
Are you Canadian, Cassian T? Fucking sorry.
I do say sorry like a Canadian, right? But I also, too many years of low self-esteem, that kind of shit. Working on a lot these days.
I mean, it's a bad thing to be polite.
I try. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm nice all the time, so I at least try to be polite when I realize I don't think I'm nice. But I love you guys. I'm just an asshole. I don't know what to do. I don't know what these last few years are going to be. I didn't memorize it.
You seem to be in good spirits, so that's great.
It's interesting, right?
It's wonderful to hear.
Some guy converted an abandoned rooftop water tower into a hidden apartment in Brooklyn.
It makes me wonder.
So is water tower?
Go ahead.
I didn't know they had water towers over there still. So just that they have like reservoirs on top of like the skyscrapers.
That is abandoned.
It makes me wonder a few things. One, where are people who are still living where they're not supposed to be? Two, I'm sure some people have been doing that and have died and were just never found. And those are my two big questions. Like, who is still doing it? And then who has died trying to do it? And then a big one is like caused by the temperature issue, perhaps water issues.
Yeah, no, they're not like glamorous. There are people living in the New York City abandoned subway tunnels like their entire lives. Kind of like the Las Vegas one.
Yeah, I saw something.
Some guy in LA built and lived in a tiny house inside of a billboard for over a year of an art project.
There's a fine line between art project and just being homeless.
Sorry. Fucking shit.
There's a fine line between art project and
Homelessness.
being a breaking and entering or living in a space we're not supposed to.
Right. And I don't get, well, I don't know. I don't understand why. I guess the worst that happens to you is 6. Like, I'm surprised there aren't like um penalties for it.
One person, I mean, this isn't living, but my sister said that some guy bought a season pass at, we're gonna have Six Flags in Canada, but there's like a Canada's Wonderland, and he bought like the unlimited pass or whatever, and he would go there every day for food to Canada's Wonderland, and dollar cost averages food there for an average of $6 per day or something.
There are people who do that at Knott's Berry Farm. There's like a whole subreddit dedicated to it. I think I last I checked, it was like $300 for unlimited food. Well, it's not unlimited food. It's 2 meals there a day, and there are people who live their life, and then when they want to eat, they go there, and they have like a huge selection of things, and they actually like make money on the deal. Well, how should I say it? The people who do this like eat cheaper than they would if they were to just eat very cheaply outside of the park. And they're allowed to ride as many rides as they want. So I think a year pass, and then the year pass has an add-on to it that allows you to have have they call it unlimited meals, but it's like 2 meals a day. So I think that's an extra $125. So basically, you can eat for like $1 a day or so. Pretty close.
That's pretty good. I wish we lived in places where this kind of thing, so that if there are homeless people, grab a carrot or a tomato, little things like that. You know what I mean?
Word.
I don't know, an apple, orchards, even here in Vegas, we have.
What did you say?
I wish that there were more public gardens.
We heard that, and then even here in Vegas, what?
Vegas has an orchard here. I mean, they do
cool.
a lot to make sure that there's like an orchard with bees and stuff. So they make their own honey and all sorts of things. I mean, they donate to the homeless, and they have programs. There needs to be more things like that. I guess community outreach, if for nothing else than food. I even see some people online who they're spending their money on things that society requires of them, but so it's like, let's get these groceries because you guys go to the food drive bank and all they have is cans. I don't know. Let me think about nutrition.
All those are okay. Okay. Like some people like Dr. Ray. Okay, live streaming audience. I'm going to answer it now. I hope it works. I'll test it out later. And I hope so. Our goal today is to do a massive sweeping overview of the entire course chronologically, because it's looking at almost 2,000 years of history with tremendous changes over those periods, and really ones that deeply affected Sephardic Jews. So today we're going to go fairly quickly in the space of about an hour. I'll give you the broad sweep, and then starting on Tuesday, we're going to go right back to the beginning and really go in much deeper to the period as a whole. Any lingering over from last class? Here, yes, Mr. Naim. Well, I start on time. So if you guys are late, I mean, it's on you, but beat myself if I don't do it right. No, I like to start on time because I think if you wait till people show up, you're just rewarding people who are coming late. Start on time, and maybe we'll end early, finish the material today. But what I want you to walk away with at the end of this hour is a good sense of 4 major periods. Okay, that's what I've got. There's 4 bubbles here. The first period is the ancient period. The term ancient typically does not go up to the year 711. It's a technical term, ancient, sometimes referred to as antiquity. So
hold on, not yet. Hold on, not yet. Give me 15 minutes. I have to use the restroom, to brush my teeth. I've got to do some shit, but then we'll play, okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Generally ends around the year 200. There are different ways in which you can measure it. Christian historians tend to look to the fall of Rome, which would be like in the 400s. That's at the very end of antiquity. And of course, it starts way back once you have written history. Before written history, like, Stone Age, stuff like that, that's called prehistory. We don't have any prehistory of Sephardic Jews we know of. We definitely have ancient, and that's where we'll start. I'm going to go into the early medieval era. We're going to take us up to 711. This is a key. Not too many days as a whole in this class. Welcome, gentlemen. That works sometimes and not other times. Anyone know what happened in 711? It's really famous. They named the whole chain of stores after this event. Muslims conquered Spain, exactly. Really important date because it represents a huge turnover from Christian Spain to Muslim Spain. Mr. Lipton? I'm sorry? There is no connection to the story. I just like to say that. But I have no idea why they call it 711. I highly doubt it's because of the Muslim conquest of Spain, but it's an easy way to remember it. 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's great. That's like a Wikipedia fact. Or maybe it opened on July 11th. Okay, so that's the first period. Okay, we're going to look at the ancient period. That means from the origins of Sephardic Jewish community, which is, as we shall see, basically first century, up until the Muslim conquest of 711. So this technically is a little longer because the ancient period, at its furthest extent, goes to say the fall of Rome in the 400s. And by the way, it took a while to fall. So some people date 405, others 406, 476. I don't think about it, but definitely on 711. Then we're going to go to the Golden Era. And the Golden Era, I've identified in particular 2 series, the 10th through the 12th century. Now, by the way, since many of you are, maybe you haven't studied history formally, just to avoid any embarrassment in the future, the number of the century always refers to the previous. So, for example, right now is the year 2024, we're in the 21st. So that might be a very obvious fact, but forgive me for stating the anyways. Right, it's the 21st, you count from 0 up first, third. Also, we will use the dating system CE and not AD. Mr. Lipschitz?
Also, what do the discrepancy of the centuries and let's see, 2024? What are the reasons?
No, you just count it out. Like when you're in the year 150, you're in your second century.
So why did they decide to call
You mean like second, third century, or?
why did we decide to call it 21st and 20?
Oh, yeah. Right. Like, for example, if you say Tehillim according to Chabad, right? So I am right now 61 years old in the American system. But anyone know what Kapitel Tehillim I would say? I would say 62. Exactly. I am in my 62nd year, but Americans say 61. But I'm really 61 and whatever, 3-4 months. No, it's just math. It's just math. It's like you're in. I finished 1 year in June. I'm now in my 62nd year. So you can either say I am 61, that's like 2024, or in my 62nd year.
Also, the second one.
And it's just,
The second mistake, I don't know what you kind of like, is it, when do you stop feeding your child? Before,
right. Are you in the sixth hour from, all kinds of that. Did I misunderstand your question?
No, I was just wondering why you decided to go into
conventions of speech. But here's one other thing that is very important. You will often see the designations BC, but those are not the scholarly conventions. BC stands for before Christ, which is obviously not preferred by non-Christian scholars. They tend to use the term BCE, which stands for before Common Era. And then there's a term AD, which is actually even worse. AD stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so that's like, it's not just a statement of fact, before Christ, but saying the year of my Lord, that's kind of heavy. So we use CE, Common Era, as opposed to AD for the years we're in now. Yes, exactly. They just use the same numbers, but they change the ending. So by the way, it's not just Jews. It's the secular world. That's scholarly, Okay, so we're talking about the 10th to the 12th centuries. That means the 9th to the 1100s. That is, we're going to span the entire era, but these are the 2 centuries that are especially associated with the Muslim-Jewish golden era, right? This is the era that includes, luminaries like the Chovos Levavos, Yehuda Halevi. The Rambam is really at the end of this period. He's one of the last of those great luminaries, and we will have plenty of time to figure out what exactly was so special about this period. Was it quite as golden as people say it was? The term that's often used is convivencia, which means the period of coexistence, which is a little bit exaggerated, but it really represents a unique period of time. We will spend lots of time discussing why it was so golden, but then it goes into decline, and that's what we're going to study in the third bubble here. This is a period when the disputations happen. Those are like staged debates between Jews and non-Jews. Perhaps the most famous of them is the Vihuach of Ramban, who was forced the merits of Judaism versus Christianity. And these things always had a predetermined ending and so on, but that's what happens really from the 1200s on, and then ultimately it morphs into the Inquisition, which we'll spend a lot of time talking about. The Inquisition was absolutely horrific and incredible period of Jewish persecution, and then finally the expulsion in 1492, which kind of draws a sharp line, right? So 3 periods so far: the ancient period, the medieval period, which has a couple centuries of high points, and then the decline from 13th to 15th century. And then finally, because the 15th century represents technically the end of Sephardic Jewish civilization in Sepharad itself, you have the diaspora afterwards. The word diaspora means scatter, it's a Greek word, and it refers to, like, you know, all these Jews being kicked out, forced out, fleeing, refugees. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, because there are many Jews who remained behind as hidden Jews. There are a lot of different terms for them. You've probably heard Marano, which means like, you know, someone who's pretending to be Christian on the outside in the street, but at home, to various degrees, they are absorbing or they're living a Jewish life. The term Marano used to be the scholarly accepted term, but it fell into disuse in the last 20 years or so, largely because it's a Spanish word for pig. It's an insult. And so many people saying, we keep calling those Jews Marano. That's the term that was used for them. So the terms used, I prefer crypto Jew, hidden Jew, verso, which means because many of them had already been forced to convert to funding. Novo Christians, or new Christian, that was the term used at the time as well. So there's also a crypto Jewish population in the Iberian Peninsula, but the dominant experience of the last 500 years has been that of a diaspora all across Europe, into the Eastern Mediterranean, and into America as well. Yes, please, Mr. Rubin.
How common is it among scholars who don't use the word Marano anymore, or even those during that time, to use the English term Anderson because control it in our own terms?
Good question. Excellent. Yeah. So another term for the Maranos, I'm trying to go back. I wish this behaved a little better. I think I might just bring my clicker. I'm used to the clicker. Another term, and we'll go through all of these terms and the various pluses and negatives of them later. But the term for those who are forcibly converted is singular anus, which is, you know, the heathen's forced. It's also synonymous with the word rape, right? Because that's a complete relation of forcing someone. Or anusim in plural. Sometimes b'nei anusim, the children of the forced. That term is very popular in Hebrew. It's not so popular in English. It's just spell it out in your mind, right? Anus, A-N-U-S. Right, yeah. So it doesn't translate well to non-Hebrew speakers, right? He's Benny Anison, you know, right? It doesn't come across well. Yeah, so they could do it like those, but so it works very well in English. That's why I prefer crypto Jew. But as we shall see, it's hard to encompass that phenomenon with a single term, because you'll have a whole spectrum. You have people who are like so angry about even having to pretend they're Christian, and on the other hand, you have people who are happy and wish people would forget about the Jewish identity, and then there's a whole range of people in the middle between those two terms. Yes, Mr. Gross.
So what era was the special Portuguese diaspora?
So that's going to be after the expulsion of 1492.
Just post 1492 doesn't have a particular
Yeah, we're still in it, right? I mean, technically speaking, Spanish and Portuguese Jews, Sephardim, can have some rights to claim citizenship. So you could say that the diaspora ended, but I think the diaspora is a much larger phenomenon than Spanish and Portuguese Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. Okay, those are our 4 periods. Let's do a little bit of work in each one of them now, and then our scope for today, God willing, we'll have a sense of where we are. Okay, so let's go to the very beginning of the ancient period. Here's a great map. This is the extent of the Roman Empire in about the year 18. And as you can see, it is a massive thing. It encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin, all of the coast of North Africa, including the Great Egypt. Of course, Israel is dominated, and they've had, as we mentioned, when this map was drawn, or what this map is doing, is after 2 failed revolts against the Romans, the Great Revolt of of 66 to 70. And then another revolt in year 115 to 170, Mr. Arroches, thank you. I don't want to move it too much. How about that? Is that better? Yeah, because we're gonna post. Okay, so they've got a fair bit of control of the Eastern Mediterranean. They managed to have a war finally and beat the Parthian Empire. And this is the whole Talmudic region here. Oh, here's part of the. Actually, I'm not sure I'm happy with this map because it's very, very nominally under Roman control. The Parthians, the Sasanians, is going to defeat them in just about 75 years after this. A little bit longer, about 100 years after this. So this will be under Persian control shortly thereafter. All of Turkey and so on, a good chunk of the Black Sea, and then most of Europe, right up until you get to the really weird Goth parts here, and half of England, half of Britannia, all under Roman rule, and of course Hispania itself under Roman rule. Then we thought, as we saw that map last week, this huge dispersal of Jews from Judea after the first revolt, with maybe as many as 100,000 Jews shipped off across the Mediterranean and into the Italian peninsula here. And as we discussed on Tuesday, a number of them make their way through the north, pick up lots of culinary habits, and eventually settle in the Rhineland and form the core of the Ashkenazic population. But another group is also making its way across the most of Africa, and they start settling in the Iberian Peninsula. We have some really interesting artifacts period. I'll show you some of them on Tuesday, God willing, primarily inscriptions like gravestones that date from the 1st century. So that means we have Sephardic Jews, or you wouldn't call them Sephardic then, they are living in Sepharad, but they're probably from already in the 100s. So a few scattered bits of information about them at that point. We also have references to Hispania in the Gemara. Rebbe Akiva maybe have made it quite all the way out here, quite possibly in some of his travels. So there's definitely some interaction with Hispania, but no great Jewish communities, just scattered, individual Jews. Mr. Arroches.
The Sefarad that's mentioned in Ovadia, it's not the same one.
Yeah, it's not. We'll talk about it on Tuesday as well when we go into greater detail. The word Sefarad, I don't want to take away too much of Tuesday's lecture, but basically it says, the exiles of Israel who are in Sepharad, and you want to jump up and say, yeah, well, look at that. We see that the exiles from Judea are in Sepharad. But the thing is, the way the word Sepharad is used there is not the same way we use the word Sepharad today. It's like, for example, how many of you guys have been to where Cornell University is, or closer to home? Oh, in Long Island is a place called Babylon, right? So that's where the Talmud is written, right? No, so obviously it's a place name that's applied later, but not necessarily used in Tanakh. So font is like that too. A lot of place names are unreliable in regards to how they use. Mr. Gross.
Akiva was murdered by high control.
Yes. No, this is actually about 15 years before Rabbi Akiva's death. He was killed in the Hadrianic persecutions, probably on the year 136 or 137, and this is 170. Yes, Mr. Wait, I know. The company. Yeah. First evidence we have of them is from the 100s. Not too many. Well, on Tuesday we'll go into great detail about this specifically. But let's talk about what happens after the Roman Empire falls. Because remember, the Roman Empire is going to collapse in two different stages. The first stage, the Western Roman Empire, which is basically, this is Constantinople here, which is now called Istanbul. Back then it was called Byzantium. It's the same town on the Bosphorus, which is a little strait between the Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea. So this is how you get out, not the Adriatic, I forget what this sea is called, right next to Greece. Anybody know? This is the Adriatic over here. The Aegean, thank you, the Aegean Sea. So there's a really important strategic spot here, the Bosphorus, that's a little strait. The eastern part is going to stay Roman. It's going to be called the Byzantine Empire. The western part is going to fall to a whole bunch of ravaging hordes like the Vandals, which is where we get the word vandalism, because they came and they attacked sedentary civilizations, spray painted all over and stuff like that. You know, broke bus stations and stuff. I'm enjoying myself. So they Rome will fall in the 400s, but what's going to happen to Spain is it's going to be taken over by some of these groups, and they're called the Visigoths. It's wrong. There we go. Let's go now, hopefully. Yes. Here we go. So this is what it looks like. This is in Latin, Regnum Visigothorum, the kingdom of the Visigoths. Who were these people? We'll talk more about them again on Tuesday. But basically, they were part of these, marauding bands of nomads that made their way across Europe. These are the Western Goths. There's also Ostrogoths, and these are the Eastern Goths. They're going around pillaging and raping and taking over territories. They sack Rome. They may have been the ones who took the menorah, what happened to the menorah, the Caled temple, but the Vandals, had their turns at sacking Rome and taking away its treasures. And the Western Goths settled in the Iberian Peninsula. So this is about 400s until 711. They're in charge of the region here. This happens to be, wow, what is this weird thing? So they originally actually from what would be Hungary today, and they made their way across the coast of Europe. As soon as they got here, they put shells. They covered all the sofas, plastic, very Hungarian. Mr. Kaplan, I'm talking about. But this was a really bizarre time for Jews. Specifically, the Visigoths, like most Europeans over the course of these centuries, adopted Christianity, but Christianity had not yet solidified into what we would call Catholicism today. Like they didn't necessarily recognize a pope in Rome. They had some really different theologies that would later be called heretical. In particular, the Visigoths adopted a form of Christianity called Arianism, which is spelled with an I, A-R-I-A-N-A-N-S-M, Arianism. And what they believed, distinct from Catholics, is they believed that the founder of Christianity was not the Son of God. He was like a prophet, he was a holy man, but he was not like metaphysically different from regular people. This would later be crushed by Catholicism as a heresy, but for several hundred they were Arians. This was actually good for the Jews because they were a little bit more relaxed vis-a-vis the Jews until they became Catholics, when they began a period of absolutely incredible persecution that we will look at in great detail on Tuesday. Is this right?
Sometimes I'm just in shock for a minute. And that's not good. So I'm trying to get all that. You know what I mean? It's
We'll have to do that.
very weird.
That's a button. And if I touch this, they do anything?
I don't think it's, right now you're trying to control the software of the screen itself.
A-R-I.
It's probably the
You guys have invitations.
the three dots.
No, it's not. I'm an old guy. This is like technologically way too.
Oh, how about the three dots?
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, check it out.
All right, bye.
Check it out.
What's the rest of the shot?
about this on Tuesday. We're going to focus on ancient.
What's he doing?
Let me see them.
Jay Yorn? He doesn't even know what Jay Yorn
We've
is.
got Jews living here, and we have a certain amount of really cool archaeological evidence. I'll show you, but I'm going to show you one from over here, simply because it's not part of Spain, but it is part of the Visigothic area, and it's pretty cool. This is a gravestone that's probably from around the year 600, and it's in a place called Nal.
Oh, home field advantage. Little bitch gets his fucking way.
It's in a region called Provence. What stands out about this thing is being
No, I don't care. I don't care. If you go first or I go first, I'm gonna win, baby. That's how I feel.
Koshaya? What do you see? Menorah. There we go. Good. Anything else? It says what?
I don't know if that's Latin.
It's all Latin. Inscriptions, you found it? What does it say? Yeah, here it is. And I think it says, this is Hebrew here. It's very hard to read though. That's definitely a shin. I think this is going to be Shalom. I think this is probably Israel. So this is not really high quality resolution, but I think that's what it says. Shalom of Israel, which is a pretty serious giveaway, right, Mr. Lipschitz?
Does it ever want to be accepted in the minority branches were parched of laryngitis?
Excellent question. A little bit of a tangent, but I'm happy you asked it because I find it fascinating. Right. So one of the
What the fuck, dude? Why doesn't he just give you a fucking hole?
Menorahs are all like, straight up like this, and they base it on a manuscript of the Rambam, who maybe in his own hand drew a style menorah. However, when you go back and you look at earliest so that would be 12th century. But if you go back to the early representations, we have menorahs, for example, on coins that were minted by Agrippas. Mr. Kashayev, sorry. The arch. So you might want to dig out to
Hit
Roman
his
artists.
ball. There you go.
I don't even know for sure if they had the menorah. Maybe they just put it on the Arch of Titus as a sign. Maybe.
No, hit his ball, dude. What are you doing?
And we definitely have some graffiti that was discovered in Yerushalayim of a menorah. And in both those cases, they have gently sloping.
Fuck. This fucking game. Fuck off.
So there's all kinds of like clay lamps and things like that, but that's not necessarily for the menorah. A menorahs. That's it. Yeah, we have some symbols, but they tend to, first century, which would have been when people would see it, it has gently curving arms for the most part. Mr. Aroshas. So this is not a ball, this is southern France. And
I find it funny
it
too.
says,
But everything that we said was legitimate.
Here lies in pace, in peace, in memory and in memory. And then it has all these various names, which are not necessarily Jewish names that stand out, but the menorah and the little bit of is a giveaway. It's interesting, though, to note that this is how is this different from, let's say, what you might see on a matzeva today in, let's say, Queens?
No one ever asked, hey, I want
This is probably done by the archivists.
They show it directly.
Yeah, it does not have a date on it. It's in the dates, right? What else do you notice? Like if you went to a today, what would you typically see on the gravestones?
There's no Jew flag?
Star of David is not really a Jewish symbol until about the 1500s. Hebrew letters, right? Look how little Hebrews are. It's almost all in Latin, right? Well, that's kind of weird. So you wonder about like how educated were these Jews? They put in something here on the bottom to kind of throw it, and also up here it's kind of like a token, but it speaks to the level of education of the average Jew. Maybe we don't know if this is representative or not. We don't have enough to compare, but you frequently see that they're not as educated as we would think they are. We happen to live in extremely, well, it's a weird age. Most
Are you proud of that?
For example, are hardly educated Jewishly, like 70% of them.
That shot sucks dick.
10%
I hope he hits your ball.
Massively educated. Way more
That
than
shot
most
sucks
times
too.
in Jewish history.
I'll show you a good shot. Perfect. Perfect shot.
Oh, they did write some in Hebrew, right? Yeah. So you wonder, I have lots of these to show you. Compare them. I'd love to talk about them. But let's go on because I want to give you. So I gave you the.
It might be a good move when you're playing with two people, but you kind of take a big risk.
That happens in 7-Eleven is the Muslims coming in. So here, let's have a look at that.
Water bump him, dude.
This is a map.
Water bump him.
That shows you the set of the Muslim Empire. Let us recall that up until this point, right, thinking about the whole map here.
Stop.
The Roman Empire is disarray. It's
no way.
By the Vandals and the Goths and things like that, and they're kind of Conan the Barbarian style. They're only just beginning to appreciate.
Why would you do that?
Especially in the northern parts of Europe, like
you're fucking right.
They're still living
but then he's going to get the point.
Various forms of paganism, worshiping trees, worshiping lightning, things like that. So over here in the eastern part, we have still a very strong Christianity called Byzantine Christianity, and it has a hard stop with what was then the Persian Empire. And
well, it's not a water bump, it fucks you.
Paganism still
it's almost
in North
worse.
Africa. Then in the 600s, a figure named Muhammad emerges from Mecca and Medina, claims to have had a revelation from the Archangel Gabriel, right? He's living in an era, there are lots of Jews living in this region called the Hejaz, which would be in Saudi Arabia.
I am.
And he says, I got the new religion.
Oh man, I can't hit my ball in, baby. Hit my ball in, thanks, baby. Oh man.
Which are very active in the region. Judaism and Christianity is known.
If he makes it, you're done.
Something like what
he's got the lead.
They're nomadic, and they're worshiping traditional pagan gods. Muhammad is tremendously popular, except with one key population. He figures that the Jews are going to become Islamic right away. Like they're going to see his new religion is.
Look how sick this shot is. Bounce it, baby.
Initially, he has all kinds of very positive, sort of overtures to Jews.
Fuck.
He has the Qibla, which means like the direction of prayer towards Jerusalem. And he has obviously lots of borrowings from Judaism.
You're done, dude. Bounces me in the water.
Then he switched to Mecca. After he discovered that the Jews were not banging down the doors
you
to
had
Muslims,
so many advantages,
and like Martin Luther later
and now you're
Europe
fucked.
Became
those balls fucked you over.
There was a series of wars against Jewish tribes.
Oh, beautiful, dog.
In Medina,
high five,
and,
man.
Some pretty awful massacres. One in particular, a place called Khaybar. You hear about, extreme Islamist extremist movements today. They'll say things like, remember the Khaybar, remember what we did to you at Khaybar. It's pretty nasty stuff. So that changes a lot of Islam.
Yeah, I've seen people do.
Although you can still see there's a lot of stuff which is kind of like Judaism.
I've seen people do that before, but then you do just what I did.
5 times a day, right? They're always trying to add something to it. At any rate, it's like a hugely popular ideology. It's like way more interesting to the pagans than either Christianity or Judaism was, and he spreads.
And now he's like a shot behind us.
The course, a little over a century. This
not really though. That was actually a good shot.
Expands throughout the entire
and he
Arabian
fucks us over.
Makes his way all to Constantinople, although he would not conquer Constantinople until the 50s.
Don't hit his ball.
Moves all the way
if
out.
You hit his ball, you fuck us.
Northern India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, which is all becoming Islamicized, and of course across the North Africa is all Islamicized.
No way.
And then crucially, in the year 711, they cross the Straits of Gibraltar and they take
Come on,
Spain.
baby. Quit with this fucking text.
pretty successful forays into Europe, but they're eventually
Why don't you
driven
suck his
back,
dick?
and the line is held at Pyrenees Mountains here in France and Spain. And this is in the course.
That's a
just
miss,
little
dog.
over amazingly rapid expansion. of
No
this
way.
And there are a lot of reasons
No
why
way.
it spread so quickly, and
No
relates to
way.
what we're dealing with, Mr. Gross.
Hit my ball, baby. Oh, no way.
Were they mostly interested in their considered some sort of jihad was it because they felt they were oppressed or believers, or just spread the religion? What was the
Excellent question. And I would say it's not some sort of jihad, it is jihad.
There's no way you're
Jihad
making this
means
shot.
war.
Not in a
War
million
for the
years.
sake of Islam. And
Not
so
in a
this
million
was
years.
like-
This is
It was
impossible.
like mind-boggling how fast it went. Why did it go so fast? So up until, let's say, the middle of the 20th century, there was kind of a bias in Western historiography that said
No
it's
way
because
does he
the
make
Islamic
this shot.
armies were so bloodthirsty that everyone's afraid of them or die. But in the last 70-odd years, there's a lot more analysis of that to indicate that, the truth
No,
is,
he won.
Islam did definitely have some pretty ferocious
Fuck.
armies, but they also had a pretty convincing
Mancala?
ideology that was very attractive to many populations, especially those who had large slave example. If you lived, let's say, way out here, things like that, you may be under some experience of the caste system. Maybe very low down based on your birth order and can never escape it. India in particular has a very, very
I hate
complex caste system where the lowest of the low, defiling to other Indians that you can't even stand in their shadow. You certainly can't touch them, you certainly can't marry them, and so on. So if Islam comes in and says, hey, listen,
I hate
if
this
you
one.
want, you can stay an untouchable, or you can convert to raise your finger, pronounce the Shahada, which is basically like a one-sentence ritual, and you're Muslim. Right? And so a lot of people, and then you get equal social rights. And it's relatively colorblind, meaning you can have extremely dark skin and live in a society where there is a bias against that, but you say
This should be one of the greatest shots.
you can actually be part of the ruling class. So it was like an appealing thing as well. And the whole movement was accelerated by the fact that a lot of people said, wow, these guys are the winners, I'm going to join with this movement. Yes, Mr. Rose.
Dude, he fucked me.
People would say, they'll say things like Jesus would die for sins, he would forgive you, but they compare the two, and they were so successful because they looked at it as some sort of religion of passion.
Definitely, there's a lot of similarities here because there's a hard sell.
Don't water bump me.
And there's a soft sell, like, hey, we have this thing called the afterlife. That if you become a Muslim, you hold with the 5 pillars of Islam and so on, then you'll have this amazing eternal life, which is forever blissful and all kinds of sexual pleasures. So it's a
Rim job.
Say, well, I want some of that. What's my choice here? I can convert or die.
Yeah,
or
do that.
Debased state of my society, or I could just do this Shahada thing, and then I have all these benefits. So a lot of reasons for this rapid spread. Let's look though in particular how this relates to the Jews. And this is very important. We'll spend a lot of time talking about this when we get to this period later. The Muslims had a special
definitely not scoring
in their requirements.
This seems to be one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
It's exaggerated, by the way. There were a lot of people who did not convert and still did not die, even though they were not either Jews or Christians. These two faiths, Christians and Judaism, Christians and Jews, had me or protected people. The reason being because one of the things that Muhammad argued was that God
can't believe I didn't score on that.
attempted to communicate with humans on numerous occasions, and people had picked up the revelations, and then they messed with them, and so it was always, disturbed and mocked. And only with Islam with Muhammad called the seal of the prophets was it done and dusted. Kind of like, Windows comes out with Windows, and it's a little buggy, so then we're going to get a patch, and then eventually we're going to get a new version of Windows 95. I know you guys remember that. And then after Windows 95, then Windows Millennium or whatever. Finally, we have 98.
Vista 7, 8.
Oh, I remember some of those, but then I switched to Mac. But eventually, you have the perfect software, Islam, that no longer needs any updating. And so, what do you do with these people beforehand? You received earlier updates. Well, we invite them to update. But if they don't choose to update, we still did make that product. They still did come from God, that revelation. So therefore, they said Christians and Jews in specific, and later they'll include other people as well, as long as they agree to live within certain, subjugated things, like they can't build their synagogues higher than a mosque. And
fuck this game,
they
man.
can't ride horses, for example, and they can't carry weapons or certain colors. As long as they agree to these things and pay a special tax, by the way, then we will tolerate them and continue their faith. So that was a huge bonus for Jews, because they could say, hey, we can live in Muslim territory, which is one of the great things for Jews as they're Catholic. Dhimmi, Dhimmi.
Dude, I'm so far behind.
Oh, it's sisters. Dhimmi.
Keep going.
That's a kind of like a hard D. Dhimmi.
Hit his ball.
I can't say it properly. It's jihad. Okay, there we go. No, it's jihad, something else. Okay, so here we go. Jews in Islam and Jews in Spain are especially important, because what happens here is that the Muslims come in here with rapid strike force cavalry in particular. Small numbers, right? This is a whole, massive peninsula. How are we going to conquer this entire area that is got lots of Christians in it? It's true, they're Visigoth Christians. Their attachment to Christianity is a little bit weird, but they've got to master this population. And the Jews are there and willing to help the Muslim conquerors who are going to extend to them all kinds of privileges and protections and rights. So the Jews partner with the Muslim conquerors who rule the region. And Spain becomes the only territory in the entire map here which is basically triangular in nature. What's happened over the course of centuries
that helped you so much.
Europe, aside from Spain, it's going to be basically overwhelmingly Christian, with a small minority. A few other smaller pagan minorities are disappearing. And the rest of the Muslim world is going to be overwhelmingly Muslim, with a small Jewish minority. But in Spain, you have a relatively, not exactly evenly, but you have good proportions of Jews, Spains, and Christians living in a triangular culture, which changes politics dramatically. Okay? Questions about that? Let's jump ahead to the next period.
This game sucks.
What happens next? Oops, too far. Here we go. This is when you have this golden age, where you have a triangular culture. The Jews are not the only minority. There's like kind of wiggle room between Christians and Muslims. It ends pretty dramatically with the Crusades, which is this pretty bizarre attempt that started in 1095 when, at the end of the year, Pope Urban II says, how is it possible that the Holy, of course, Israel is holy to Christians as well, that the whole land is controlled by the Muslim infidel? We really shouldn't tolerate that. So let us get together a whole bunch of Christian armies.
What the fuck was that?
Make our way out either by land or by sea. These are several crusades over the course of a couple centuries.
What a dirty water bottle.
Take Jerusalem in particular back from us. And this triggers the first real political war of the Muslims. Because with the Crusades, which were incredibly bloody affairs,
He should have gotten water bump on me.
Very, very sharp between Christianity and Europe.
That's not a water
Islam
bump.
in North Africa and the
Fuck.
Middle East. And basically, we're
Oh.
still living in that period of conflict today, 1,000 years later. Like when the Americans invaded Iraq in the 1990s, Americans were called the Iraqis crusaders because that's what the Muslim world remembers really for the last 1,000 years of Christians coming in here. It also represents a very
bullshit.
important
You gonna water
change
bump
for
me?
Jews because
You
although
fuck.
Jews are a minority and are experiencing persecution in many lands, they do have a carve out both within Islam, as we discussed briefly, and also within Christianity under a different thing called the Doctrine of Witness. So it means that Jews, for a period of a few hundred years, are the only people who can travel in
What's
both
he doing?
Muslim regions and
What's he doing?
Christian
Just hit
So
the
they were
make
very
it.
much active in diplomacy.
Just hit in the hole.
Also very active in trade, right? Because Muslims cannot easily go to Christian lands to trade, but Jews can. And also he's all over, so you have a Jew coming from Tangiers who goes up to
Oh, what a
Venice,
dirty,
and he shows up
dirty
and shows,
play,
"Hey,
dog.
listen, I'm here from
That was
Tangiers,
fucking
I
phenomenal.
want some business.
Oh, but
I
he went in the
also
water.
want to sleep, things like that.
That was
They have
fucking
international
goofy.
connections built in. So this is a period of great Jewish trading.
You're guaranteed to win in this hole.
So there's so much
Giant
more we can say
advantage.
about
I never have a
called
good
dominant witness.
drive.
On the whole, it was respected, but there were many punctuations where it was totally disregarded, including many we'll see in Spain. But the Jews never were subject to an outright genocide until the 20th century by a largely pagan movement. That's its religion was totally weakened that you could have outright genocide. Even there's lots of anti-Semitism, but they're still bound by the Ten Commandments theoretically, and thou shalt not kill is one of the commandments. So there's like a moderating factor. But once people don't care about the Ten Commandments, laced in, laced down. Mr. Koshaya.
Hit my ball, dog. Cash Vinci, hit my ball. Cash Vinci, hit my ball. Is he gonna go? Is he J Yorn? Do you think he's J Yorn?
As long as they're acting with people of that area, have one that says yes.
You are right. You're absolutely right. Yes, Mr. Aroshis. The doctrine of witness.
Oh, what
This
a
is
beautiful
more
shot.
Christianity. And we'll come back to it again. This is a quick overview. The Muslims had something very similar called
in honor of our many.
And basically, these are the terms on theological justification
Definitely, dude.
for the.
Do you have Netflix?
That we're not going to kill all of them because they're within certain parameters.
I got blocked out of it, but probably on
Different colors.
Not yet, dude.
This one?
Okay. Get after this game.
Oh, here we go. Blue.
No way, it's you.
Nice.
All right, I'll watch it right now. Rory McIlroy's in it. Tiger Woods. That would have been sick if Tiger Woods was in it.
Let's do some more history, Mr.
I think they probably just play as players, probably, but have like one or two words that they say.
Yeah, no, really.
Who's your favorite character from
the Khazarian Empire way over here?
the original one?
Really successful. I mean, and don't forget, there are a lot of sort of cultural biases, cultural tics of the Jewish world that make us excellent diplomats. We have international connections and experience. We tend to be multilingual. American Jews are weird historically, where they only speak English. And maybe
Shoot
not
him a
even that.
gavel.
But historically, Jews speak multiple languages. Just go back.
Shoot him a
family, I'm
gavel.
sure if you go back 2 or 3 generations. They're normally speaking 3-4 languages.
It's your turn, dude.
Yeah, it's America that's figured that way. Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, he has a big role.
Khoshayev.
He has a big role.
Persian and foreign design.
Yeah, I'm curious as to,
So at this time,
Stop.
it's a very situation because they are not under the Eastern Roman Empire at that time. They're still under the Sasanians. Oh, and then, I'm sorry, if we go up, they were conquered by Islam.
I roast him.
So by the time Islam
That's a
moves into the Persian
too
region,
hard.
the Bahrain region, that's when we're already at the very, very end of the Gemara, and including Savarayim. And
Oh, yeah.
actually the Gaonian will move the great
I
up
just
to
won.
Baghdad, and it's very much
I
of the
know.
Arabic surrounding culture. Okay, Mr. Gross.
Nice is right. The price is wrong.
Yeah,
I can't believe they got
This
He didn't say.
great.
Adam Sandler's character said it.
Oh, right.
All right, are you ready to watch it? Yep.
Actual exchange as a result.
So,
I'm ready. I'm watching. I'm
you're
ready.
asking a
Start sharing your shit.
sophisticated question, and it really speaks to the issue of how the Quran was codified, and even more importantly, something called.
Hey, how'd you find my rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl?
Traditions, the stories about Muhammad that actually took a few hundred years to be compiled. So those definitely reflect that changing attitudes. And there are many scholars
Do you
who
like
will
that?
look at the Quran and kind of zero in and say, yeah, this must have been during the Jews phase, and this was during the we don't like the Jews anymore phase. So definitely right. Okay, let's
Okay,
go
you
on.
might
We
get
gotta do 2 more
you might get
periods, right?
banned.
So keep the schematic in your head. The ancient period until Islam, right?
Don't
This is
comment
not-
it because they'll think
then we
you're.
have this remarkable
Well, here's
period.
what will
I don't know
happen,
if there's any reason why it's
which would be
remarkable,
great.
other than the fact that it was
You-
triangular. What will be
You
amazed
troll
is that
people,
what Jews were able
and then
to
they
do.
are like, then ban your
Revivals
account,
like they're doing
and they'll ask you to upload your ID, and then you do, and then they see you're a real person, and then they can't really do anything about
And
it.
then we go into this third period where we have a rapid Christianization of the region. This is the cover
Excellent.
photo, interesting one. This is Francisco Pradilla, La Rendición de Granada. It was painted in 1882, and this is a famous painting of the last surrender of Muslims to the Christians.
Dude, I can't believe it's up already.
Isabella,
All right, I'm gonna
glorious king and queen,
mute myself.
10 years after this event happened, which is in 1482. And here is the Muslim general, and they're all saying, okay, that's it, we're leaving. The Christians
Oh, I
have
have to
no
mute
comfort
everything.
either.
That was
That
cool.
was cool. Cool. That was. Why did they get to?
I don't really
I
have
don't
where
really
to
have where to
defend.
defend.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What up, Frosty? We're watching Happy Gilmore 2. Feel free to watch.
So yeah, I just switched my switched to mobile.
That's okay. We're watching Happy Gilmore too. Feel free to watch.
Like you listen to it. Is this the picture or is it just that?
No, watch it on what Riser is streaming.
Yeah, that's the one. Like,
Do you see it says watch stream?
everything's lagging. You know, my laptop fix this on my internet.
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
One more time? Who is that?
Who is that? You never seen me stand up?
Lavelle Crawford? Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The guy
yeah,
who's
the guy who
on that big pile of money
money
in that one
in that
movie.
one movie.
There you go.
There you go.
What's going on, girl? We're watching the end of Happy Gilmore 2. Feel free to watch. What'd you think? There's still a lot left. You thought what? To make sure. Okay. That's gotta be some kind of record. Good luck with that. What'd you think? Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely.
Usually aren't as good as the first one. There's some exception, perhaps, like Terminator 2. Yeah, I think the writing was really, really good in the first one.
Thank you.
Like so many iconic scenes. So like the second one was like just like a not as good imitation. Making more money off of the original. I didn't think, and yeah, no, I was gonna say I don't think it was like terrible, but it was almost in like the terrible category for me because like the jokes just did not hit at all for some reason. I think
There were like 4 good jokes. I went here.
You're nuts, woman. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think I laughed one time.
You're hard to play.
You're darn right I am, because the first one it like would change the culture of golf. It changed the way that you hit the ball. And this one was just a mockery. Firstly, it went downhill from the beginning. I was like, oh, that one hot chick's in it. I don't know, the lady from Modern Family or whatever. And I'm so tight. And then all of a sudden, she just gets killed. They kill that chick. Right. And so I'm like, Julie Bowen, who it seemed like it started off like, okay, I could get into this, like it, and then she dies. And she dies, and he kills her. And okay, so there's that. Then there's this random maxi whatever league that isn't even golf. And it's like, it's not even like, I don't even know how to describe it. The movie was great up, but I don't want to say great, but it was okay until halfway through because they were actually playing like real golf. Uh, but then all of a sudden it gets to the second half of that. Oh, where did he go? There he is. Um, the movie was fine up until like halfway through, but then it was like now we're gonna play in the Maxi League. I did like all the golfers in it. That was cool. I'm surprised Jack Nicklaus was in it. That was really cool. Fred Couples, all those people. That's great. And I liked all the cameos. That was cool. But it was like they kept shoving more and more shit in a golf bag, for lack of a better analogy, and it just at the end just spun off the wheels. And so they're gonna play in this maxi league. This guy has bad breath, which is like part of a running joke throughout the whole. Like it's not even a funny joke. And then the last hole of the seventh hole or whatever, they're playing on a green that's like that's
We
like
need to rewatch all of this, please.
that's like a lazy Susan. Like he's able to move the green with a cell phone. He's able to move the green with a cell phone. That's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any real sense. Like that's not golf. And I don't know the way that they should have just done it normally. They should have done it just like Happy Gilmore, where they just are playing in the open, and it's like you're playing against. I understand he was playing against like real people. I also didn't understand the opponent he was playing against. It was like a normal guy who had gotten in a go accident and now could hit the ball really far, which was like a weird gift. And he had gotten. I don't understand that. I
Like there's some like thing in his spine or something that like exploded, and so he could work more and therefore hit the ball farther. So all the maxi golfers have like a piece of spine removed so they could hit it further. But yeah, roast number 2 for those in the future that are listening.
Right.
Back movie gets roasted.
back
This one
to
gets roasted harder than for the city Jesse Eisenberg. So,
yeah.
yeah, the 18-hole Lazy Susan was like just like the entire premise of like the Nazi golf is so outrageous.
Oh, you have to watch the movie. You're not gonna know what we're talking about. There was like a sand trap full of flames. Like it just didn't make any sense to me. And I don't know the way they were playing like 5-on-5, and I didn't really know like whose team is shooter. Like he gets in a fist fight at the grave of Julie Bowen, and then all of a sudden he's gonna be on like he's literally he's been so pissed at Happy for like 30 years. He's been straight up pissed at him. Like not just pissed, but like where they had to put him in a mental institution. And then he comes out and he fist fights him on the grave of Happy Gilmore's wife. And then all of a sudden they're gonna be friends again. Like 2 days later. Just I didn't understand that. I would sub the cameos. They had a lot of really cool people in it. Though John Daly didn't really have that many great lines, which I would have really liked. John Daly's hilarious, and I don't know, he just kind of seemed like a drunk dude who's hanging out at Happy Gilmore's house. Boys, I thought that was kind of funny that they like fight everybody. That's fine, but I didn't really get the premise. So they're trying to pay for Happy Gilmore's daughter's dance school, but it's like she could go to dance school in other places. That didn't make sense to me. And it's not like that great of a dancer.
I thought really, really good.
Oh, she was really good, but what I meant to say is like she didn't have to go to that school. And then this drove me crazy when Happy's playing in the open tournament or whatever, the Open Championship or the whatever they call it, the Tour Championship, and he just didn't know he got sixth place. He had to be told at his house, "Hey, you got sixth place. That's $496,000 or whatever." And he's like, "Oh, I did." It's like, dude, you're not like blind to how you played golf that day. And if you got sixth, you know you were going to do well. I don't know. That just was.
He got drunk, didn't he? Or no, he didn't get drunk that round.
He did get drunk that round. He got so drunk that he went from first to sixth. But then the guy who won got signed by Messi, and that's how he got in the top five.
Yeah.
It just
one thing that pissed me off a lot was that the caddy was just like such a disappointing replacement for the caddy in the first movie, which was the homeless guy who was like killed a quarter and like didn't have a shoe. And he didn't talk much. He was a very silent character, but he was like hilarious.
right.
And the replacement guy, they were like, okay, we're gonna make him also a quiet character, but he's just gonna be kind of like a weirdo, and he's not gonna be that funny. He's gonna repeat like the same breadsticks joke like over and over. And I thought that they could make the caddy like a lot more fun.
Right.
Not just a failure of the movie.
Right. And like he got fired by Travis Kelce at the Tour Championship Lodge or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, I guess you're going to be my caddy. And then that guy's just like a waiter who also is not that funny. Like, I'm a complete. I thought it was going to be cool, like the guy who he strangled, who Happy strangled in the first one. I was like, oh, cool, that guy's gonna be the caddy. That's a good fit. And then he's like, no, actually, I'm gonna play against you. And then it was like, oh, okay. They kept jamming stuff into it, and I mean, you had like Post Malone, who doesn't golf or isn't known at all for golfing, for one reason or another, is like a commentator. Vern Lundquist, who is a commentator, and it was just like, hey, let's see how many famous people we can put in one movie, even if it doesn't fit. I can remember Adam's.
I agree. That was a very like moment of Mr. Celebrities into the movie for not need to be there.
And I didn't like how Happy got his groove back or whatever. Like, he just was like thinking about Chubb, like Carl Withers, like saying it's all in the hips, and then all of us can hit the ball better. That they actually were going to do something funnier than that, which every golfer has dreamed of, taking out their club and hitting the tee markers just as hard as they can and like breaking their club. I thought he was going to do that, and it was going to like send a shiver down his spine or something, and that's how he was going to get it back. But no, it's just like he had to have this, like he had to just think about the first movie, and that's how it was going to go. I don't know. I'm so happy you didn't enjoy it, because it was, to me, it just started downhill and continued. And I thought, okay, if they just a golf movie, then it might work out, where there's actually there's some tension, and there's
Agree with me, and then talked for 30 minutes back around to how you actually did agree with me. Thank you.
Audie, you didn't even see the movie. I would have really wanted it to be I would have really wanted it to be a golf movie, and instead, it was just like, let's see how many famous people we can have in a movie. That's really what it turned into.
The caddy, I thought the caddy was just like some random guy, but it turns out that the caddy is played by Bad Bunny, which is like a famous musician.
Okay,
and
so
also the guy, some other guy think Cody, the black guy that was in the movie, on like the Maxi team. There's like another famous musician. Like I don't know why they're just casting famous musicians as the actors in the movie.
Okay, I didn't know that was
And
Bad
also,
Bunny.
the golfers kind of suck at acting. Roy McIlroy, not a great actor.
Right. No, I'm in agreement. Okay, so I didn't know who that was there. And when you watch a movie with so many different cameos, it's hard to keep track of like who's who. And okay, so that guy you were saying who you really liked there was a stand-up comedian who was Chubbs's son. What did that guy? What was his point?
He was basically like taking over for like the role of Chubbs, I guess, as this
As a golf coach.
character coach
Oh,
person.
okay.
He was teaching them. I feel like they needed to for like 30 seconds they showed them, oh, we're just like golfing on pool tables and like learning how to putt around these different objects. But in the first movie, it was like a whole big thing where they're at like the mini putt course.
Right.
And there's like the windmill, the clown, and I feel like they really skipped over like the whole like, oh, we're actually gonna train to like get like the new, to, like this new golf level stuff. Like they just did not do a lot.
And I don't understand why they had to have this maxi league. I don't understand why it wasn't just like, hey, we're gonna. There could have been another league, but at least keep it to golf, not where there's like fire pits and the bunkers are like death pits. They had like fences. It's like it didn't make sense to me. And then
You know what would have saved the movie? And you know what would have saved you is if they used the fucking
in that. No, not plastic. They're rubber.
rubber.
Yeah, no, I thought that. I'm glad that you said something. Yeah, so I was excited when I was like, oh, Julie Bowen, I think she's a good actor and she's pretty. And I was like, okay, she's going to have a big part in this movie. Oh, yeah, for the first 20 seconds. And then it's like, no, you're never going to see her again, except for like flashbacks. So I wonder why she wasn't. She must have been filming something else because I don't know why they would do that. Now, Adam Sandler, just so I'm going to look it up. Yo, dog, why wasn't Julie Bowen, why didn't she have a bigger part in Happy Gilmore 2?
She said she fucking died.
Yeah, but whoa,
Maybe on the
dude,
contract,
ChatGPT,
like that gives you this many minutes.
calm down, just calm down. ChatGPT's behind. It said that there is no Happy Gilmore 2. It literally said, I said, here's the, it says,
You know what else?
Audie, if you keep interrupting me, I'm going to mute you. Audie, if you keep interrupting me, So it says, here's the breakdown of Julie Bowen. Audie, please be quiet. It says that Julie Bowen didn't have a bigger part in Happy Gilmore 2, mainly because there isn't a Happy Gilmore 2. It's like, yeah, there. I wish there wasn't, but yeah, there is. So ChatGPT must not be all the way updated. I don't know. It seems like she was shooting something else because that's what happens when when an actor should have a larger role and they don't. I don't know. Yeah, and I got confused at like they kept trying to jam all kinds of storylines in. there was like the Alcoholics Anonymous storyline, and the mini golf storyline, and the Maxi storyline, and the Shooter McGavin storyline, and then just the normal golf. Another weird thing about the movie, they spent the same amount approximately with the Eric Andre golf round as they did like the final round, which didn't make any sense to me either. They should like the final round should have taken some time. And more than anything, I didn't understand why some absolute no-name golfer is all of a sudden like the best golfer in the world.
I feel like they did like some.
The guy who wore shorts, and they're like, it's going to be a 2-stroke penalty, and he's like, yeah, it's okay.
He's wearing green.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy with the beard and the glasses. That guy,
The green guy was fit on the PGA, and then he switched teams to the Max team.
Right, but he came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't like a famous, known golfer in the real world for that role.
Exactly.
Probably they might have wanted like an actual actor, maybe for one of them.
Pro-
So it wasn't entirely garbage.
Probably because the other guys couldn't have been on, they had to play golf and stuff. They couldn't have been on set for a movie for like months. But
I do think that the scene where Rory McIlroy got purple nurpled by a guy on the other taxi team when they're coming out, I like that part.
I like
I did not expect Rory to get a nipple foot.
I like the tour championship dinner where they had all the old golfers. That was cool. But I did not like Travis Kelce's role, where I just didn't like that. And I guess it makes a lot more sense. I don't know who Bad Bunny is, so that's fine. I don't understand why he wanted to start an Italian restaurant, do sushi. Okay. Here's what I also don't understand.
I never wanted sushi. That's a lie.
He did. He said it at the very end. I don't understand why last hole, the green, where Adam Sandler and Bad Bunny are like on the green together, why you wouldn't just like wiggle the green to get your ball in the hole. Do you know what I mean? Like
because they cheated. They also cheated when he putted it up the thing. The guy literally just hopped up and down so that the ball would go in.
Right.
So they could have just tapped it and done that, but the Maxi League was not grounded in any form of common sense. But it's kind of too ridiculous and way off of course. But
I don't watch many Netflix movies, mainly because of this reason. It's like they always pushing product placement. Like, okay, you're telling me that Adam Sandler says, instead of it being like, hey, dude, why don't you just pay for my daughter to go to this dance school? It's got to be like, all right, well, I want my grandma's house, and I want this guy to be able to have a restaurant, and I need an electric Rolls Royce. Like, an electric Rolls Royce is just like a random thing to and it doesn't even sound that anyway. And then he wins it. I don't know. It just seemed like an obvious product placement thing.
I didn't mind the product placement of Subway in the first one. It was so funny.
Well, that made sense though. That made sense, and also Subway didn't do back then, so it was like, oh, Subway's gonna. sponsor him, but this time it was wild. I like Dan Patrick in it. If you know who that was the guy, Pat Daniels, the like golf announcer guy. Dude, they had podcast on it. That's really big for them for
For the podcast, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know how they managed to get that role. I'm assuming that some one Netflix executive really liked that podcast. And they're like, oh, I know what we could insert for no reason.
That's what it was like. It was literally like they sat around a table and were like, "All right, here's what we need to do. We need to get every golfer who's won a tournament of the last 60 years to be in this now. We need to put in it. It's got to be like prime drink, not prime drink. It's got to be like a fake prime drink. We need to have every. We need to have this list of like 7 actors. We also need to have callbacks from the original movie every 10 minutes. We need like that was another thing. It was like I saw the original movie. I mean, they like kept having to remind me of everything, and I get this movie happened 30 years after the previous one, and a lot of actors had died. But it was like if you were gonna do a Happy Gilmore 2, it should have been done like in 2006 or 2016.
Yeah, why did they not do that? Why did they fail to do it?
So I've always had a theory on this. I remember when Adam Sandler signed a contract with Netflix to do original content. Adam Sandler's since 2005, they've all been just bad. And if you're like, well, I like this movie, okay, that's fine. But he put out bangers with Billy Madison, Gilmore, and Dates, and like he put out he put out very very funny movies. And then he signed with Netflix, and I remember him saying in some interview, it was like, yeah, I could go do traditional movies, or I could do this Netflix thing and just go on vacation with my friends and make movies with them. And it was like, okay, so you're not going to make good movies, and that's kind of what it seemed like he had settled on. Like he's not going to really focus on good movies. And
I felt his acting specifically in this movie, it felt like, and like all the ones after like 2005, or like the more like recent ones, especially in this one, it seemed like his passion and like energy was just like not the same as the first movie at all. Like his Adam Sandler was just not as funny as the role he played in the first one.
right, and
I don't know.
it seems like he was
Dirty
really.
Album thing.
I don't know. That was his daughter. Wasn't that his daughter in the movie?
Like his real
Yeah,
daughter?
I think that's his real daughter, and it's like he just was pushing this movie so that he could work with her. And I'm sure that's cool. Like that's cool as a dad and everything, but I just didn't really buy it. Like, or I just didn't think it was like she was that good, frankly. And I was confused because she looks like she's like 20, and the boys were like look well, some of them, but like I don't
I
know.
think they're meant to be old. The older one was like definitely like 30.
Okay. And then as a baby, she's like this blonde girl, and then as she was an adult, she was like a brunette, which didn't, I guess, does happen to children, but it's just there's some continuity errors, and then or at least challenges, and then there was one girl at the very end. I couldn't really tell the difference, but like there was a girl who looked like his daughter who was there, and she like had lost her dad or something, and this is when he was like sober for like 3 months or whatever, and she was like, I could really use a dad or something like that. I don't know. And then she talks into her like shirt or whatever, and then like a SWAT team comes in. That did not make any sense. You know, the first one had a lot of cameos. It had Bob Barker. It had the Shooter McGavin guy. It had Ben Stiller. It had Julie Bowen. It had I don't know, some people. The guy you could do it. All those guys. But this one had all of those plus another 3 times. Like if they did this is my other question. Do you think there'll be a Happy Gilmore 3?
I hope not.
I
It'll
could
just be some
I could see it happening at the British Open.
maybe. I mean, they almost wanted to set it up that way at the ending. There are too many repeated jokes from like the last movie. Like one of them was that like they modified it, but like it was like him drinking the beer from like the fans afterward. Like after like in like the game at the course.
Right.
The holes. And like, oh, I need like coffee or whatever.
Right.
Which is fine. And the other joke that they're like, oh, the Suns work here, and then they're all doing like the big thing, which I just was like, it didn't get me the first time. The only time I thought it was actually a little bit funny was at the airport at the end when they started running the security guard with the baguette. That one I thought was funny. But the ones before that, I was like, oh, it just feels like they're just recycling the same thing. And it's not like new or funny.
I liked how they integrated one of the most famous jokes from the first one. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit for breakfast. That was integrated, I think, okay, but the setting for it didn't make sense. Like you just had a fist fight in a cemetery. I don't know. That just the first one. This. Have you heard the terrorization? Okay, so like in The Simpsons, the character Flanders is their next door neighbor. He's like the guy with the glasses and the mustache. And in the early seasons, he's just like a real conservative Christian guy. And as the seasons go, they start to make him crazier because they don't have anything else to do with him. And by the end, like in nowadays, wild things. That's what they did with this movie. It's basically like it's also in like television, noticing the shark, where they just have something to go on in the movie just because they need to create more and more drama, and they've run out of things. And I don't know, this would have been fine if it stopped halfway through, like when he like I know whatever, but had he just tournament in a normal way, you could have ended it right there and been like, okay, cool, he paid for his daughter to be able to do the thing. But no, then you have the maxi tour, and it's like, then it just becomes
It's gonna be a 2-hour movie.
Yeah, well, and I get it. Like, I don't know. I don't have the attention span for movies that much anymore. I mean, like, they've just got other shit. Yeah, and so, to watch this, it's the first movie I've seen in some time where I was just like, every time you touch the screen and I would see how much was left, I would be like, how is there that much of this movie left? And now it makes sense because there was an encore and 11 minutes worth of credits, which is way too much. Way too much credit time. They don't need that many credits. I understand they had a ton of people in this movie, but I would have much rather them not have Bad Bunny and a bunch of other. And if they would have just made it a normal golf movie, that would have been tight. And frankly, if they could have gotten Tiger Woods in it somehow.
Which celebrity would you like to see?
Tiger Woods.
aside from Tiger?
That's a good question. I'm glad they had John Daly, and he had more of a role than I thought that he would. Um, okay, aside from Tiger Woods, what golf would I have liked to see?
Any celebrity.
Any celebrity. William Montgomery. But it's William Montgomery, such a diehard fan. Um, I, don't- I, um, who would I like? What would have made sense in the movie? I mean, I know you're saying anybody, but
I think Ice Cube could have played Chubb.
oh, dude, that would have been funny. Yeah, the guy they chose to play his son, I just wasn't familiar with that guy, so there wasn't like a huge connection to me, and they didn't really go to his whole hand. I did think it was funny when they like were beating up the alligator. Or that one guy wanted to beat up the alligators, and those girls were like the poor alligator. Um, what I don't know who would have been funny in it. Um, Kim Kardashian would have been funny in it. Taylor Swift would have been funny in it. It would have been hilarious. It would have been hilarious if Taylor Swift was at that golf thing and was like a really bitchy customer, and Travis Kelce had to be like, "Who is this girl?" That would have been hilarious. I would have loved to see Tiger in it. Any other golfer I would have liked to see in it. No, they nailed the golfers who I would have wanted to see. They had Lee Trevino. They had um, Fred Couples. They had Jack Nicklaus. They had. I'm sure there were other ones in there. Maybe I just couldn't. They had Nick Faldo. Um, so all of that was cool, and I like how they make it seem like Happy Gilmore was a real golfer, and like he competed against Tiger Woods and won 6 golden jackets, and um, they made like two Tiger Woods. Um, they made two Tiger Woods comments at least, so are like mentions when they were talking about his bust, and then how Happy was the best golfer of the '90s along with Tiger Woods. That was tight. Um, who else would have been cool in it? Um, there's a guy I forget his name. Um, well, Jim Nance would have. There you go, Jim Nance. I would have liked Jim Nance in it. The guy who's like the voice of Augusta. That voice of the Masters. That would have been cool. Um, I would have actually rather not had some big cameo and have it at Augusta National. That's really tight. I don't know. Augusta doesn't need the money. All of their members are billionaires basically, so they don't need to be in like a movie or anything. But that would have been cool if they even mentioned Augusta National. That would have been tight. Donald would have been funny in it because he's a golfer. Joe Biden could have been in it. Barack Obama could have been in it. I mean, those would have been interesting cameos. I don't know. This movie just turned into every single character in it is going to be someone famous. There are going to be 0 non-famous people, and when that happens, it's just like to me, it's not like the same. I would have really liked his caddy to have been the original guy who strangled. I know people know who Bad Bunny is. I don't. I don't know who that is. Not really that much. Or maybe I could make out his face. Doesn't he date Selena Gomez?
No, that's Benny Blanco.
Oh yeah, both are bees. All right, yeah. What does Bad Bunny sing? I mean, I've heard his
Very
name.
popular music.
I know, but like, what's his most famous song? Dials, Soy Peor, I Like It, Ducati, Fede, Yo Pereo, So Mia. I mean, these are all just like non-English songs. Not all of them, I'm sure. So I don't know. And maybe let me look at his face so I could be like, oh yeah, I know who that guy is. But okay, looking at him, I don't really know who this guy is. They also had um, they had like 3 rounds of golf. They had they had Sandler's original where he like gets his groove back, where he's with Eric Andre. They had the tour championship, and then they had the maxi thing. And I just don't that maxi thing fit. The first two were okay, but I don't know. I didn't like that he had a drinking problem either. That call Adam Sandler didn't have a drinking problem at all in the first one, and or Happy Gilmore didn't have a drinking problem in the first one. And I understand it's because he killed his wife, but that's just I don't know. I don't know why Julie Bowen wasn't a bigger part. She should have been. She should have been like his motivation. I know when they signed Adam Sandler, when Netflix signed Adam Sandler these movies, I remember thinking to myself, they just really want Happy Gilmore because I remember um, Adam Sandler saying that he had written the script a long time ago and he never had it like finalized or whatever. I wonder what the Rotten Tomatoes is on it.
Well, what's at the start of the movie? It says like Billy Madison Productions, right? Is that like Adam Sandler's
It's Happy Madison Productions.
Happy Madison Productions?
Yeah, that's
Is
it.
that owned by Adam Sandler?
Yeah. Okay, so it's got a 60% tomato meter and a 73% popcorn meter. I don't know how it already has 250 plus rating when it came out 12 hours ago. Like to me, it's rigged. This thing is rigged. Um,
I mean, you don't think? I think that's like not a lot of rating.
no, I think
Like people are.
yeah, but nobody's writing reviews 12 like after 12 hours. Um, okay, fine. But you think they have over 250 ratings already?
How many people do you think have seen the movie in 12 hours?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like really,
It's a good point.
Only 250 reviews is like
I'm going to.
there's one in every 100,000 people. Right?
Oh, it sucks that I can't view them by um, worst to best. Okay, so what do these people say? It's harmless to return to the links. If disappointment to anyone looking for anything more from this round of 18 than comedy. Shout out to you, Lucas Hill Paul from the Daily Express UK. The number of effective punchlines can be counted on one hand, while the list of famous guest stars would take longer than an actual game to reel up. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I'm not reading any of the good ones. Okay, Frank Scheck of The Reporter. The result is less. The result is less a continuation than an exercise in service. If you're watching Happy Gilmore 2 at home, some of the cast members show up at your door offering autographed pictures for a fee. I don't really get that. Okay. Mark Juice of Mark Reviews Movies. Whole of the movie has obviously been constructed around nostalgia and guest appearances. Jim Burrell of Pace Magazine. The sheer weight of the mindless reputation will wear on even the most nostalgia-fueled sense of appreciation. While it may generate some, also make you feel like you just lugged a bag up and down 36 holes with no cart. Jack Bunn, Film Feeder, said, while its overly keen fondness of the original film is a distracting annoyance, Happy Gilmore 2 does manage to preserve a fair chunk of the heart and sweetness, and even some of the laughs, and made the first film an endearing favorite. It made me appreciate the first one more. Oh, they could have been terrible like this one. Arguably the least inspired film in the actor's canon, if not all movie history. Shout out to Nick Shager of the Daily Beast. Brian Ondorf said, "Call back the movie." That's exactly right. Ethan Anderson of Slash Film said, "When it comes to Happy Gilmore 2, this comedic collaboration with SNL sensation Adam Sandler, you'd be better off taking a cue of Happy's golf rival Shooter McGavin and simply eating a piece of shit." Is hilarious. Louis Glazebrook of Screen Rant said, "Happy Gilmore 2 has its moments, but ultimately fails where it counts, thanks to an unfocused plot, gratuitous cameos, and unearned nostalgia." Gratuitous cameos is a great way to say it. Let's see what Reddit says. I want Reddit to rip this
Yeah,
motherfucker.
it's crazy how they, like, I don't know what the hell happens on that movie. I mean, whoever wrote this one, like, I don't know how the hell they write this horrible movie. Their job is to create movies, and they suck at it.
Yeah. Okay.
Knows how much input Adam Sandler had or whatever.
He did, I think. Okay. So the first one had one Metacritic, which was let's see. With all due respect to Grown 2, The Ridiculous Six, and Sandy Wexler, Happy Gilmore 2 is the bottom of Sandler's barrel, a grim disaster that not only sullies the good name of its ancestor, but so badly flails on its own limited terms that it suggests the A-lister should concentrate dramatic parts and leave mature comedy to others. You know, I had the movie Uncut Gemstones or Uncut Gems movie, but like, okay, next one. Um, let's see here. Directed by
Rock played,
let's see here. I'm just looking at the bad ones. Let me go all the way to the bottom.
there are people that actually thought they had something positive to say about this.
A lot of people.
That was hard.
There are a lot of people who are also like, why was it 118 minutes? Like, it didn't need to be that long. And other people were like, do we need a wooden hand bit again?
But yeah, that could have been like a lot funnier.
Right.
And it was not. It was just a cocky joke, and they did it work.
Right. They literally took everything from the first one and tried to integrate it in the second one.
Yeah, I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. Like, why? Why would you do that? Just write new jokes.
Dude, this person has a great idea. Somebody's selling Happy Gilmore on DVD, even though it's not available on DVD and only on Netflix. So they're just selling it on eBay. They just burned it on eBay and they're selling it. That's hilarious. Um, Not gonna lie, it's pretty cringe most of the time. But watching it as a 36-year-old, it teleported me back to the olden days. Gave me such a nostalgic feeling back to worry-free life. Knowing Sandler, that was his aim. And let's be honest, folks, don't we all need to be reminded of the good old days of these dark times? I loved it. I don't. That's not. No, I don't think that was great. Um, I don't know why they killed the wife. That's what I. It all started, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be great. He's going to have like a normal life." No, and I could see it. If you were like, you know who I think would like it?
If you've never seen it before,
Yeah, exactly. I think Zoot would like it.
why have you not seen Avatar?
Well, maybe, but he like it's got Bad Bunny in it, and it's got like Post Malone in it. Like he would love all of the cameos, but maybe not. He actually is a somewhat of a cinematog, and maybe he wouldn't like it, but I don't know. It's to me they did not need that many cameos. To have that many cameos made it distracting, and I just can't get over how they end it on this green that can be like moved around on a cell phone. That just really that's what you think is good. Adam Sandler said Happy Gilmore 2 had a massive part for Carl Weathers, but Carl Weathers died. Oh yeah, wasn't Eminem in it?
I didn't see
I thought I saw him. Happy Gilmore to Eminem. Yeah, Eminem's in it. Eminem made a cameo appearance in the movie Happy Gilmore 2. That's odd. Eminem plays the son, the guy, you know, the guy who was like, he gets eaten by the crocodiles. Exactly, and I didn't recognize. I voice sounded similar, and that's why they made some joke, "Mom Spaghetti" at the end. Um, dude, who's in this movie? Like famous cameos. Happy Gilmore. This movie must have the most amount of cameos of any movie ever. Right. Happy Gilmore 2 cameos.
I gotta take my dog out for a while.
Sure, dude. I've got to reset my stream. So you do what you need to do. I'll do what I need to do, and then come back when you want to get your ass kicked. How's that?
Yeah, thanks for moving.
Absolutely. It was fun. Thank you for showing it, and thanks for watching putting that other one in. Before
3 movies in like 24 hours.
word, dude, they had.
I think Big Riverman was my favorite out of the 3.
I'm in agreement with you on that. And after I saw it, I was not like that thrilled with it. but it was better than those other two. Big River Man.
I like Big River Man a lot. I thought it was very interesting, and also I probably laughed the hardest. They laughed the hardest.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Big River Man answered all the questions. Like, I didn't need to know when Big River Man masturbated. I assumed that he wasn't having sex, but they answered the questions like, did he swim the whole way? What did he eat? What did he drink? Like all that stuff. All that made sense. But the other stuff they were doing, uh, the apartment one, not all of that made sense. And then the Happy Gilmore 2, it must have the most amount of cameos of any movie I've ever seen. It has to. It had Eminem and Post Malone and Bad Bunny and Travis Kelce and I would have liked to see Greg Norman. No, he won the. Hey, what's up? Yeah, he won the Masters and the Open Championship. No, he never won the Masters. He lost the Masters to Nick Faldo in like 1995. He blew it. He blew like a 5-stroke lead. All right, well, you go take your dog and then come back when you have time. Hold on. They had. I just want to quickly see if there's a list of them. Well, I guess that's like the credits, but I don't know. They have a bunch of people in it. Okay. Adam Sandler, Julie Bourne, Christopher McDonald. There's Travis Kelce, Bad Bunny, Eminem. Like, it's a bunch of people who are in Sandler's family. So his wife's in it. His 2 daughters all in the film. That confused me. Oh, that's why. Remember, I was saying he said that one girl was like, I needed a daddy or something, and so that was his other. Looks like his daughter too. All right. Jackie, his wife, plays the dance instructor. So that's where she was like, you remind me of my dad. That one. Sandler's brother-in-law is in it, and his mother-in-law. His cousin's in it. His mother is in it. His mother is that like really tall guy's mom.
That might be the most amount of family members in a movie as well.
I agree. So then they had. Oh wow! Okay, here we go. This is crazy. They had. I don't know who Benny Safdie is, the Maxi creator guy. I don't know, but they had Bad Bunny. They had Haley Joel Osment. Do you know who Haley Joel Osment is? Haley Joel Osment was in The Sixth Sense. He's the kid who sees dead people. That's okay. Margaret Qualley, she's big. She's this one actor's daughter. Eric Andre, Travis Kelce. They had Steve Buscemi in it. Like, there were so many famous people in this movie that I just was like, well, that can't be Steve Buscemi. They had Stephen A. Smith, Dan Patrick, Vern Lundquist. They had Ken Jennings. They had this random Jeopardy thing. They had Guy Fieri. They had... Right. They had... They had... Post Malone. They had Oliver Hudson. They had Reggie Bush, Nikki Garcia, Becky Lynch. They had um, Boban Marjanovic, who's a former NBA player. He's that tall guy who's like 7'4". They had Eminem, and they had a bunch of Waterboy people. Blake Clark, who played the farmer Fran in the Waterboy, and they had John Daly, Keegan Bradley, Bryson DeChambeau, Tony Finau, Ricky Fowler, Brooks Koepka, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Jack Nicklaus, Alexander Shanfield, or Xander Shanfield, Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, Bill Watson, Nancy Lopez, Nelly Corda, and Paige Spurniak. They had Rob Schneider in it. Yells, "You can do it." Yeah, Dick Swartzen was in it. Yeah, definitely. Dude, they had more people in this movie, and they had Kevin Neal in it. I mean, that's just what I remember. No wonder they had 11 minutes of credits. Everybody was in that movie.
I think all the background characters were also really cool.
Yeah. All right, big dog, go do what you need to do.
All it does is really like tarnish Netflix's reputation. Oh, now they wasted 2 hours of my life again.
Right.
Right.
They say they didn't release the budget details, but the first one had a budget of 12 million and grossed 41.
Isn't it more difficult for them to grow money now?
Perhaps. Dude.
All the profits are just distributed over every single production.
Right. Okay, they had Adam Sandler, Julie Bowen, Christopher McDonald, Benny Safdie, Ben Stiller, Bad Bunny, John Daly, Dennis Dugan, Haley Joel Osment, Lavelle Crawford, Jackie Sandler, Sadie Sandler, Sonny Sandler. They had all three of his daughters in this thing. Maxwell Friedman, Philip Schneider, Ethan Kotowski, Connor Sherry, Steve Buscemi, Kevin Nealon, Kim Whitley. She was big. She was in Napoleon Dynamite. John Farley, Eric Andre, Martin Kohili, Margaret Qualley, Vern Lundquist, Post Malone, Jack Garapatu, Keegan Bradley, Fred Couples, Bryson DeChambeau, Nick Faldo, Tony Finau, Ricky Fowler, Furyk was in it. Sergio Garcia was in it. Charles Howell III, Brooks Koepka, Hunter Mahan, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Jack Nicklaus, Corey Pavin was in it. Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, Lee Trevino, Bubba Watson, Seth Waugh, Will Zalatoris, Marcelo Hernandez, Chelsea, Nick Swartzen, Eminem, Robert Smigel was in it. Oh, yeah. John Lovitz was in it. Rob Schneider was in it. Blake Clark was in it. Dan Patrick was in it. Stephen A. Smith. I had lunch with Stephen A. Smith once. Chris Berman in it. Jim Gray was in it. Oliver Hudson was in it. Fernando Marrero was in it. Reggie Bush was in it. Rebecca Quinn in it. Nikki Garcia was in it. Tim Herlihy was in it. Nelly Corda was in it. Nancy Lopez was in it. Jonathan was in it. Chris Titone was in it. Boban Marjanovic was in it. Judith Sandler was in it. Leela Titone was in it. Joseph Resi was in it. Let me just see if anybody else famous in it was in it. Berniak was in it. Ken Jennings was in it. Carter Hembley was in it. Robert Simmons was in it. Ella Stiller was in it. Chris Witt was in it. James Downey was in it. Jenna Sims in it. Guy Fieri. Sarah Sarandos. Frank Korakaki. Sean Avery. Chris Chelios was in it. Rosie McDonald was in it. Andrew Watt was in it. Claudia Vinson was in it. Stuber was in it. Ellis Craver was in it. Flannery, all these people. Incredible amount of people were in it. I have never seen a movie with so many famous people in it. Bobby Lee was in it. Who's the other guy who's also in that? Who does the Bad Friends podcast? Tom Johnson was in it. Laurie was in it. Dude, everybody was in this movie. Carl Weathers was in it because they did his like cameos. Or his like, dude, everybody was in this movie.
Yeah, great. Not a good choice.
Dude, they could have made it. They could have made it an excellent movie if it just stuck off.
Yeah, the writing was not. It goes funny. The writing, the plot.
Right. I can't believe that many people. It makes me want to watch it again. So I'm like, oh, that's where that person is, and that's that person. I don't think I ever would, but just because it was.
It was just so fragmented, like because of all the people that they wanted to stuff into this movie. Like, they all stupid lying that the thing didn't work well.
100%. All right, Pimp. Go enjoy your dog and come back when you have time, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Peace, Pimp.
Peace out, pal.
Peninsula. And these two were actually like fairly religious fanatics, ideologues, and they loved the idea, which would later become very influential in Europe, of making
How you living, Pimp?
ideological.
It's me again.
What's up, B. Alexander?
Nothing much, just chilling.
Excellent. Feel free to chill in here all day, every day. I'm always live in here, so you've got a new for me.
I'll make you do stream.
What'd you say?
I mentioned you were in ICE's Discord.
I was in ICE's Discord.
ICE.
Which Discord? Ice Planet?
Aigen.
What's Aigen Planet?
Streamer. Aigen, the streamer.
Aiden, yes, Aiden Ross's stream.
You were in his Discord, so I decided you joined, so it was live.
Please do, man. I'm always in here. You can live in here with me. I'm live 24/7, my friend.
You ever ate?
Yeah, dude, I'll eat in a little bit. Yeah, definitely. I eat, I drink, I sleep, I program computers. We just watched Happy Gilmore 2 that came out. So we're always doing something. I'm glad that you're here.
Do you like watching the news?
Do I like watching any? Yeah, I like sport. Yeah, I like.
Do you like watching news? Like local news?
I listen to local news 24 hours a day.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you.
No, you're fine. You're not bothering me at all.
I know you were asleep.
Yeah, that happens.
sorry, I fell asleep in here last night.
I know, I loved it. I'm glad that you did.
I was in here really. I don't want you ever freaking low, man.
I appreciate it, man. Well, you can be my friend in here and be in here all the time.
Yeah, what's these other channels down below us?
Those are just when,
The Leo,
yeah, those are just other ones that people can join if they're ever bored.
the Bale, Rock, Country.
Yeah,
I'm a big pop and country fan.
very cool.
You know, I can get. I like games. I like to play on Fortnite for them.
Excellent, man.
I got you. If you hear echo, that you on my you on my TV on my YouTube.
Oh, very cool. Are you live on YouTube right now?
You on my YouTube.
Oh, very cool. Excellent.
From the SC Day ship. I don't think any sports are going on right now since it's over NBA.
Right.
I know football's coming up.
That's correct. Do you play fantasy football?
No, I like to watch Stringer Cowboy hooping. He's a big Baltimore Ravens fan. And so am I. I'm a big Baltimore Ravens fan.
That's tight. Do you like Lamar Jackson? Do you like Lamar Jackson?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm a big fan of Lamar Jackson. Before I used to watch the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, very cool. Do you like Josh Allen?
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like all of them. I'm a big. I made Google because I'm a big NFL fan.
Excellent, man. That's great.
If you hear, I'm sorry to hear yourself because I'm on big screen.
That's okay. No big deal. I'm gonna so every 12 hours I have to reset my streams because I'm always streaming. So I've got to restart this computer. I'm gonna just leave for like 1 minute and I'll be right, okay?
Okay. Well, your other camera's to me.
Yeah, the other one screen on. That one will be here. And I'll just leave for 1 minute. I'll be back in 1 minute, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
No need to apologize.
Okay. I'll be here.
Excellent. I'll be right back.
theologically uniform and pure. Very much like, as we shall discuss, even the Nazis wanted to make Europe divine, right, completely free of Jews. You're right. The other area.
I am, sir.
Not so well. The doctrine of witness says that Jews are allowed to live as long as they live in a subjugated state. If you want, next week we can talk a little bit more about what the ideology behind it is. But if you are to expel them, you're not killing them. You're just saying you can't live here, not in my backyard. So the idea of expelling the Jews did not contradict the doctrine of witness, but you couldn't actually live with the doctrine of witness. I haven't explained to you really how it works and why it is so, but there are lots of periods in time where the more humane aspects of Christianity are ignored by its practitioners, as we shall see.
The first didn't kidnap some expellments, and all this conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. He actually ignored, in Christian law, on Catholic law, it is forbidden to forcibly convert someone. But once they were, to use the Latin term, "bidieve," they are converted. But they are converted. So that's what Portugal had in big trouble, because they're not supposed to do it, but if they force them, then, what are you going to do? You're always Christians. So I guess we have to leave them.
Sort of a video that is absolutely
right. It's Aramaic, just joking. But I remember once, I don't have being recorded, so I can't tell you about this story. But I remember when I once, I guess I'll tell you the story, but I'll hide these in case anyone ever watches this. I was in yeshiva in Shalayim, and the next year I came back to the States and I went to a conference, and conference on Jewish studies, and there was a person there who was very excited. Mara, she came up to me and she said, "No, I need a Rusa in Talmud. I really need to learn with someone, and I'm kind of feeling a little weird about it. This is not the way we learned when I was in yeshiva." And then, but she's talking to me and learning, and then she uses the word "b'di avad," and I had no idea what she was saying until I realized she was saying "b'di evet." But of course, a lot of you guys, Sephardim, you would say, would you say "b'di avad"? Yeah. So
my natural accent is Hebrew, Hebrew one. Even when I work, many people thought I left you because I speak like this.
What are chavrutot?
Welcome.
I'm just joking. Yeah, you're right. But I was so soaked in an Ashkenazi environment, and I didn't have a strong, experience earlier. So, anyways, guys, I got to give you some more history, okay? Because we got to finish this period and the next one, and then we're. Here's a map that shows that. Okay. This is the period which is the Reconquista. You want Reconquista? Reconquest, right? Simple. That's a Christian term. The reconquest of Spain. Remember, it was under the Visigoths until 711, and then it became Muslim after 711, and then starting in the 10th century, the Christians start pushing their way down south until they finally get to Granada, and that picture that I showed you was from 1482. Taking place in the very south.
What a body!
Muslims
what a body!
Were forced to surrender. So this is the re-Christianization of Spain, the Reconquista, and in this kind of an environment where they want to get all Christian again, especially under Ferdinand Isabella, there's like ramping up efforts to try and get the Jews to convert, willingly or otherwise. This is the period of the disputation with Nachmanides, the disputation at Tortosa, lots of attempts to get Jews to convert, and then ultimately we're going to end up with the Inquisition and the expulsion. I'll explain that in 1 second, and we're going to spend a lot more time about it later. But Mr. Arosh and Mr. Gross? Aroshes.
Yes. I was wondering, you said that the later Christians considered the Visigoths as heretics.
Yes.
Would be an appropriate term for them? Why would they want to say that?
Because you're forgetting about the Muslim period that intervened, right? They're reconquering Christian. I forgot to mention one other thing. we'll talk about it more tomorrow, on Tuesday. But in 589, the Visigoths abandoned Arianism to become Catholics. And when they became Catholics, they also became incredibly anti-Semitic. It was like they wanted to show that they were so Catholic now that they were going to invent new ways to persecute Jews. And it's absolutely going to be, it's going to blow your mind on Tuesday when you hear about what the Visigoths did when they became Catholics. It was really nasty. So this is the Reconquest, meaning it was Catholic, it was not heretical anymore from a Catholic perspective. Then it became Muslim, and then it was reconquered through the course of 500 years until eventually 1492, when you have the expulsion of Jews. And really, that represents sort of like the cultural, what's the word, monolithic period. Okay, do I see another hand? No. Okay, I have to explain very briefly the Inquisition, why it happened, and then the expulsion. And we're going to stop. We will come back to it and have to have a long talk about it because it was a hugely important thing. But basically, what happens is during this period of the Reconquista, there's like a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment and a lot of feeling, like I mentioned, that what do we have in these Jews in our neighborhood anyways? They help the Muslims, they're heretics, they're not like us. And so in the year 1391, there's a massive wave.
Do I like watching what?
Attacks on Jewish communities.
Yeah, I do. I'm more a Twitch creator, but yeah, I watch it sometimes.
Tens of thousands of conversions, maybe over 100,000 Jews are forcibly converted. Not quite as simple as the Shahada in Islam. It involves a little bit of holy water and, again, a formula. But again,
what did you say, Tim?
To forcibly convert someone to Judaism. And now here the problem is that the church suddenly had this massive
you like them?
of people who were legally Christian,
excellent,
but considered themselves Jewish. And that meant that they had no anti-Semitic restrictions placed on them. They could go to university, they could live anywhere they wanted. They didn't vote because
Fish Tank,
democracy in part of the world at that time.
E-World, Socialized, A Process.
Even though they were saying, well, okay, fine, I still buy my meat at a kosher store, I still send my kids there,
Fish
I
Tank,
still have
yeah.
lots of Jewish friends, I may live in a Jewish neighborhood, and this went on for about 1391 pogroms in Europe, and the Inquisition is brought in 1478 because the church and the crown says, enough of this already. These new Christians, now we're
I think it's the Fish Tank alternative one.
They're actually Jews. So we have to force them to become really Christians.
It's called like Fish Tank Alternative Group.
We will persecute them, we'll make them do humiliating things, and maybe we'll burn them at the stake. That's the meaning of the term Inquisition. It was directed not at Jews per se, it was directed at Jews who had been converted to Christianity and their descendants who may still have harbored Jewish attitudes. Is that relatively clear for a nutshell? So it became like, Mr. Kaplan. Okay, good. It became like a crazy purge society where the Inquisition would arrest someone, say, tell us what kind of secret Jewish things you do, and they torture them, and then they say, okay, tell us all of your friends who do Jewish things, and they would, people under torture would give up a whole bunch of names, then they would go arrest those people, and then they would torture them, and they would give up a whole bunch of names, make names up, all kinds of people high up in society would drag them to the Inquisition, and finally, when you get to the 1490s, the crown is saying, this is not working. We are tearing our whole society apart, trying to find these secret Jews, we're finding them everywhere, but so many of them it doesn't make sense. And so Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor says to Ferdinand Isabella, you know why we're not getting all those false Jews? Because we still have the unbaptized Jews who are largely left alone by the Inquisition. And so as long as these actual baptized Christians who are practicing Judaism secretly can go to Mirai, to Shabbos services, get some kosher herring. As long as they have Jews living here, we'll never be able to get these false Christians. And so that's what was the impetus to expel the non-baptized Jews of Spain, the Yugoslav. That's at the end of this period, 1492. Okay, so remember, now we got the